Alright. Professional sound management. Oh. Good day everybody, welcome to the stream. Today is the day that we're gonna go all American. It is oil day. And who knows, we finally will start to make some actual progress into the game, instead of just walking around, you know, like we did last time, waiting for solar panels to complete and then waiting for oil to complete. Not really waiting. We have now a solar field out here. It is not visible. Let's make it visible. It is right over here, 3000 panels large, all hand placed for your convenience. We all know hand placed is better than automated. And then we build the of course this is like the Netherlands shoreline here on the left side, like gently sloping upwards. And we build the Great Dutch Waterworks to stop the flying biters from expanding into our base over the North Sea. So the biters won't want to expand on our side of the lake. This giant wall is going to keep them out for sure, because everybody knows flying entities cannot fly more than 2.5 meters high, so this wall definitely will keep everyone out. And where there was not enough wall on the shoreline, we made some eldritch square patterns to further lower the expansion chance on this side of the lake. Because some of these biters are able to expand straight into our base, like this biter base could theoretically go over here if any of these chunks are selected, so we gotta keep that low. I probably should have taken out those guys, to be honest. Thanks Odium, hey, hello, for the 14th month subscription. And of course for moderating all this time. The Berlin Wall, no man, the Berlin Wall is not on the waterfront. Thanks HaleFriends97 as well for the Amazon Prime subscription. I actually saw the get up and stretch, I already did it before the stream actually started, before I was behind the microphone then. Yeah, unfortunately I cannot set a start delay on the get up and stretch redeem. I can only set like the interval. We need to download a mod that makes pollution orange colored for that more Netherlands flavored. I don't even know if that exists. Well, we tried to make the biters pay for it, but the biters were kinda disagreeing, popping all out of their nests when we deconstructed like a single piece of wall and whatnot. The game is paused, I suppose. But yeah, that does not end well. They just quickly start jumping out in rapid succession and being sent to an attack group. While we were replacing the pipes with the walls. A little bit dangerous. Alright. Let's lock them up again. Get out of the way. Alright. Yeah, mostly walls are to keep stuff in rather than keep stuff out. That's true. This one is actually to keep the biters out though. 1000 times science will never be achieved. The pollution will be too extreme. We are not too far away from breaking that. I think we might actually already be at the height of the pollution right now, at least for the central of the base. Maybe not quite, but let's just take a look. Currently we are running 900 SPM in science, and we don't have modules at all yet. We are processing 10 belts of resources here. Of course all the miners are somewhere external, like here we've got our giant coal mine. The iron mines are located in the south. We've got some mines over here. But all the central pollution is created in the center. I guess that's why it's called the central pollution. As soon as we put efficiency modules in all these machines, pollution will go down by 60%, which means we have 2.5 times as much space for the same pollution output. Basically, we can build 2.5 times the assemblers. We probably will need to build more than twice what we currently have, as blue science by itself is like twice the cost of red and green combined, plus a little bit of oil. So we might not actually be at the height of pollution just yet, but once we get to efficiency module, which is not too far away now, just plastics, advanced chips, modules, and an efficiency module, a mere 550,000 science packs away, and we will already have the efficiency module. Okay, maybe it's a little bit further away than I thought. But we still have quite a big buffer to the nearest biter nest. Over here are the closest unwalled ones. The north is entirely free. I guess this one is one of the more close by ones with the 2 red dots on the top. In the bottom we are okay. Of course we also need to mine all of these resources later, like this one, which is straight on this biter nest. But in general, those are pretty close to biter bases, because those we just don't have a chance to take these down, which means we need efficiency modules before we can mine like this close to the biters without them noticing our pollution. So that is one of the reasons why we are racing to efficiency module. Not really because we are worried about pollution-driven evolution progress. Those days are behind us. Now nothing matters anymore. All that matters is that the pollution does not reach the biters. And evolution efficiency modules are going to help with that as well, because when the pollution is sick like this, all the trees start dying off, and the trees take damage when dying off, and absorb pollution in the process while getting damaged. But at some point that stops, and they get locked into a state like this one, and they absorb just a very minimal amount of pollution for the rest of the game. So efficiency module slows down that process a little bit, which means the pollution cloud will extend out slightly slower, as the trees get damaged a lot slower and they keep their high absorption capacity for a bit longer as well. Does Kiwi Boy use base defense? I actually don't know. I think he's planning to at some point, but for now he's just keeping the pollution cloud free of biters, just like I'm doing. Except he's doing it on the way. He does get attacked now and then, but it doesn't matter. He has landmines, he can take out everything. I cannot take out anything, so I had to clear my entire potential future pollution cloud before the game even started. Hence, we are 103 hours in, and we haven't gotten much done. Most of what we have gotten done is in the last 10 hours. This gap over here was an entire gap where we just did combat. No research, let's do science packs. So this is basically our last 50 hours. We had a research spurt to get damage upgrade 2. Then like a 33-hour gap where we did combat, and then we started researching again, trying to keep our science at 900 SPM. But stuff keeps running out, so eventually we'll have to stop gapping the situation and like build some actual new mines instead of just reconnecting belts a bit more optimally. Hopefully we will be researching technologies all the way through. Probably we will manage that, as one would imagine at a 1000 times science course, the pace at which you can get through technologies is going to be the bottleneck. Yet somehow here I am. I wanted to do more stuff before I needed to go to do oil processing stuff, like reroute this coal belt for instance, so that I would get a bunch of nice green chunks over here. All these chunks could be green because there's nothing here except my very big coal belt. If that belt just goes up here, all these chunks will be green. We will have extra of those decoy chunks in the base. Not super high priority. Here you can see one at work. The biters have decided to expand here, But after they decided to expand here, they then decided it was too far away to walk over there. So they just don't, and the expansion attempt is skipped. The more green chunks we have, the better. But right now the priority is oil processing. We need to actually mine some oil before we get the next technology. Before we can even select plastics as a research, we need to physically mine some oil to get the next step, then one of the new trigger technologies. Will your entire existence be evaporated if you get attacked? Yes, at least. I'm going to try to go for flamethrower pretty soon. That gives me not the turret, but the handheld flamethrower. And with this thing I can defend myself against a couple behemoth biters. It's not a good offensive weapon to go take out nests or something. But let's say the biters, some anomaly happens and the biters actually do go for this expansion chunk. Then my wall will get broken. We will get notified of that. I will have some time to react. If I have the flamethrower, I can take out the biter expansion group, and then the expansion attempt is also skipped. If I take out the expansion group. If the expansion group takes out me, if I distract them and they take out me, they'll just continue expanding after they have chewed me up. So that won't help. So getting the flamethrower as an extra layer of security beyond our weird wall defense. Not really defense, but wall detector. And decoy green chunks. It would be good to get the flamethrower on top of that as an extra safeguard. Since we need to survive like thousands of expansion attempts, literally thousands. They're gonna happen 15 times per hour. Okay, what's going on here? What the... Ah, okay, I know what's going on here. This is still the... I unleashed those biters from that nest over there earlier. It's editor mode still. And they decided to attack. They also attack the pipe, and that is very bad. So that could happen when they break free. They start breaking pipes and they start setting more biters free, and that could lead to a cascade. A positive feedback loop with negative effects. Now this is an attack group. These behemoth biters are a problem. Spitters we can kill, but these behemoth biters are practically unkillable until we get our hands on that flamethrower. So yeah, this is not great. But then again, this is not the actual game, it's just the editor stuff. Another 200 hours of Northeast, thanks for the 2 months subscription. Noafro, 1991. I surely hope we will be off the planet before... I don't know, somewhere between 200 and 250 hours. My initial optimistic prediction was leave for Vulcanus between hour 180 and 200. That, however, was before I did this 33 hours of combat, and I didn't know I was going to do 33 hours of combat. Thanks as well, oh god, Dens Macabre for the Prime subscription. Did you know that they no longer do less pollution? I think that is misinformation. Let's check that now. We're in editor mode anyway. So efficiency modules, they don't explicitly say less pollution. Like productivity modules, they do. They say plus 4% productivity plus 5% pollution. But that's an extra on top of the power cost. So pollution is decided by power cost. Like for instance, let's take this, let's take some mining drill. It's going to be the first thing we're going to be using them on. Here on the right side, let's take an active one. Alright, this is not going to end well. These are active though. This thing does 10 pollution a minute. And that is tied to its power cost. So now it's using 90 kilowatts. If we put some efficiency modules in there, it's going to be minus 80%. Pollution is going to be 2 per minute. You can see this one 10 per minute, 2 per minute, 10 per minute, 2 per minute. Because now it uses 80% less power. So it definitely still reduces pollution the same, exactly the same as in the olden days. I know somebody like made a video about it or whatever, and now a lot of people believe that the efficiency models have changed, but they haven't. The productivity model is different because it also has a power cost. It is more pronounced with this one. Let's look at the Mark III. So it says energy consumption plus 80%. That also means pollution plus 80%. But then on top of that, you get another plus 10% extra penalty of pollution. So in total, it's like, I don't know if it's multiplicative or additive, but it's somewhere between plus 90 and plus 100% pollution in total, if you take those into effect. The speed module doesn't have that. The speed module just has the pollution you would expect from energy consumption. So if I put 3 Mark III speed modules in the same miners over here, let's go look at them. I cannot find a single miner before those guys attack. You will see this is 2 pollution a minute. So this one is 2 pollution a minute. The normal one is 10, and this one will be 25, I think. 31 pollution a minute. Alright, even more. So pollution is just a direct, it's linearly connected to the power the machine uses. It has a base pollution attached to the base power consumption, and if the power consumption goes up and down, the pollution goes up and down with it. That is how it works. Alright, so efficiency modules no longer reduce pollution is misinformation. They work just the same as they worked all the time. I think it's time to get started though. Enough tangents. Landfill is already 20% done. Well, I'm just blabbering. We're gonna reset though, of course. We're in editor mode. We cannot be in editor mode because then we lose the achievement. And the achievement is why we went through 100 hours of pain. So we're definitely not going to abandon that now. Let's load the end of stream save and sorry, obsolete. I just noticed that too late. They just would attack you like in any other attack, any other biter attack, any other pollution triggered biter attack. Difference is these nests are already pre-polluted, so they quickly spawn a bunch of biters to join the attack group. Alright. A little bit less eerie music would be nice. Where are we? What are we doing? We just finished the Great Wall of apparently. This chunk was previously selected for expansion. The biters didn't get there, but it was a bit scary. But now this chunk is red, so we no longer need to. We can. Yeah, this was a little bit too close for comfort. Let me actually check the values on the expansion chunks over here, because that is where they can directly expand to. Okay, that is extremely low, 0.023. That is good. The biter base and all these walls kind of diminish that very hard. So the chance that these biters expand directly into my base is pretty dang small. Like once in 1000 games small, I think. So that is good. All the other biters, they have to expand first in the exclusion zone between our 2 walls. Before they can then stepstone to the nice green chunks into our base. They cannot go in one time, but they try all the time. So that is how kind of that works. What are we gonna do now? I suppose we'll just rush back to the base now. If I remember correctly, there was one more spot which needed protection. This one. Where is that? Oh yeah, okay. These chunks are too high. We need to place some more stuff in these 2 chunks on the way back. I think we have a bunch of walls on us still. Yeah, we do. So we'll visit that on the way back. It is marked 1.5 kilometers down. Okay, that's quite far. Let me switch off all those things. Okay, so not exactly on the way to the base then. More like extremely not on the way to the base. Are those chunks in direct danger of being expanded on? Yes, kind of, because biters are right here, and our low value chunks or high value chunks are right here. So yeah, we need to go take those down before we... That was one of the greater Monty Python jokes in the Holy Grail movie. Die written on the wall. Arendelle is working on support for flooding and space exploration for even more Dutch feedings. It definitely should be possible to stop the flood by building these dikes. That's what I think. Climate change in Factorio. The more pollution, the more the water rises. Oh god. I bet there's a mod for that already. Right, wasn't I getting started? Are you going to place hundreds of thousands of landfill today? No, because landfill costs like 50 stone per piece. And we first gotta research it and then we gotta start mining it. But yeah, I am planning to build landfill mines. We've got a couple good stone patches in our starting area. If you can see through the pollution. We've got like this one over here, just a tiny one. And two tiny ones here and a tiny one here. I want to get rid of it. Eventually we'll get rid of the old mines here as well. Because we're gonna need more space. This is just red and green. And everything eventually needs to fit into this dotted line. As much as possible at least. And blue signs are gonna take up quite a bit of space. Blue signs is the first one where you're gonna need many assemblers per recipe type. Like these are all like half-second recipes. Blue signs is the first one with like 6-second red chips, 10-second engines and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna get rid of it for the space. But that is not today's worry, I don't think. It's gonna take a while before we get to actual blue signs. But first, it is also the route of plastics and advanced circuits, which we are going, but we're first gonna deviate towards modules. Probably also mining productivity, which is another 4 hours. It's not actually no, 4.5. It's another 9 or 10 hours at the moment because this does 900 SPM at when the technologies are all the labs are busy. So this does 900 SPM when the technologies take 30 seconds per science pack. But mining productivity is the first technology in the game usually which takes 60 seconds per science pack, which means we need twice the labs to research at 900 SPM. So that means we need to copy this if we want to get 900 SPM out of it. Eventually we want to build up for 1800 SPM anyway, so I suppose we might as well pre-build it and then just divide the current belts over the 4 labs. That should do it for starters. So that is 4.5 to 9 hours of research by itself, mining productivity. And then you also got the quality module, which we probably want as soon as possible as well, which is another 500,000. So that's like almost 1.5 million of red and green signs before we even consider going into chemical signs. Chemical signs also will require a lot of setting up, man. There's going to be some big builds. Why not mining productivity first? I think the modules are more effective. %, extra ore production, and the ore. Yeah, the ore patches just deplete a bit slower. We've got a bit more ore. It's important, but not like we need to get it like super high priority first. Whereas modules immediately lower pollution costs. We can start building out in the other areas, and the productivity module, if we put those in the labs, we also get like almost 10% free resources through generating more signs through the same resources. So I think we're gonna go modules first, but mining productivity shortly after. We'll see. Today we're gonna do oil first. Oil processing, get the landfill mines up and running. And what I really also want to do is I want to go take a look outside, which is the other part of the stream title. Big Brother is watching you. I want to go build the usual solar powered raiders out on our resources, which we previously claimed, just to find out, are these things still ours or have biter expansions settled right here? It's going to be kind of important to know, because if we have lost all the resources outside of the base, suddenly mining productivity might become a hard beeline instead of because we have barely enough resources inside of the base to get out of the planet. It would be much better if we could also like grab some of these patches which are located in nice areas outside of the base, like these ones over here. But do we still have access to those? That is the question. So we are gonna take a look out there, and we're gonna place those solar powered radars. So earlier in the game I built a radar network which runs on like a minimal individual power network, severely underpowered. It only does radars. It gives me vision, that's all I need, and it very slowly scans the surrounding. So all of that is good. But a much easier way to do that than building a completely separate power grid is to just do this and this and this. That is how I usually would do it, and then just place these all around the map where I would want them. And that also gives me the vision I need. We can now do that like along our future supply routes and on the external resources. And I think that's going to be quite important to get an update of the situation, because I already found that this area is inaccessible now because I built the pipeline over the cliff. So I already prepared the pipeline, which keeps expansions away in this side, but I kind of forgot that I cannot walk across this cliff. This cliff goes to this biter nest here and to this biter nest there. And I did not protect this area, so this area is probably already littered in biters expansions. So this oil source is already lost. We gotta make sure the external resources are good to go as well. We are no longer in editor mode, but I mean, let's just look at this area. I'll just reveal the map real quick. Let's see how many biter expansions pop up here. We kind of already can see it here. This is in my radar scan area. Tons and tons of expansions are here. So let's reveal this area and see how it looks like. And then I'll reload and we'll get started. It's gonna take a couple seconds. There we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 biter expansion just popped in here. So there is no way you're gonna be walking there's no way you're gonna be walking through this area anymore. And it's gonna look like that basically everywhere on the map. I don't really want to scout too much, especially in the important areas, but there's gonna be just a ton of expansions everywhere like this. So let me reload. And we'll have another attempt at actually getting started. Productivity modules, I intend to put them in the blue science assemblers and in the labs. That's about it. Quality is just going to be to make better machinery, mostly mining drills, which basically make the ore run out 50% slower. Which means if a normal mining drill would have run out over the course of the game, then a quality mining drill will give us extra ore on that one. That was a weird explanation, but oh well. Let's go wall up that last little bit of area which has a too high expansion chance, where biters can expand directly into our base. Then we go back to the base and start working on oil. If you go around the expansions with a landfill bridge. No, I do not count it as unfair, but is it even possible? I mean, I would have to get here. How do I landfill bridge my way out here? I don't think I can do that. I don't know where this lake goes. Maybe this lake goes all the way around like this, but then I still end up on the back of these giant connected biter bases, also with expansions everywhere, so probably quite hard. But no, I definitely don't consider landfill bridging out of the realm of possibility for this playthrough. In fact, I am relying on it. I already put my oil pipes down here. They're gonna cross the lake here. potentially. So we already prepared some possible paths to cross the lakes with landfill straight into our base. We'll see if we actually need to use it or not, but fair game. Oil processing is in. Sorry, oil gathering is in. I'm OG. Oil gathering is a new technology. It used to be oil processing, but now it's oil gathering, and oil processing is the new trigger technology. Hey, hello SDB. Haven't done anything just yet except laid out the plans for today's stream. Which is going to be set up oil processing. I'm again going the wrong side around this lake, I think. Set up oil processing and then don't do anything with it. We're probably going to use like a couple hundred tanks to store oil. I have a lot of different oil sources, but my plan is to just start using like a couple of them and just letting them drain to their minimum production state. And then I'll prioritize those, so the minimum production, the ones which have reached minimum production will be producing free infinite oil for the rest of the game, while any of the other oil sources only will contribute the extra what we need, and that will make those other oil sources run out slower. That is the plan, at least. I think I'm just going to fill up this chunk here. We'll again display the chunk values. So the problems are basically these values. These need to be under 0.01. These can be a little bit higher, but these biters here could select these chunks, potentially these chunks as well. So we're just gonna fill this up a bit more, and then those values should go down. There's the minimap. It's gonna be a builder stream, so I'm gonna do 2 quick bars and the minimap. Alright, 0.094, so that's already okay. This chunk is a bit high as well. I think we'll just continue this wall in this chunk over here. How much do I still have? Okay, I still have a fair few. So the problem is here, there are a lot of missing wall pieces. The wall is not really functioning as an actual wall. It's more functioning to lower all these expansion values nearby. So let's just fill this in. I think I have enough. Alright. Alright, so none of these values are above 0.01 now. Even the ones in the back are fine, so that problem has been solved. If you can see the stark contrast here, where we basically got like super red chunks bordering on like full value 1.00 chunks, because we do all of the anti-expansion denying exactly in this chunk. That propagates out 2 chunks, but not further. So no matter how much I place in these chunks, it will only affect the chunks up until here, and these will not be affected. But these are too far for the biters to expand to. There is nothing active, no active biters nearby enough, so we can use those to decoy them. Let's get rid of the last marker there, and let's go do some oil processing stuff. We need to be pumping oil before 50 minutes are up, because we just want to continue on the oil processing technology tree. So that means we need to trigger the oil processing technology by mining oil before we can continue on the research towards plastics with actual science packs. Did you repair signs after the blueprint placement? I did not That was just an editor mode, so I just reloaded to start the actual game. Science is still going at 900 SPM. If it's going at 900 SPM, everything is fine. Alright, I need to go up towards base. Okay, we're entering the big resource belt. The ore bus going into our base through very specific chunks. Trying to keep as many green chunks in the base as possible. Of course, we've got our special biter base over here, which has gotten like the TVs installed. It's the old CRT style monitors, but hey, they've got the luxury TVs nonetheless. Is it getting night? I don't think it's getting night right now. You could see the light switch on. I think this belt will never be built. It was another 2 stone belts for walls for military science. But we're not gonna do any military science projects except for the flamethrower at 50,000 science. And we already have the 50,000 walls for that. So I think this is the second furnace stack is not gonna be used ever. But we can basically reuse the red ammo furnaces over here for things like making solar panels under the watchful eye of the little Johnnies over here. Yeah, you keep an eye out. That lazy one never gets up. Alright, so we are at the base. Landfill, we've got 47 minutes. Let's just clean up the inventory a little. I've got 25 damaged walls. I suppose that's fine. Let's just put it in there. More pipes. Here's my actual inventory. My builder inventory. Look at that. Alright, but we need to make some stuff, so that goes away. What do we need to make? Pump jacks. Let's save. Back at base. Okay, we can see the Johnny's light switch on. Let's take a look at it. Where is it? It's over here. The luxury biter homes on the cliff with the cliffside view. Of course, they're also victim to the heavy industry going on behind in their backyard. Alright, we're gonna have a look on the map. I already decided I want to take these oil sources first. I think 2800 and this one 1400, 4200% or 40, yeah, about 4300% oil. And I think I'm just gonna store it in some big fluid tanks. We gotta know where to put that though. So these oil sources are quite close to each other, so we might just place like a big storage tank over here somewhere and just pump the oil in. And I probably also want to make like some refineries to start making some petroleum gas. I do want to make sort of the minimum amount of petroleum gas with basic oil processing before we get our hands on advanced oil processing. Problem is, normally that's really not a lot, but now it's gonna be a lot. We need to make basically 75,000 blue science packs with basic oil processing before we can access advanced oil processing. So that's probably gonna be the first technology in the blue tech era. I think we should have a look maybe how much petroleum gas that actually is. We can open the calculator for that. That's probably the easiest way. Where's my browser? That should do it. Yeah, okay, we are on the browser here. Alright, so we used this earlier for 900 SPM. It is still on Factorio 1.1, but I think the early part is exactly the same anyway. So we just set it to blue signs. We're going to ignore everything on the right side. We're only interested in these numbers. We need 75,000 signs back, so I'm just going to set it to 75,000 per watt. Doesn't matter, it's just 75,000. And that should tell us how much petroleum gas we need to... oh, that's a lot of petroleum gas. That is a lot of oil as well. I didn't think it would be that much. We need 6 million units of oil. Over 6 million units of oil. And all that needs to be converted in almost 3 million units of petroleum gas. If you take a storage tank, a fluid tank has 25,000. Has a capacity of 25,000. This is like... So 100 storage tanks do 2.5 million. We need even more than 100 storage tanks worth of petroleum gas. Like almost... like 120. A little bit less than that. So I think we need at least 100 storage tanks with petroleum gas. We also need... okay, no, we ignore the right side for now. What would it be for modules? So let me just check in the game. Back to the game. How much machinery do we have at the moment? You can just look on here. At the moment we have 1,000 miners, 500 assemblers. These take 3 modules, so that's like 3,000 modules, 4,000 modules, 5,000 modules. About 5,000 modules at the moment. Like 4,000 efficiencies and then 1,000 productivities. We're gonna need a bit more for the blue science part as well. Let's say... we're probably gonna need 3, yeah, we're gonna need 3 times the miners, but we also got, like, this is like only 2/3 of this is for science, 1/3 is for something else. So... let's say 10,000. I think we should get a fair way with about 10 to 12,000 modules. So back to the calculator. Just open a new one. And we'll just do module. It doesn't matter which one, they all cost the same. We want 12,000 of those. Let's say 12,000 for now. How much oil does that cost? It's 1 million. Okay, that is like 3 times less almost than we need for advanced oil processing. All the modules for everything in the base plus the future base. Still like less than half of the oil for just for researching advanced oil processing. We're gonna need those modules before advanced oil processing as well. But okay, this is at least, this is a lesser amount compared to the oil we need for advanced oil processing. So we're gonna build the storage tank to the higher capacity, which is this one. So I would say just 100 storage tanks can hold 2.5 million, and then we can, once we will research advanced oil processing, we can quickly drain those tanks and turn it into blue signs. If we do 900 blue signs a minute, how much basic oil processing do we need? Yeah, we would need... okay, that is why I want to buffer that up. We need 62.5 oil refineries to produce the basic oil for 900 blue SPM. So I do not want to set this up and then switch it over to advanced oil processing, because I think if we go advanced oil processing over here, advanced oil processing and all the other cracking stuff, we only need 29 refineries. So that's like less than half. So that's why I always say advanced oil processing is more than twice as efficient as basic oil processing. So yeah, I don't want to make a temporary 62 refinery setup just to get advanced oil processing and then rebuild it into or rework it into advanced. So I think we're just gonna buffer that up. We need to buffer up like 2.5 to 3 million units of petroleum gas. That's the goal. Alright. So back to the game then. Are we back in the game? We are back in the game. So that is literally 100 tanks for this. Let's have a look what we can do. I think I'll reload. Maybe we can like chunk align this. How many fit in a chunk? Should be about 100 and a bit. 30 by 30 would be 100. Why do I test this into a chunk which already has a coal belt in it? Let's find an empty one. It's empty enough. Alright, so this is exactly chunk aligned. That is 100 tanks. Ideally, I'd have 120. I can just... it doesn't need to be chunk aligned, of course. I can just make 120. It's not a problem. But maybe for like basic oil processing, we can store oil in here. So I want to be pumping oil all the time. And since it will take so long before we can do anything with the oil, we need 400,000 science packs worth of technology before we can make red chips. 200k before plastics, but we cannot do anything with plastics by itself. There is nothing to do with plastics. We want to make red chips off of those. It doesn't really make sense to build a plastic stockpile. It's just going to be live production. So in practice, we need 400,000 science pack worth of technology before we can even do something with the oil. So we're going to need to buffer up a lot of oil. The oil production should continue at all times. Which is why I want to start with... I would just want to start pumping empty the ones near my base. So those go toward minimum. Then I can supplement them with others while prioritizing the already infinite minimum production state of the ones which I already drained, to maximize the total oil I can extract at any one time. So then we have to figure out where are we gonna put it, and for that we have to put on our friend the expansion chunks again. I did mark some of the edges in green, but not everywhere. Those basically were like oh, look at this. That is the first time we've seen a chunk blink which was actually not full green. 0.556, huh? Okay, that is unexpectedly low. Of course, it can happen once in a while. I mean, it's the first time I've seen it. I haven't been paying attention all the time, but first time we've seen this in 100 hours. But it's not like 0.8 or 0.9, it's actually 0.5 chunk. Okay, expansion attempt finished. What's blinking now? Another chunk in my base or something somewhere else. Okay, I see it. Next attempt is going to be here. That also was not a 0. That's also not a 1.000 chunk. Oh no, that is bad news. Okay, the chance that two... it's a bit hard to say. There are so many chunks which have lower values. But in general, every time you drop 0.1 off this number, the chance that the enemy chooses that chunk to expand is divided by 4 or 5 or so. So to get to 0.7, you have to divide by 4 to the power of 3. Let's say 4. So a chunk of 0.7 is 64 times less likely to be chosen than a chunk of 1.0. A chunk of value 0.5 is about 1,000 times less likely to be chosen than a chunk of 1.0. But there is some weird... that is generally true. But there is some weird stuff going on with... once you drop below a certain threshold of green chunks in relation to red chunks, that suddenly red chunks start to get favored, or like this, suddenly red chunks get to start start to get disfavored a lot less. We might be reaching that threshold since we are now witnessing 2 back-to-back expansion attempts in a chunk that is not like 1.0. No biters have settled here yet. There's a biter base here, which lowers the chance for this chunk over here. So this was not a 1.0 chunk, like this one. That means we might need to hurry up with our landfill plans a little bit, as looks like we are starting to run out of green chunks. It's a little bit worrisome. Okay, I still have the calculator on, so I'm not seeing the chat. Ah, 125 thanks, huh? Yeah. No. I think it's 120. Yeah, it looks like I don't know, maybe there's some sort of mechanism in there. I don't think so. It's not like pick once and then don't put it back in the basket. Those chunks get selected more than once, and as far as I've tested, there's no modifier if there was an unsuccessful expansion attempt. I've literally done hundreds of attempts with limited chunks. The same ones got selected over and over again. I had like 2 or 3 full green ones and the rest was red. And the same 3 ones got selected over and over and over again, so... Right. We were searching for a place to put the oil tanks. A nice empty space with not a lot of trees, like maybe over here somewhere. We can technically reroute some of these power lines or get rid of them completely, actually. So I am allowed to place in this chunk over here. That lowers the value here, but not in the green chunks. I cannot place it up here because that lowers the value 2 chunks away, so no cliffs should be in the way. I'm thinking like I can place my storage tanks like here. Just get rid of those power lines. And then maybe a nice square. I don't know how many of these I need. There's enough space to like expand this into like at least double size. And we can even like go between the biter bases here or something if we really want to. Like we can make the pipes of the biter bases part of the oil storage system. The expansion cooldown is just a timer based on evolution factor, so basically now we're at like about 14 expansions per hour. It goes up to 15 in the end. It starts at 1 all the way in the beginning of the game, 1 per hour. But that timer is fixed, nothing changes that. I think we go here. We can then maybe just build another set of tanks somewhere else, like... I mean, this copper mine is gonna get used eventually anyway. This chunk doesn't have a lot of trees. Yeah, I think we can do it here maybe. Here we can do our petroleum gas stuff. We can even fit 120 tanks if we want to. If I just switch off the chunk grid like this, it doesn't really matter how they are placed anymore, right? Now I can just place them like this. That would be 120 for 3 million 3 million oil. Am I crazy? 500,000, 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Yeah, that should be 3 million, I think. The place through where pipes are bent, fluid tanks only. Fluid tanks and pipes now function quite the same. Before it was not like that. You know, we can do this now without worrying about UPS, since the new fluid mechanics system is basically like solar power. Everything connected is just like one entity, and there is no flow of anything except in the electric pumps, which transfer the fluid from one instant transmission thing to the other instant transmission thing. So we are not gonna have like negative effects from this fluid just sloshing around and equalizing all the time in all the tanks. It's gonna be instantly and equally filled up. So we might as well use that. Alright, that's a good point for oil. We also got some oil up here. There's also actually 2 good points. We might start pumping this oil into some fluid tanks as well. There are some... I did not clear up this land just yet, so that is an issue. I don't know which chunks are green and which ones are not. Let's see if we can find the next chunk blinking. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, that looks like a bright green one. Okay, that's a 1.000. Okay, that calms me down a little bit. That is quite close. We're gonna reload anyway though, but... Alright, so yeah, we're gonna place our oil stuff here. That means we are gonna start with like 500 fluid tanks, maybe 520. So I'm just gonna make like... Maybe I'll just make like 600 or even 1,000, just to get started. Especially if I want to do a second batch of oil gathering over here to already start emptying out these... I want to get some of these lower ones nearby the base to minimum production state as soon as possible. The other one is here, but this one is quite far away from everything else. And the ones outside the base we're going to have to wait for efficiency modules, I think. So yeah, that's the plan. Alright. Regard said the new fluid system somehow ended up being slower than the old one. That is weird. Alright, so what do I need for 1,000 fluid tanks? It is 1,000 times science cost. We might as well make 1,000 fluid tanks. A mere 20,000 iron and 5,000 steel. I don't think that's a problem. Here we got 5k steel. 48. Yeah, we can quite easily do that in 48 assemblers. Or 50. That's 50. And then we just add 20,000 iron on top and we have 1,000 fluid tanks. Probably enough for maybe the entire game, who knows. These are all full, so 5 of these chests, yeah, we're gonna have 20k easy. And this is quite a fast recipe. So probably this is already almost finished. I can just grab the next set and keep going. Alright, and that is how you quickly transform 45,000 iron worth of resources in exactly what you want. Without a mole. And at great speed. Of course you can make fluid tanks in a mole as well. But how long would it take a normal mole to make 1,000 fluid tanks? A lot longer than this, that's for sure. That was the last batch. That should do it for 1000 fluid tanks. We also want some pump jacks, not quite as many. How many spots are down here? One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 23 in total. 23, let's say here is 10. 100 pump jacks will get us quite a way. I might as well make 200 pump jacks. That's might be enough for the entire game. Alright, let's look. How many oil spots are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 20 oil spots, which we can take. Let's say 20 oil spots. Each spot has 20 things. That's 400 pump jacks. That's 400 pump jacks is probably too many, but we can make 400 pump jacks. There you go. 1000 storage tanks produced in a minute and a half. Show me a mall that does that. Okay, 400 of these, 4000 pipes, 4000 gears. Here's our gear mall. 4k gears. Then it was 2k steel, 2k circuits. Looks like a 20 assembler job. Alright, and that is all pump jacks for the entire game. We will never need more pump jacks than this, and I will never need to build a mold to make pump jacks. Hold on, I'll make a mold with 50 tank assemblers. Good luck trying to feed those at the rate they need to be fed. We can actually see that now in Factorio 2.0. This thing can eat up 5 iron and 1.25 steel a second, times 50, that's 250 iron a second. 250 iron a second, that's like 17 bells of iron or so. 17 compressed yellow bells of iron, and then I guess 4 compressed yellow bells of steel. Good luck making that in the early game. These are still going. We need to put more pipes and gears, which I already have, so let's do that. Alright, that's half of the pump jacks. That's good enough for now. There were like 23 spots below there. So we're gonna grab only 23. We decided on I think this amount, 400 and 120 for storage. So we got 480 left. We do need a whole bunch of pipes and underground pipes. I do not have a pipe mall. I do have a lot of pipes still. If I make 10 more pipes, I have 3200. So if I take 1600 iron, I can just make those into undergrounds by hand, I suppose. It's going to be quite easy. I have 3100 pipes. Alright, we'll make 100 pipes by hand as well. There we go. That should do. And we'll just make some new pipes in here. All the pump jacks we need for the entire game, and probably more than that. Pipes is something I should probably automate at some point. Although I can just... I don't need that many pipes. Especially not straight pipes. We need mostly undergrounds. But I could still like... Yeah, let's do like 3200. We're gonna be deconstructing pipes all over the map still, eventually. Alright, so what else do we need for our oil adventure? We have pump jacks, we have pipes, we have the... we need electric pumps. Those are a problem. Those need engine units. And engine units need steel gears and pipes as well. What else do we need engines for in the early game? For nothing. For nothing ever, basically. Until we start making trains, if ever. Car, yeah, right. Even if I could get it on this specific world with my specific layout, the car is not really gonna help that much. Alright, so we just need a couple pumps. We do need a lot of pumps, probably more than usual, because the distances are pretty great. Let's make... Oh, let's make... We don't need that many engines, really. Let's just make 500 engines. We'll make 1000 engines, just in case we need them for something else. We can make some trains or something later. 1000 engines, 1000 steel, 1000 gears, and 2000 pipes. Okay, so we do need more pipes. More pipes. Okay, let's just refill that once more. For the actual pipe stuff. We need 2000 pipes. We need 1000 gears and 1000 steel. I have to do halves. Ah, no, it was correct. Yeah, it was correct. Alright, engine is very slow, 8 seconds per engine. But once we got like a stack of pumps, once like 2 or 3 engines complete, we can start making pumps. We'll make pumps by hand, I think. Pumps require the engines with more steel and more pipes. We should get quite a ways with 200 of those, I feel. Undergrounds are done. Steel, right? Steel and engines, yeah, and then 200 engines. Okay, we got 60 already. Right, we also need a lot of power lines. Let's keep those. Okay, let's stop that. I'll just put it in here for now. I want we cannot take absolutely everything. We need to make some choices. So let's no assemblers. We don't need much miners. We just take a stack. You know what? Let's just put like surplus inventory in here. I want to take a little bit of everything, but not a lot. In case we need to handcraft something. And then we have a lot of space to take the stuff we actually need. Okay, oh, that's exactly our 200 engines, I think. So if I do this, I should be able to craft 200 pumps exactly. We can just handcraft that, that's fine. And then for the rest we want our pump jacks, we want all the fluid tanks. We want all the underground pipes, a couple of those. We have a couple of those already. Not too many of those. I'm just gonna take one stack extra of these in case I miscounted. Half a stack. I didn't miscount. Have faith in oneself. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think we're ready. Ready to go out oiling. Go out oiling. Yeah, we have solar power since last stream. Solar power was basically the first beeline technology after we got our base up. We haven't even gotten fast inserters yet, as you can see by this mess of wildly swinging red arms. Quite a sight. I might make a point of it not to research fast inserters. I really like the added challenge of building with the long-handed inserters and being limited to the slow yellow ones for nearby situations. Alright, where am I even going? I'm going down. I think we'll first lay out the spot for the fluid tanks. Dang it, I forgot where I wanted to put those, but this will probably refresh my memory. Yeah, I think it was over here. Yeah, over here. That was the oil spot. Let's put a big oil spot on the center over here. No, that was the cliff. This was the center of the oil. And then petroleum gas somewhere over here. This chunk or this one. I think that one. We need some space for like oil. Oh, I forgot about those. And I cannot just make them because those require bricks. I want like... I don't know how many I want. One more moment back to the calculator. Alright, so let's say 900 SPM. I'm going to need to research like 1,000,000 signs or so. Okay, let's just see. How far do 10 refineries get me? If I have 10 refineries making petroleum gas with basic oil processing, 10 buildings. Okay, that's 5,400 petroleum gas a minute. We just saw we needed about 3 million. So let's say 3 million divided by 5,000. 3 million divided by 5,000. That is 600 minutes. In reality it was 2,800 divided by 5400 is, okay, like, let's say 9 to 10 hours. Let's just say 10 hours. So 10 refineries would need 10 hours of time to make all the petroleum gas needed for researching blue signs. That's probably gonna be sufficient, because if we look here, we are researching at 900 SPM, which is 54,000 signs per hour. Let's say 50,000 signs per hour. Plastics is 4 hours. Red chips is 4 hours. That's already 8 out of the 10 hours. And then this one is almost 4 hours. So that's already 12 hours of pure prerequisite technologies before we can even start researching chemical signs. So 10 refineries is probably overkill already, I would say, especially since we first plan to sidetrack to the modules and mining productivity and whatnot. Okay, 10 refineries is going to be more than fine. And the modules were less demanding than the science, so it should be fine for that as well. We need 10 refineries then. Let's do 10 refineries. I cannot make 10 refineries, that is why I don't have them yet. We need to first mine oil to get those refineries. We can prepare though. I need 150 steel and 100 stone bricks to make 10 oil refineries. That is maybe a good plan to take. I'll just take those 100 bricks. We need to go back then to grab the steel. We'll just run back quickly with the speed up mod. Not that it saves any actual time, but it kind of feels like that. So we need 150 steel on top of that. We have 100 gears already. Let's replace them. And it also was like 100 circuits. That will make us our oil refineries. We don't need any chemical plants just yet, but now we can stay out there after mining our first oil and unlocking the refinery. Get chat and chat back up. No wall building today. I don't think so. We're gonna build pipes, of course. But this time we're gonna build pipes like normal players build pipes. Like to transport oil and stuff. Well, I'm kinda warmed up pretty well to do this challenge, because my previous playthrough was the 10,000 signs per minute mega base in Factoria 1.1. So I'm quite used to seeing... Oh no, I'm walking into the cliff of that or what? There's an opening here somewhere. Yeah, there's an opening there. Almost not visible, but we can squeeze through here. Where am I going again? Oh, it looks like we're going to go to the oil first, because our storage location is over here. We already surpassed that. That's fine as well. Maybe even better. Is this the power line for the raiders or the power line for the base? It's the power line for the base. That's good news, because our oil is right here. I think this is the power line for the raiders. Yeah, it's for the raiders. So we can take power from close by. Hydrate, right. I think it's probably a bad idea to pour the coffee. I can just drink from the thermo cup. Probably better, then it won't get cold. I already passed the oil. It's hidden in the forest somewhere. I think it's over here. I see some black fumes coming from the ground. Yeah, we're right on top of it. Alright, let's switch off the expansion chunks again. We don't need them. This is going to be fun. I want to keep as many of the trees around as I possibly can. We are far enough away from the biters to not really worry about pollution reaching them, I think, no matter if we have efficiency modules or not. But let's see. I think I'm just first going to like ghost place them, because then the green things light up where the oil should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there were like 13 here. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's one more there. Right, that's 13. Now we just have to like build and connect that. That's going to be fun. So first just chop all the trees which are actually in the way. Where's all the crosses there? Now we just have to connect all of them while chopping the minimum amount of trees. Actually, Factorio 2.0 is also a bit better for that because it shows like the pipe network connected to everything. Another tree has to go here. Like it shows you the lines through the forest when you hover over a pipe. So you can see that stuff is connected. That was not the case in the olden days. Oh, I still remember the Ultimate Dead World Challenge. Trying to lay oil in the forest. That was pretty horrible. Oh, that's easily connected there. These trees have no leaves, so they don't do anything. I think we just go to the front here. Doesn't really matter how it's connected. As long as it's connected, these two still need to be connected to each other. There we go. Oh god, now we get to the fun part. Unfortunately it's night as well, so we can see absolutely nothing. Good luck, Future Mike, trying to find these again. Kinda helps that that they are blinking with the power lights, but that's not going to be the case for long. All right. That connects. We'll just connect it in a loop. Okay, I think there's still one pump jack not connected up here. That looks okay. We'll just pump it out from here. That's the master extraction point, I suppose. And it has to go to over here. Okay, we are still good on the landfill. I want to make a nice graph for the oil, which starts and then just doesn't stop anymore. So I'm going to build the the pump jacks first. Sorry, the storage tanks first. Okay, we've got another oh no, that one is connected. And a nice circular power network powering everything. One more southeast, west. And that was probably that one. Perfect circle. If you zoom out far enough, it becomes a single pixel. That's per definition a perfect circle, even though it's square. Right, so we gotta bring it over there. How are we gonna pump that? I don't think it really matters here. Everything is gonna be red here. There's so many biter bases. Our belts go across here already. We might need some pump jacks, so we can go 10 chunks. That's 320 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can we do something funny with these guys? Maybe we can. Okay, I should bring it out a bit lower then. We can bring the oil in here. We can actually place a pump in there. In the biter base. Is that being too funny? That might be being too funny. We don't need a pump, we can just connect it with undergrounds. That's dangerous deconstructing stuff here. Is this the horizontal? No, we are a little bit off. Yeah, we're coming in on the gun turret. That is not great. I'd rather come in than not on the gun turret. Oh, we could skip that one. Just go through this one instead. Okay, I'm still here, so I can do that. Okay, we just have to adjust to come in from this side. Okay, basically all we gotta do is change the direction of the pump to up, and we're good. Okay, we're gonna come back to power that later. I want the oil graph to be perfect. So the oil is gonna flow through the biter base blockers. This is going to be part of the system. And then we can extract the oil again from this pipe over here. I think from this point we're just going to go up to the power network. We have actually a belt space available here. We can go here. Let's put in another pump here. We are only 102 units from 320 so far. Okay, that pump would not be powered. We'll do it later. Okay, everything is connected. We gotta go to about here. And then just go up. Any day now will probably exceed the pipe length. 246. How is it 246? Okay, I think we'll first build the reservoir and then see how we connect it. I hate changing the biter oil. Because like, they're just gonna attack me once I'm done anyways. They're gonna be a well-oiled machine once they get out. That is for sure. Okay, I have to do my... So 15 minutes before we are idle in terms of labs. I think there was one tile from the edge. Yeah, chunks of 32, so that should be 30. That should be good. 2, 3, 4. This will reroute at some point. And I will have 4 of those giant things. And we'll see if that's enough. If it's not enough, we'll double it. If that's not enough, then I hope that's gonna be enough. Okay, so it's gonna come in here. It would be nice if it could come in one of those like extensions here, like right here perhaps. Where would that be? Here. Go up from this point. I think pipes can go 320. They used to be able to go not so far. I think the old limit was 200, but they changed it to 320. You can see it in the mouse over. Currently we are 272 of 320 tiles out. And if I put one extra on there, it's 273. I think we can make it without extra pumps then. 294. And that's why we bring our actual inventory, so we can make some small modifications. 3 is as good as that. How's the vertical? 294. I think the vertical is still good. We might actually still need a pump because of the vertical aspect. Still 294. Still 294. Okay, we're gonna make it. 294. Yeah, we're gonna make it. 94. Who puts a radar here when there needs to be a pipe? Still 294. 295, alright. That's actually funny. That means if I place all of these, I can have oil in this pipe, but if I connect it, the oil will just refuse to go into the tanks because now it's too long. We are exactly on the limit here. But with the pump it should be good, right? Alright, now we just let's build the first one. I just wish like Factorio did so many things with belts and smart belt building. I just wish the storage tanks flipped automatically once you placed one. That would really help and just drag building them like this, but now it is awkward no matter how you do it. I can maybe just slide and press R. It's a little bit unreliable though. Probably misrotate a couple. Yeah, some are not rotated right. Yeah, we can see it. If a tank does not fill up with oil, just need to rotate it. Let me know if you have good tricks for placing storage tanks. Because whatever I try, I just struggle with those things. Every single time. Looks okay. How about some stretch and hydrate? Yeah, that's a good plan. I'll start the oil. We'll start the oil, we come back here and we can enjoy the oil filling into the reservoir. I have a good trick that you try to use bots. How do you get... There's a chicken and egg situation there, but in this case we definitely know what comes first. How do you get to bots without building oil? That's not my question to you. Yeah, some seemed wrong, but rather than just pinch my eyes at it, we're just gonna... we can do the power lines through the biter base as well. Right on the right side next to the bomb jack here. Maybe... Oh, that's a good tip actually. We're gonna try that. Like making a blueprint and then just indeed trying to override the rotation just like you can with inserters. I knew about the inserters, but I didn't think yet to apply it to these things. Don't worry, biters. Just passing through with my power line. And again, radar line, so I gotta avoid that one. Alright. Save for editing, Mike. First oil. Should have made some save at the reservoirs as well, but oh well. Here we go. That should be it. We should automatically research oil gathering now. Within a second or so. We don't need to mine 1,000 times the oil compared to normal. We just need to mine some oil. And then we can select the plastics. Here we go. 104 hours and 4 minutes, and if I didn't blabber so much, 4 seconds. Something went wrong with the power. Something went wrong with the power. Thanks. $104 hours, 4 minutes, and if I didn't make so many mistakes, which had to be corrected by people like Odium in chat, 4 seconds. But here we go. That is oil. And an achievement, research oil processing, eco-1 friendly. Alright. Let's run over to the reservoirs and see how it looks. How much oil are we producing? Starting at 17k a minute. Okay, I do have the starting amounts noted, so we're already down 1%. It started at 2801, we're now down to 2800. So that's gonna fall. The minimum value is a fifth of the starting value, or 20% per spot, whatever is higher. Okay, let's speed up a bit. Alright, now we can clearly see which tanks are all. Let's see if indeed the blueprint forcing works. Maybe I can just control shift click. Yes, okay, that works. So, okay. That's a great trick. We're gonna use that to place the rest of them. We'll just drag those into place, then copy paste this and force rotate all of the tanks at the same time. Thanks. That was a great tip, man. I knew it worked on inserters, but we can apply it to storage tanks as well. That is nice. I'm gonna save here. First oil. Editing mic has bad luck. This already will be looking like this then. And all the tanks have the same amount in there. It is just basically one giant tank, including the pipes and whatnot. 280 oil a second as a starter. You just super force blueprint, control shift click with a blueprint or something copy pasted in your hand, and you can force rotate entities like you can pre-place inserters or apparently storage tanks without rotating them, and then just super force place the blueprint with control shift click, and if the entity is there but rotated the wrong way, it will be rotated as it is in the blueprint. We used that earlier on these on the lab area all the way back when we built it. I'm sure glad we can use it on these things as well, because I gotta build at least 4 more squares of those 100 tank combinations. Alright, that's the hydrate and the stretching. You will have an issue with flow-through pump as they are limited by 1200. No, I don't think so. Uh, 1200 units per second is quite a lot still, in terms of oil. Of course we're building like mega base. You know what? Yeah, it might be actually for red chips or something. Let's have a quick look. Since we aren't getting sidetracked enough this stream. We'll go back to Blue Signs 900 SPM. Per minute, we'll set it to second per second. Because the flow rate is 12,000 per second. Yeah, okay. No, we won't get into trouble at all. It appears. We need 450 a second for plastics. 3 belts of plastics, 450 petroleum gas a second. And in total with the sulfur it's 560. So we could do the full 1800 SPM. And we still would not reach the 1200 per second flow limit of a single pump. At least for oil and for petroleum gas. Looks like for water we do at the advanced oil processing stage. But that is different sources. This already goes to sulfur. Yeah, we'll have to see. The offshore pump capability is also limited to 1200 a second. So if we just give everything its own water line, we should be good. So we don't really need to think about pipe throughput limits. Okay, back at the game. Let's not waste the time. And let's see how this quick building works. Oh, that's gonna be great. Now we can just do this then. Okay, there are some power lines in the way. Oh, that is great. I suppose the power lines can stay in the way for now. We can just do this. And if I press shift, you see the red ones. The red ones are misaligned, but if I also press control, they turn green. And if I then click, they will rotate. And now everything is exactly as it is, as it should be. So now if I connect this, I don't know what the mouse did just there, but if I connect this, all of them should get oil at exactly the same time. It should be instant transfer, 480 per tank. There should be 250 per tank about when I connect it instantly. 250 per tank, alright. Yeah, and it works. Okay, then we'll just place the other ones. Suppose we can reroute the power line as well then. I guess eventually we're gonna get rid of it. I think it is just functioning to power this radar over here. So. Alright, let's easily place the rest of it then. Just like placing the solar panels all over again, except this time it's storage tanks. And it's only 400 of them instead of 3000. Okay, so I can actually do this. Okay, so this is now connected, so no matter how I rotate, how all of these are rotated, it should not matter in the end, after I super force place the blueprint. Chat doen dus ook. Why do you do so much storage? Because it'll take like I don't know, 10 hours before we can do anything with the oil. Maybe a little bit less, like somewhere between 8 to 10 hours before we can actually like start turning the oil into the red chips. And I do want the pump jacks to keep producing. They'll slow down over time and they'll eventually reach an infinite minimum production capacity. And I want to get them there, and then I want to prioritize the minimum oil over all the other oil, which makes the rest of the oil drain slower than it should. Alright, we'll just connect this. That's the nice thing about fluid system in 2.0. You can just connect it through a flimsy pipe and it will instantly be transmitted to everything else. Let's first do it on this side. Plop. That's oil. Plop. That's oil. Pretty cool. Okay, how much oil are we producing again? It was not too much, right? We can maybe already see the decline. No, not quite yet. 17k a minute. We're gonna do another source over here. 1500%. This was... Okay, that's another 1/3 on top of that. 17, that's like 25, like 1 storage tank a minute. Those two combined will do about 1 storage tank a minute. We have 400 storage tank, which means 400 minutes of production can go in here. That's like 6 to 7 hours of production, but of course it's going to be even more because we're going to be producing less and less oil as time goes on. Just the scouting. Okay, this can pretty much go straight. All the way straight. It's probably not exactly straight. Can it go here? No, water is in the way. Can it go on this or this one? Let's follow the bottom one. Yes, it can go here. The top one. Looks like we can do it right here. Where is the oil? The oil is there. So the oil has got to come out on this horizontal. And then it can just go all the way straight. Right into here. Alright, then we'll do that. It's even the right network, so we can do that. We almost have landfill. Oh yeah. 99%. Let's queue up towards red chips because we can now. Red chips. Then very likely first modules. We could go mining productivity, but I think it's gonna be modules. It's gotta be modules. Efficiency module and productivity. Speed we don't really need yet. Probably after that it's time for... I'm just gonna put it in there. Probably first mining productivity after that, and then likely quality module, I think. 500,000 science packs though, that is like... what? That's like 10 hours of research right there to get quality module. 5 hours for mining productivity. It could be 10 hours as well, if we don't double the labs, because this is 60 seconds per science pack. So those two technologies are 15 to 20 hours combined, just mining productivity and quality module. We're gonna get into the big ones now. Advanced oil processing needs blue signs. So we cannot quite get that yet. The sun is on my screen. Finally, it's sunny out there and I'm closing the curtains. It has been like cloudy for most of the last month. So advanced oil processing also requires red chips, which we are going to. It requires sulfur, which we skip for now. And then after chemical science pack we can research advanced oil processing. But we just calculated we need 120 storage tanks full of petroleum gas just to make the chemical science packs to unlock advanced oil processing. So we're gonna fill those up as well. Let's see how far we can get. I don't think we can get this distance on a single length pipe. Right there is landfill. An underwater pipe. These are underground pipes. This is pipe to water or through water. Hopefully. I forgot you can just drag pipelines through stuff as well and it will automatically get placed. 304. Yeah, we're not gonna make it. This is the radar line though. We need the other one. We need this one. Suppose we'll just place a pump here then. That is already powered. This is the base network. 246 and 56. Okay, that should probably do it. Maybe not quite yet. How far is that? Up to here. Yeah, it's a little bit longer. Okay, we'll try. We'll try to make it in one go. Quality modules at 500 science, they are not like stupid expensive in a normal game. But yeah, times 1000, man. Okay, we're almost there. 246, so yeah, we're gonna make it to that pump. We have another nice forested oil source right here. We can switch off expansion chunks again. I don't know, I think no, I will have 23 pump jacks and that's it for the foreseeable future. 10 spots here, if I remember correctly. 4. Oh god. We got the radar pipeline going through here. Okay, we no longer need that radar. And also we don't need these pipes. Okay, we're gonna do the pipe grenading thing here. We're gonna save the forest by grenading the pipes. This eventually has to go anyway. Yeah, good luck with that, Mike. I really didn't think ahead very much. That's good enough for the oil sources. See if we can like make a grenadable patch. Right, let's try this. One over there. Save the forest, use grenades. There's no way. Alright, that's probably enough already. We don't need to deconstruct that. Now we just wait for the trees to heal. The pipes will stay damaged. 65 out of 100 hit points. The trees were at 15 out of 50. They're already healed back up to 20. We have plenty of work to do with setting up the oil anyway, so we should have some time to get that done. To get the pipes out of there without either deconstructing or grenading the trees, or like exploding the actual trees. And now I'm going to be chopping trees to get these power lines out of here. Just watch me. That power line is going to get blown up as well, so that's fine. We're just going to put the radar here for now. Okay, there's oil as well. Looks like we're going to put the radar here for now. Okay, we can place this like this. What? What? Why can I place the pump jack if I cannot place the pipe? On the ground? Yes, like this, in this orientation. And then I can rotate. What? That is weird. Alright. So you can place the pump jack. I cannot place a pipe. I cannot place an underground pipe. Except if I put it in this orientation. That's the only orientation in which it will fit. And then I can just rotate it, and then it will fit. Let's see if it actually works as well. That's some weird mechanics going on there. One here. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The other one is in the danger zone. 10. Debug few collisions on underground pipe. Okay, the underground pipe collision box is actually a rectangle, and that rectangle rotates according to but how can we place this one then? It's exactly overlapping or what? I think it's exactly over. No, there's like a tiny bit of space here. I think that's why we can place the pump jack. Okay, but that makes sense. But now these collision things overlap. So they should not be able to exist in the same space, but they can anyway. The trees have got tinier collision hitboxes as well, which makes them much easier to walk through. Except for these dead ones, they have giant collision boxes. But that is fairly annoying. I suppose in real life it's also a lot more difficult to walk across dead trees than it is to walk across alive trees. So yeah, I suppose that is true. 40 hit points. The grenades or the trees are already capable of surviving. A second shot. 6 hit points remaining. Four hit points remaining. Everything is fine. A couple of minutes and then we can throw the last one. 300 unit pipe length. I didn't know the hitboxes, the collision hitbox was like that. That's funny. Oh, looks like we're doing underground here. Let's see those stumps. I gotta wait placing those and those, because there I still have to throw some grenades. Why cannot I place this one then though? Thought it had the same hit, the same collision box. I know it's offset. Alright, they're offset. I see. So just rotate that. Can I then quick replace it? I cannot quick replace it with a pipe. Alright. Again? Can I do this again? No. There we go then. That's the weird one. Okay, we gotta wait a bit. The trees won't survive just yet. 17 hit points. Suppose we do have to get the power lines up as well. And everything has to flow into the pump eventually. This also has to still be connected to each other. Something like so. Why worry about working around rocks? No, yeah, that is just for fun. That's just because it technically cannot be placed, so then I naturally want to place it anyway. Alright, we just gotta wait for those trees. Let's place another circle of power lines. Where's power gonna come from? From the coal mine. Just go straight. Through the copper mine or something. Okay, that we can do already. We'll deconstruct that one tree. Right, we have to wait before going further on that direction. Come on, trees. Heal up already. 32 hit points. Almost ready. 34. They need to be at 35 and a bit. Let's go 36. 36 and we can throw it. No, we should be good to throw it on 35. Oil source 2. They should have 0 hit points remaining. There we go. Yeah, 1 hit point remaining then, I suppose. 34. Heal. Heal, 35, alright. Also at 1 HP. And then the last one. These are at 34. 35, let's go. All pipes gone, except a couple which we'll just try to manually remove. All crosses gone. No more pipes left to undeconstruct. Rip bottom... Oh, yeah, rip bottom trees. Wait, what? They were at 35. Okay, that we gotta redo that. We cannot do that. We cannot invest all the time and then destroy the trees anyway. 1. 33. Maybe that one which I moused over was hit by... I didn't even see that happened. Don't know how I did not see that, but I didn't. 35. I'm gonna wait to 36 then. Like 10 seconds per hit point or something. 36, there we go. Check, check, double check. It's about as large of an explosion radius as I could do. 35. How did I miss that all those trees suddenly disappeared? 36. There we go, now they survived. That is how it should look like. Okay, there's some pipes here, but that's fine. Now we just gotta get rid of the pipes over here. Those trees have to get chopped anyway. They're in the way for the pump jack. Save the trees. I guess I have the save right here for future Mike. I saved the forest by grenading the trees. And there are no more pipes left to undeconstruct. Yeah, all of them are gone. So we didn't save absolutely everything, but we did save most of them. I think we get rid of the rocks here. The rocks don't heal. So they will have annoying hit bars all the time. Am I even going to connect this though? Alright, that should be connected as well. That means oil source 2, it's a go. And that should immediately start pumping into the reservoir as well. Saving to shaving. We might have removed a couple leaves, but those grow back. Missing power on tree pump jack. Right, I gotta complete the loop. The circle is half round. Oh yeah, we just gotta go up to that one. And we should be good. Oil source 2. There we go. Is everything pumping? Appears so. Is everything pumping on the other one? Appears so as well. That means we have 23 active pump jacks. And we are producing how much oil right now? We went from 17 to 16k. You can see it already goes down a bit. Over 10 hours, this is how steep it is. So, but now we go up again. To 27k a minute. Alright, so that gives us 6 hours to fill the oil tank. So 110.5 hours. But yeah, oil production is going to go down naturally over those 6 hours by a lot. Let's already check. 2800 oil down to 2734. That's already 3% decline. Over how much time? That's not a lot of time, I don't think. Over like 20 minutes. 3% decline over 20... Yeah, barely 20 minutes. Alright, so it might go down a bit faster than I envision. I don't know when exactly we'll reach minimum production yield, but... yeah, we'll see that because the oil production graph will flatline. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be building all the Blue Science infrastructure before red chips. It sounds hard, but that is another milestone. We are producing a full storage tank of oil every minute. And we can build our 10 refineries now, for which we took the resources. So we also gotta build the refineries. I think we were doing that over here in this chunk. It's nice to do that close by a water source as well, so it's not such a bad spot for it. Ten refineries, that is like 60 pollution a minute. About, yeah, it's like 2 boilers worth of pollution. I think we're gonna survive even though it's quite far out here. Still pretty far away. Right, so this thing is gonna go on here. But we're gonna give it some extra ears. And this is the exact amount, or this is like the amount of oil we need to research advanced oil processing. So what I can do then is I can let these tanks fill up. When we start researching advanced oil processing, I'll just disconnect the oil refineries, which we are about to build. And then this will just be drawn empty. And when it's almost completely empty, we will trigger advanced oil processing. And then we can rebuild for advanced oil processing, which is more than twice as efficient with our oil as basic oil processing is. Okay, so let me just copy paste this entire thing so I can force it into existence. A well-aimed grenade or two gets rid of everything. So there's a good amount of tanks to have then, because no matter how you approach it or how much oil you will be using before you switch to advanced oil processing, you will need right about exactly this amount of petroleum gas to research advanced oil processing. So we'll have to fill up all these tanks with we have to produce all of these tanks worth of petroleum gas with basic oil processing anyway. Let's just do the switch it around trick again. Are you ready? From from red to green to blue. There we go. Nice. That's a very nice trick. Alright, so it's gonna be temporary, so I'm not going to sweat too hard about how I'm going to connect this. Maybe it's nice if this goes in here, this can come out here. Does that seem like a good, okay line? Might be. We can build it right here. Can we still walk next to it? No, we cannot, but kinda looks... How does it look? It looks so weird. Yeah, let's do it like this. Can I fit 10 of those? 3, 6, 9, 10. I can. But it also exactly lines up at the water there. Oh, that's funny. Before when I pipette tooled on the water, I got a offshore pump, but now I get landfill because I researched the landfill technology. I'm not gonna be advanced oil processing this stuff anyway, so yeah, I'm just gonna... We can walk past this. We cannot walk past this? Really? Alright, then it goes on the cliff edge. At least the cliff edge looks like you cannot pass it. So I won't attempt that. Let's make it look as cursed as possible then. We do not need any pumps right here. Only on the actual reservoir. Oh wait, I didn't actually look at chunks, but all of this is actually red anyway, I think. We've got our belts here. Our reservoirs up here. So, yeah, this is already like... This land is already worthless. Kinda just assuming that, but I should check that, definitely. Okay, I can... Underground pipes have no hitbox. At least I think so. Collision rectangles. They do. They do. Strange. But they don't interfere with the player hitbox, not like normal pipes do. I noticed before you could just walk straight through them, so I was wondering about that. Looks like the collision rectangles can have an extra flag set to actually not collide. Again, what? Again? So weird. We're gonna be chopping those anyway. Talking about curseness, there has been too little of that. Heck no. Just at the end of last stream, I built the wall against flying biters. Does that not count? Now we've got all these weird pipes which cannot be placed but then can be rotated into position. I forgot to take power lines completely. I did take 100 copper so I can make a bunch, but let's make them smarter. No, I did not forget it. Am I exactly out of power lines? That's crazy. Where's power gonna come from? Does not really matter. This goes to a raider. We need to draw it from below here. It will also just drag that up the cliff like so. Let's bring the oil over. Maybe we can align it with this actually. There were power lines in my inventory. Wait, what? Look at this, more curseness. I close my inventory and 2 pipes will pop into existence. And again. Somehow they popped into existence in the wrong place though. What the heck? So now it's connected. We pump out the oil here again. I had 33. That must be true because I have more than 200 now. Alright. Before I switch on power, I'm also going to build the output. Does that align with something? Oh, this aligns with this. Okay, that is good enough for me. It's not necessary to pump it in, but I think I'm just going to keep that habit from Factorio 1.1 to pump stuff in and out of reservoirs. Alright. So as soon as I place this power line, I can connect it from the map view instead. Save for future mic. Pad gas. 120 tanks for hard oil requirement. So if I connect this all should start filling up pretty soon. Let's go oil processing. There we go. We are producing petroleum gas. Now I wonder, are we eating up oil faster than we are producing it? This takes 20 oil a second and turns it into 9 petroleum gas a second. So we are producing 90 petroleum gas a second. 9 times 6. This is 5,000 petroleum gas per minute. So that's gonna be about 8 hours or so to fill this up. We already calculated that. Now we calculated it a different way. Okay, two different napkin mats amounting to the same result inspires confidence in both of them being correct, I suppose. Right. That's part 1 of the stream. Title, done, oil processing. Now we just gotta do something with it. It looks like signs per minute is dropping again. Let's see what the cause of that is. Curse. We are not putting iron gears on the belt for. I'm just emptying my entire mall of iron gears apparently. This is not how it should be. This is a stopgap. The stopgap is already not keeping up anymore. But the main issue is obviously the iron. We are not producing enough iron. We're also not producing enough copper, but copper is already being stopped gapped from over here. What is this iron doing? This iron is basically producing gears. We can use this to stop gap into here as well. I suppose we could do that. To get science per minute back up to 900 again. Alright, night oil shot. Night oil shot, always nice. Night oil. Alright, what's next? Is next actually fixing science, or is next just another stopgap for science? I think we can go back to the base. We don't have anything left to do for oil, I don't think. Maybe I should connect some more oil. I could connect this one as well, but I don't really think that's worth it right now. This will go down to like 60% in the end. Long pipeline. This was already long enough, actually. I don't think I'll try to expand that. For a while, we could try start pumping those, but you know, I have a lot of oil. I have lost some of it though. I have a lot of oil. I think we're gonna be good on the oil front. I just want to not build like 70 oil refineries to do 900 SPM just for advanced oil processing and then rebuild it. So that is good. We can also use that stash for modules. 2k of 25k. So this is actually filling up quite quickly. But now, of course, we're also going to be consuming oil. So if we look at 1 minute, we are consuming 12k oil a minute, producing 26k. So net intake is 14k. Net intake is going to drop. Yeah, okay. We don't have to worry about this filling up anytime soon. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, landfill production. I think we're gonna start mining the stone patches at our home base so we can eventually delete those. So let's first stop gap signs, then we'll set up landfill. And after that I might just go walk around. It's gonna take like another 7 hours or so before we have access to advanced chips. I'm not really sure if I should set up a blue science amount of red chips or if I should just like quickly craft my way into some efficiency modules. For now I'm still fighting against the science space, so I don't really think I should try to improve science per minute as a whole. What's power now? Power is 110 megawatts still. Let's first offload some of the stuff again. Pump jacks. We'll keep some pumps on us. Underground pipes, we keep a stack. We keep a stack of pipes. We'll repair those 4 pipes eventually and those 25 walls. Power lines, I forgot those, but now I have them again. Yeah, let's just stop gap. Let's just stop gap sides and then we'll take some miners if I still have them. Right, we have more damaged stuff. So we basically just connect this one into here, into both of those. Put input priority on the belt where it should be coming from for both of them. Not fix, stop gap, red signs. And as long as we're producing a belt of iron here, this other belt should be able to stop gap the situation. Either by doing this, we can stop doing this then. On the other hand, then this will just grab most of the iron, so I think we'll continue doing this. The gears on the belt should have priority over these gears. So eventually this should fill back up again. Alright, it is working. We are getting compressed belts of iron again, so this should shortly go back up to 900 SPM. Until this stopgap solution runs out as well. We're gonna grab miners. We're gonna make miners. Because, no, we still have enough miners for those couple patches. We need steel chests, we need assemblers, some inserters, some more inserters. Not that many. I don't know, I think we have enough power lines. Belts, yeah, I think we're good. We have landfill available now. And I want to start mining that sooner rather than later. 200k... this is a starter patch, it's quite big. That was a starter patch. These are all like random small patches which happen to spawn nearby. Kind of a curious amount of stone. Tiny one here, 500,000, 500,000. That one is in our shiny green chunks zone, so we'll ignore that one. But we can mine these 4 patches and hopefully that will be fast. We are working towards efficiency models now, yeah. We no longer need to deal with any biter nests ever again. Hopefully. If we do, then something is wrong. I like to find the highest spot, and then place 4 miners back to back. 75, 78, 73, 67. Yeah, that looks good. That means most of them are on the highest center. 64. I think that is the best I can do. Then we'll just extend the rest from there. Could mine straight into assemblers to start off, actually. Save on the inserters. I would not be mining this little bit though. It's 4k. That's probably quickly mined away. No, let's just go full miner. I want to mine as fast as possible. I'm even gonna use my old system with the annoying to build underground belts. I don't know which line is my network, and this is the... both of this is my... okay, both of this is my base power line, so it doesn't really matter. This produces half a resource a second. This inserter grabs slightly over 1 resource a second. So to insert all this stone I need 8 inserters. A single machine is gonna be good enough. I think we'll do 2 though. Put it in a splitter. So 8 inserters should be fast enough to pick up all the stone. Make it into landfill. Landfill now costs a whopping 50 stone a pop, which is quite expensive. And then this entire patch, 200k. 1k is 20 landfill. So 4,000 landfill out of this entire patch. Something like that. Maybe am I right? 4,000 out of 200k. I feel like maybe I am missing something here. But that means this chest will only fill up halfway before being completely done. Landfill mines. Okay, we have a lot of safe now. Landfill mine 1. Let's watch it a little bit just to verify if the inserters can actually keep up. Yeah, about 4,000. Alright. Thought I was maybe making like some wrong way mistake. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, I don't have fast inserters yet. They were too expensive in the early game. I could get them now. I mean, they're 30k. 30k is not much anymore. Especially not for only red signs. But it does take a bunch of time, and I kind of like the challenge of building with the long-handed ones for now. It looks like that was long enough of an experiment. Maybe we can just copy this. Maybe it's usable on any of the other mines. That's one of the smaller patches, so should do as well. We can get rid of this coal mine eventually as well. Okay, we've got our coal belt going over this one. Let's first go to the home stone patch. This is the radar line, so we have to move that out of the way. Right, this does not fit as nice on there. Thanks Yuzuria for the raid. I can still just paste this and cut off this part for now. Alright, it will fit if I simply just move one of those out of the way. And we don't need to chop this tree even. Every tree is sacred in this run. Hello. I suppose it's gonna be like this then. Yeah, this mining setup is horrible. It is I like it though. For normal games I like it, but not when I need to build like dozens and dozens of mining stacks by hand. Usually I try to avoid... I build the first iron outpost by hand, and after that I have bots usually. But that is not going to be the case in this playthrough. This is going to be hand building only. Saw your 1000 times science. Had to see how it's coming along on YouTube. Alright, what are you playing at the moment yourself? Yeah, first episode turned out quite nicely. I quite like how it turned out. Okay, we need more long-handed inserters here though. We got more miners. Let's say 24. We need 12 long-handed inserters for this one. So that means the bells will have to go around. Or I'll just fit in 12 like so. Should still work. That should be able to keep up. And also this patch is like less than 200k, so it easily will fit in 2 chests. For everybody interested in doing 1000 times science costs for themselves, don't do it this way. Don't do it the hands clean way. It's horrible. If you're on a limited time schedule. Just do it on peaceful mode and optionally even increase the ore patches a bit, because building and rebuilding miners is the most annoying part, I would say. Building the giant infrastructure is the nice part. So if you do a peaceful world with like richer resources, you spend less time rebuilding miners and rerouting resources and more time like building production. You can always build more production. There's no limit to how much you can build. I'm artificially limiting myself to like 900 SPM because I have so much other things to do, but you don't need to do that. Alright, 1 second again. I'm in enough pain from Piranodons. Yeah, I believe that. 1000 times science feels like you want to lower the evolution rate, if not peaceful. Yeah, probably, because if you don't, you need to do these weird kind of strategies. Not to the extent I did it, but still. Right, that should be Landfill Mine 2. Professional video makers would make another save game for their future editing selves. So let's pretend we are one. There we go. Let's see if this keeps up as well. This should be some wildly flinging arms again. Can I get off the belt? Right, so the last ones are necessary. Let's watch if it doesn't back up. Takes a bit of time for the ore from the last ones to get to the front. And so far so good. Like, should I wire these up together and see how much landfill I've produced? I don't think I need to. I can just do this, right? And I see I have already produced 76 landfill. 77. Huzzah! Alright. Then the two bigger patches. Gotta reroute this coal here. Okay, there's no stone in the second lane. The closest buy stone is here. Can I take all the stone? I don't think I can. I need logistics 2 to take all the stone, or what? No, I can take all the stone. I only need one miner there. How does that line up though? It lines up okay. I would rather fit more miners on this patch though. 148k in the center. Yeah, that's pretty poorly aligned. Maybe even one more to the... Right now this one is 140k. That's pretty good. That's the lowest amount under a single miner I saw so far, so we're gonna keep it like that. And I think we'll just route the coal belts around. Potentially I could do this and just keep the coal belts going straight. These miners will run out before the other ones run out anyway. But we'll still grab everything. Yeah, I think we'll do that then. And that is 22 miners. So I suppose we'll be using the same setup like this one. Centered on this one. Actually, this patch is larger. 500,000. That means we get 10,000 landfill out of here. We're gonna need another chest. I have the lights on the inside then. I probably will take out the landfill at some point, but who knows, maybe not. Looks like we're drawing power down from there. It doesn't really matter how the power network looks on this one. I just gotta be careful not to connect it to the Raider power network. We gotta take the chunk borders into account. Let's switch on at least these chunk borders. I should switch on the minimap again. Why is the minimap off? Minimap is not off. Am I that blind? Apparently. Yeah, we're stockpiling the landfill to do we're missing a belt here. Stockpiling the landfill to make new biter expansion chunks on the lake in the future. But thanks to that splitter, the stone should go equally to the left or the right. So no... Well, we can reach everything from everywhere anyway, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. Should get roughly equal production on both sides. Landfill mine 3. How much landfill are we producing per minute? Probably not too much. It was 27. Missing belt. You guys see everything, man. You guys see everything. Alright, so here we have a problem. We have the expansion chunk problem. We want to keep these chunks shiny and green, which means we cannot build in this chunk up here. Which means we cannot mine all of the stone. We can do this. This miner is in the bottom chunk, and it will mine this ore still. So we have to forfeit this ore up here. But that's okay. 1.7k. We will survive that. How about here? Here we can mine everything. Okay, that means the alignment has to be just right. Also build that over there. Alright, so that should be okay. Okay, so there is... We do not need to mine that tree. Okay, that covers everything. Somehow. Except that little bit on the top there. That's just 2 trees. The rest can keep absorbing pollution. More or less. Right, so we are not updating any of these chunks. So normally when you build stuff nearby, everything around it turns red up to 2 chunks away. But it only applies when you're actually updating a chunk which is part of the enemy expansion system. Up to 7 chunks away in a circular fashion from the nearest nest. And since we are not building in those chunks, we are not updating the values in the surrounding chunks either. That's kind of an exploit, but to call it an exploit goes a bit far, as an exploit normally has applications where it's useful in some sort of way, and I can really not imagine this being useful in any situation outside of this weird challenge right now. I have to be careful to never build anything outside of this chunk though. Because then it will update, and then all of this suddenly will count towards reducing. Oh well, so be it. We use the same principle with the steam power plant, which is also built exactly on the chunk border and a little bit over it, but not enough over it for the center to be considered in one of these chunks. So all of this is still shiny and green. This is 19 miners, so that means 10 inserters should do. Might just belt it out over here. Might be a mistake. But yeah, that's a mistake. There's no space to build it. I have to go all the way around the coal belts. Sorry about that. We have to move that. Oh, and it's gone. Maybe we'll just like do it around the corner right here. Can do it a little bit different. How can the belts come out here in general? Okay, there's space. Somehow there is space to do it without undergrounds even. Okay, then we'll just grab it off of here. It's not going to be balanced production, but I suppose that's fine. On both sides of the trees. Technically we can still do balanced production. If I do this. Because the splitter is there. Yeah, okay, that's still balanced then. And this tree might be our new tree. This one still looks healthy. Compared to all the rest. Put the light behind the tree. It's gonna be too late. Let's connect power. We can go straight. There we go. No, this tree doesn't look as nice. Alright, that's a lot of stone miners working to make landfill. It's like 4 small mines, but like... we can do less long-handeds here. Let's do this then. Five should be able to keep up with 19 miners. Alright, I think that's it for the landfill production so far. I could set up some more, but... I just found out in your inventory, if you change your color and click Q on player character, you can hold an itemized version of yourself. You need to change color for that. I'll save before I just saved. How do I change my color even? I have never changed. I'm a default kind of guy. I have never even changed my color. I think you can type /color. Something like that. Alright. Change color in your inventory. Ah, like this. Then I have the pipette tool, what? Q on your player character. Oh, maybe here? Alright. Not working for me. Q in the color menu. And the color menu? No way! And then can we place that? We cannot really place that. Ah, it doesn't matter if I zoom in. Let's make him the same size. Look, this guy is the same size as me. But now he's not. Now he's a very tiny baby. Which I'm holding in my hand. And now he's a giant. Alright, that was enough fun with that, I suppose. How do you even find out that, man? That must be by accident. Why would you pipette this? That sounds like probably if you combined it with some other weird mechanic, you can crash the game like that. Yeah. We're walking over the lap tiles. It is your actual player though. Alright, I do not want to change color though, so let's reload. I suppose I still need to connect the power then. No. We'll just leave it behind the tree. Alright. That's all landfill done. Yeah, the cars also change color, that's true. You can pipette belts in the UI screen. You can pipette everything from everywhere, realistically. You can even pipette things from like inventory in the map view or something. Even stuff you haven't unlocked yet. You can pipette tools from like the Wikipedia. Even stuff like copper ore apparently. Or stompers. I cannot place them, but I can still pipette them. Right, how many stone miners do we have in total then? 23, 45, 64, 80. We start off with 80 stone miners, but yeah, one of them already has run out. 40 stone a second, that is less than 1 landfill a second. If we produce like 50 landfill a minute, which we don't, which we might actually, we might get up to 50 right now. Let's say 40 landfill a minute after some miners run out. The center ones are gonna mine for a long time. We need to do our trick. 124 landfill per chunk. Technically 103, but I think I'm just gonna place squares. So that's 3 minutes to make 1 chunk, but then the bad news is for every 8 chunks we need 1 chunk which is full land. There's 1000 landfill. So that one is gonna take 25 minutes. So to do 9 tiles, 25 minutes by... and then 3 minutes by 8. It's 24. About an hour to make 9 chunks. About an hour to make 9 shiny green expansion chunks on the lake. I'm gonna write that down. Also, this can go. This can go. So 1 hour per 9 chunk block for landfill on the water. There is that even. We started at 105 hours 15. So let's later see if we have approximately that amount then. Alright. What's next? Do we still have 900 SPM? Maybe. What's the problem? Is there a problem? Copper. We've got a copper problem. Why do we have a copper problem? We are supplementing copper from here with priority input. We should never have a copper problem. Or do we have a copper problem on the... Ah wait, yeah, we can have a copper problem. Because we have 1 belt of copper which also supplements green signs, not only for red signs. So the cracks are starting to show. We only got like 100k copper left and 3k over there. Got some iron there as well. Alright, this has backfilled again, so we are stashing up the iron again. That's good. I think we're gonna just accept that science per minute is gonna drop a little bit. I think in the meantime we're gonna be preparing for... we need to know what's going on in the world. And right now we only know what's going on inside of our borders. I want to know how the resources are faring. The ones we protected in the early game. So basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a whole bunch of raiders and grab another bunch of solar panels, and we're just gonna explore around. We're also gonna take some more expansion denying stuff in case we need it. Yeah, instead of making these raiders, which are actually on a very inconvenient power network, which has to be drawn out all over the map, we have unlocked this power of solar panels last stream. So now we can again build one solar panel, one power line, one raider, and that will give us all the vision. And it might actually generate new land as well. If we place some raiders here, it will eventually scan out this area, which might not have been generated in the background yet. I think that's going to be the next plan. All right. I just slowly walk through the labs at night. Why do you do this to yourself? That's a frequently asked question. I maybe should pin the answer to that. I know, it's not so bad. It's like a nice, calm way to play fact. It's quite bad. It's quite bad. Yeah. That's just a plain lie saying it's not bad. Alright. So what do I need? I suppose I want to put away my inventory somewhat. This is mine. All of this is mine. We don't need anything except for like some chests. Always good to have chests. Power lines. Gonna take some pipes and walls, but we'll take those separately. Repair packs. Grenades. I'm gonna make... how many raiders did I produce in total? Like 100? Eventually all my raiders should be solar power. Yeah, 100 raiders. Let's make, I don't know, 300 more raiders. Let's take some more repair packs. 300 more raiders. That requires 3k iron, 1.5k gears and 1.5k circuits. I'm out of circuits, but I'm not really. I might be out of gears. I'm not out of gears. I might be out of iron. I'm not out of iron. We can collect some of those circuits by the Johnnies. Yeah, let's just grab whatever we can. We also need solar panels. If I'm gonna make 300 raiders, we're gonna want 400 solar panels because we already have 100 raiders placed in the world. Should be able to take those without the Johnnies triggering. How many did we have? 5.2k. I think we're saving up for 7k solar panels, but copper goes to science with priority. So I'm going to ask you once again to hydrate. Alright, and get up and stretch as well. I'm gonna have dinner break in a couple minutes, so I will get up and stretch pretty soon. That should be our 300 raiders. Easy handcraft. 150 seconds and they're done. More circuits. Gonna take all the solar panels with us. All the raiders, which we are gonna be crafting. Let's also take out these engines. Not sure what I'm gonna do with those yet, but they now exist. Engines you cannot handcraft, they are my nemesis. So I like to have a couple of them in stock at least. We're gonna take some pipes. And we're gonna take some walls. Would probably these first then. Okay, 2k walls, 2k pipes, radars, some power lines. Need to match that up. Okay, I think then we are kinda ready. We have a bit more space, so let's take more walls. Alright, I think then we are ready for the great raider adventure. Right now the map is looking like this in terms of visible area. Once we're done, hopefully the map will look mostly like this. We're not gonna go everywhere, we cannot. Like areas which we did not protect are gonna be littered with expansions. Let's just for fun look at this area. There should be a good deal of expansions here. They'll pop up any second now. There they go, yeah. See, this is how it looks. This is how the map looks where we haven't protected the area. Expansion everywhere and there's absolutely no way anymore to walk around the map. So hopefully that is not the case for the resources we protected. We're gonna hope for the best. I'm gonna go on dinner break and we're gonna go raidering after I'm back. We'll go stand in the middle of the labs because there it's nice. Should have built a belt carousel around this thing perhaps. Oh well, it's gonna be night, it's gonna look nice as well. There we go, it's nice, it exactly fits on the screen like this. I will keep them in the map. There we go, nice view. Even leave the mouse on here, I suppose. I'm going to be on dinner break. I'll be back in like roughly 25-ish minutes or so. Yeah, I do not need them all. I got my handcrafting area. Every playthrough I play with that, I like that more and more. Alright. Yeah, it looks like I've not been keeping up with chat that good, but yeah, it's time to go. I'll be back in like 25 minutes or so. Enjoy the ASMR of the labs. Alright. The new music is indeed very calming, especially when the Gleba tracks are playing. I've got a mod which extends the music playlist to play music from all planets at the same time. Well, not at the same time, but randomly. And each planet kinda has a unique feel to it. But since we are stuck for 200 hours on Novice or so, I thought I jumped the gun a bit on the new music, because I've been listening to the Factorio 1.1 music for 10 years or so now. So I don't mind listening to the Space Age music for a change. The vanilla soundtrack is really good too, but it's kinda limited. There's like I don't know what the total play length is, but the tracks they just come back too often. There is not enough music if you listen to it non-stop for every day of your life. I suppose that's not a normal person situation, but it's quite nice to have the Space Age music, and it's really good as well. The soundtrack is really well done. Alright. Number go up on the YouTube. Almost at 100k. Unfortunately, we're gonna reset that. Oh, it looks like I've been away slightly longer than I thought I was. It was a good dinner. So that took like over half an hour to get from 31% to 49% on this technology here. It did seem like we could keep going at roughly 900 signs per minute for the foreseeable future though. So that's good. Before the break we have prepared to go raidering. Raiders, solar panels, electric poles and a bunch of expansion denying stuff in case we need it. Some grenades. I think that's all my grenades. I don't intend on needing grenades, but basically what we're going to be doing is first of all, I want to get raiders down on the other side of the lake. I need to know what's going on, especially if biters from this nest have been migrating to the other nests. That could be very bad. Then they have a much larger area where they can expand into my base, so we gotta keep an eye on that a little bit. Also, we're gonna go confirm that we indeed no longer can get to this oil. That's pretty much a given, but we're gonna check anyway. We're gonna also check the other resources and get raiders down in those areas. And once we get raiders down on the outskirts here, we're eventually gonna be scanning new terrain as well. So yeah, let's embark on this journey. Second half of the stream. First half here, the oil processing. We've got our giant tanks set up over here. Oil is flowing in 3.3k per tank. That's going to take a long time to fill up. We don't need to worry about that. These things are slowly chugging along at filling up this giant tank of petroleum gas. Normally I don't advocate storing up giant amount of petroleum gas before advanced oil processing, but it just so turns out that at 1000 times science cost, this is the amount of petroleum gas you need to research advanced oil processing at 75,000 blue science packs. So yeah, we are storing that up just for the purpose of being able to research advanced oil processing as the first blue technology. We'll disconnect this once we get there. So we just use up this buffer and then we can rebuild, and we won't have overproduced or overconsumed oil when it was still basic oil processing, since everything is kind of limited. Yeah, now it's time for stage 2. The big brother is watching you stage, where we're going to raider up everything. At least not everything, but we're gonna raider up a lot of stuff. Like a full circle around the base for sure. The resources and also the paths towards the resources. We're gonna raider that up as well. So like continuous radar vision, at least during the day. That is the goal. Hey Dosh, are you winning? Finally, maybe. Let's just take a quick look at the research graph and you will understand why I'm happy at the moment. In the last 50 hours, this is my research graph. We did a bunch of research. That was the first little bit of research we did over there. So that was basically just getting damage upgrade 2. Then we did another 33 hours of combat without research. before behemoth biters hit, neutralizing even more nests. And now we finally have a base which is doing sort of 900 SPM, sort of all of the time, sort of. We even got to oil, as I just showcased. But now we're getting ready to go on long journeys again. I mean, cannot stay in the factory for too long. At some point you gotta go out again. It's too efficient to continuously build a factory. We're preparing landfill, 4 small landfill mines around my base, all inside my border. So we are not disturbing the force. And with the force I mean these nice shiny green expansion chunks, which are merely decoy chunks. Most of the time now one of these in my base is blinking, like that one. And now it's switched to that one, so it's working. Those expansions will never arrive. Because the biters are lazy. They don't want to walk too far. We are not gonna be lazy, we're gonna be walking all over the map yet again. This time lighting up everything with our shiny new Raider, solar powered Raider technology. The way I usually like to build a Raider grid rather than doing it on an actual power grid. So yeah, it's gonna be good. We don't need to place the power lines everywhere. Alright, so let's load back once again. This will not fill up my inventory. We're gonna go first to the other side of the lake there. We're gonna speed up the game for most of the way, but yeah, I'm just going to like enjoy the stroll. My little lab area over here. Ah, nice. This is the best part of the base, man. It's so weird to build an actual mega base sized factory without actually having beacons and modules and whatnot. Did you undeconstruct the petroleum gas pipes? Yeah, we reloaded the game. The streams are uploaded to YouTube as well automatically. They're just in the live section of my channel. That's where all the streams go automatically. And eventually everything gets edited down as well. The first episode is finally out, thank God. Took a while. Where are we going even? We're just going up. I was going with you, Dosh. What are you working on if it's not a top secret project? Would be interesting to know. But probably it's a top secret project. It's usually a top secret project if you work on something new before it's out. Just a trash run of Factorio. This run is kinda pushing the envelope a little bit. This one I kinda have the same feeling like I had with the Ultimate Dead World Challenge, which was quite a big step up for me at the time. And now it feels like that all over again. It is way beyond anything I've ever attempted before. And I still have no idea. I still haven't even thought about what I'm gonna do after I leave the planet. Okay, let's actually make a new hotbar. We're gonna set up the radars there. And the power lines. And the solar panels. So I can just simply 1, 2, 3 place it. I also want the scanner on there. I want a copy of that though. I think I have to do it like that. In the book of weird measurements we find this weird square which signals the biter expansion distance. The radar grid is maybe nice to have as well. Mostly I'm gonna adhere to the radar grid once I'm outside of the base. So I'm already pretty far outside of the lit up area. I might just start radaring right here then. Starting over there. Volgora start and everything is made from trash. Alright. Hopefully getting to the Shattered Planet with only trash. And that's pretty cool. You told me it was quite a rough one to get Volgora done with nothing, as you went there last time first, so looks like you enjoyed that experience then. If you're now having a start on Volgora without anything. Where am I going? Just admiring the great Dutch waterworks again. Need the other hotbar. I think we just can go with one hotbar. Then we have a little bit less risk of running into a giant behemoth biter base on the way. Alright, so this is a chunk for the radar. We'll switch on the chunk grid again. So I'm just gonna, as long as I can, I'll adhere to the chunk grid. Outside of my wall I can do that. Inside of my wall I am not free to place the radars, that's why I don't have coverage. There are certain areas which I just don't want to disturb. We want to keep the green chunks in there, so they can keep on blinking and the biters can keep on not sending expansions. But here, outside here, everything is red anyway. So we don't really care about... we don't really care about what gets... about the local land values anymore that much. And I suppose the radar grid is the best way. We're gonna focus. We're gonna first do the other side of the water if we can. Oh, that power line cannot be there, it has to be there. Normally I placed in the middle, but the radar grid dictates it needs to be there, so looks like we're building it there. Okay, we're not spotting behemoths yet, we're spotting big ones though. Maybe they send an expansion or two away already and they replace their early game squishy spawns with some more beefy ones. Okay, I don't think the next one really fits. We'll just go out to the left. I'm gonna try playing on 1.5 times speed all the time. That way we can walk a bit faster and I don't need to slow down the game every time. Although I might just do that anyway because now that's in my muscle memory. Automatic gates open. Alright, that's another one. Unfortunately, it's turning night, so we won't really be able to see much. But yeah, these things are still kind of switching on every now and then. That's going to be... In the daytime, they're just going to be on constantly. In the nighttime, they're going to be switching a lot. I have to move that one away a bit. So keep accidentally putting it there. Alright, that one is definitely not placeable. It's right in the middle of that biter nest. I suppose we don't really care then, we just... let's not really care too much. We'll just... we have a lot of radars. It's not really great for UPS to have independent power networks a lot. But then again, not a lot is happening on these independent power networks, so we still might be good. Okay, we can pretend that we are big brothering this biter base here. Looks like we are switching between 1 and 2 times speed. Yeah, we can just build one on every nest as well. Just to get the point across to the biters that we're watching them. Alright, the radars are switching on again. So pretty soon we're gonna have also a view outside of our base. Not non-stop like inside our base, but good enough to get regular updates and to very slowly scan the terrain. at about 1/5 the speed. One next to the water to scan that as well. Just reading through chat a bit on the way. I really enjoyed my own Mega Base run. The whole belt-based run. A successful 10,000 signs per minute Mega Base without a single rail signal used. No rail signals were used in my base whatsoever. Quite a fun gimmick. It was almost entirely belt based except for some science trains and whatnot. And then in the end there were like 8 science trains running on my rails with just manually timed apart, like they almost crashed into each other but not quite. I haven't even built a single elevated rail piece just yet, because after I went to Fulgora without researching elevated railways, I activated stubborn mode and just never researched them at all. Where are we relative to the grid? Looks like I'm so far for the adhering to the grid portion of the plan. Boy is probably gonna finish his edits before me. I'm gonna need a lot of time to get everything edited. Alright. Shoreline is lighting up. So I will plop down another one right there or something. Where is the pathway to our oil? Or like the former pathway to our oil. There's bound to be tons of expansions there. I might want to walk on the other side of the pipe, actually. It just changed my mind a bit for some unknown reason. You're laughing about the Great Pipe Wall, but if you want to see my my build stats, here they are. For all game, first place of buildings, pipes, 73,000. Second place, walls, 72,000. And then we get bells, and then we get 16,000 gun turrets. I've also deconstructed 14,500 gun turrets by hand over the course of this playthrough. I don't even want to think about that part anymore. That was definitely one of the more painful stretches of Factorio I've ever done. $10 million, yeah, but I suppose it matters a lot with bots, yeah, but yeah, something like that. Yeah, 10 million walls, that's a lot of walls. I think we calculated if a gun turret, I don't know if the gun turret takes exactly 1 second to deconstruct, but if a gun turret takes 1 second to deconstruct, I've spent over 4 hours on the act of deconstructing gun turrets in this playthrough. 4 hours, that's like 4% of my playthrough. It was more than that even, it was around the 90-hour mark. 5% of the entire playthrough up until that point had been spent deconstructing gun turrets. Bots are gonna be insane. They're also still a while off. Although, maybe not as far as I'm imagining. Okay, I'm gonna walk into this big worm nest over here. I think we already are pretty much far enough. I could just like raider up most of the stuff. Another 100 hours, yeah, I'm pretty sure as well. I know that maybe that was meant like ironically, but things are speeding up now that I'm actually like, you know, doing stuff like researching technologies and whatnot. Surprising how fast the game can go when you research things. Actually, I'm actually still fighting against the... Okay, there's a big expansion. It's not on the map. Right there. It is in this chunk over here. Big worm, big worm, big worm, big worm. Might have been formed in the big biter area already. Now it's starting to appear once we cross into the chunk. There's another expansion down there. Next to the copper. Just saw some guys. There we are. Okay, so we really cannot go much further here. We'll just do this. And get out of there. Raiders are no longer military units. So we don't need to worry about the biters attacking our raiders. I'm not really sure I want to walk between this as well. Let's get out of here. There's another expansion there. That will pop up on the map right now as well. As soon as this raider switches on. For a bit of time. Let's just watch it like so. It's just becoming day. It's having a bit of an issue. There we go. Right, so that's the average state of the world right there. Expansions everywhere, except in the areas we painstakingly protected in the early game. That's the hope, at least. We're gonna we're gonna hope that that is the case, or we have wasted like a couple dozen hours early on. So yeah, the rest we can raider up from the bottom. Now we just try to raider out as far as we can, a little bit to the left. And then we'll go on the actual resource part. No, we cannot place it there, but we can place it here. That's a behemoth worm. No, it's a big worm as well. Okay, that's not an expansion, that's just a regular nest. Let's just place this here and get out. Unfortunately, I have to walk this way around the cliff. The biters were too close by. Let's try going double speed. 61.2, come on. Windows. This Windows fault, for sure. We're gonna pop into 2 times speed anytime now. There we go. See if we can get some more ground covered over here. Probably gonna... This area is protected, but the area beyond not really. No further than this. Okay, there's an expansion there for sure. You already see the biters on the map. There's the expansion. Nice blue one. Well, the turtle approach is mostly coming from from the added challenge of wanting to get the keeping your hands clean achievement. The run would look much different if I was trying to just get through the game. Then I would probably follow the same route to flamethrowers and landmines, which is why I wanted to do something different. We can probably squeeze through here a bit. Okay, we're gonna place a radar there anyway, so let's place this over here. This is fine. We don't need to know everything. We just need to know most. How often will you be releasing edited episodes? It kind of depends how much work there are to make. In the especially in the early game, there are a lot of work to make because almost all of it is like especially recorded footage to illustrate some points and strategies. You know, I gotta kind of explain, not that I'm just placing pipes, but why am I doing it? What are the finer pipe placing details, you know? Those kind of formalities. But basically all my strategies are just an excuse to not play Factorio while playing Factorio. I'll just try the 1.5 times speed approach. I'm not sure I should be getting all of this radar vision. Alright, maybe we should go take a look here. We should try to make our way up to this oil. And if we still can, we should protect it. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna be blocked here. In my early game genius, I did already prepare the pipeline. As well as this impassable cliff is nicely placed with an underground pipe to the other side. Except I then forgot that I still needed to get back here later to actually place pump jacks. And now I cannot, because I cannot pass the cliff. It is protected by vital bases on both sides. And this area is probably like littered with expansions by now. So that we can kiss that oil goodbye. More likely than not. Okay, there's one. Again, not on the map yet. We're just gonna pop it into existence right now. Plop. And another one. Okay, that's literally littered with expansions. And there's one more. I think we're already blocked here. That's a behemoth worm for sure. Yeah, that's the first behemoth worm spotted. A whole bunch of them. And there's another expansion right next to it. So yeah, we are basically cooked. That oil is just lost forever. Place a raider here. There's no way we're getting through this anymore. So let's hope the resources we actually tried to protect are still protected. Place this down one. We'll place another one up here. There's one more. Yes, now plastics is 200,000 science packs instead of 200. You can see the time of the counter go up. We're having like a small megabase number of science per minute for red and green, 900 SPM, roughly. It's going down a bit because we don't really care about keeping all the resources flowing the optimal and full belts and all that kind of stuff. But in general, it's 900-ish SPM. And it's going to take roughly, it's like 50,000 science per hour. So plastics at 200,000 takes about 4 hours to complete. Yeah, we are blocked here. We cannot go through here, through here, through here. We could go around here if we were not blocked here, but we cannot go between these nests at all. So I think we're done in that area. I'm not really sure if I can go through here. I'm gonna try though. But this, of course, have to make another tofu safe. Might as well leave behind some trash if I can make it through here. Yeah, I originally estimated around 180 to 200 hours to leave the planet. That, however, was before I spent another 33 hours on combat. I didn't even know I was gonna spend that much time on combat at all. Okay, I can try to get through here, but we're probably gonna be blocked by expansions. But we'll give it a shot. Walk through the valley, or we'll be blocked by a biter base here, it appears. I know we could have squeaked our way past there perhaps as well. I think I'm kind of overdoing it with my raiders already. I've barely even started, and I'm already overdoing it. Well, it's not in vain. It's good to have knowledge. Knowledge is very beneficial, of course. Okay, there's an expansion there. Let's try to pop some more stuff into existence here as well. There should not be expansions here. There is a pipe there that should have diminished that a little bit. Right, so the road I protected is down here. So this is probably also littered with expansions. At least we can still go through here. Right, see another expansion pop up. So yeah, indeed we are going to be blocked there. Probably just gonna... How is the raider grid looking here? Okay, we've got a raider in here. Let's try to stick a bit more to the raider grid. I think that's gonna be more optimal. Right. So definitely there's an expansion there as well, hiding in the void. That's gonna get scanned eventually. Here you get the general gist of it, like there's literally littered expansions everywhere. Everywhere you look there's expansions. Now it's the moment of the truth, then. We're gonna find out if our early game method of denying expansions worked. Let's hope we can get through there. It might be possible. Over these cliffs. Okay, I'm too scared to place that raider up there. I'm not gonna do that. I'm pressing 5 all the time, so let's just put it on 5 then. Let's just give in. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. We're gonna get the vision. This is also gonna get scanned. Eventually. So we place the most distance trader here, so we're gonna learn the lay of the land in that red bottom corner over there. Probably it's all gonna be water though. Okay, we're back into our area. Now is the moment of truth. Has the early game anti-expansion thing worked out or not? Now we're gonna follow our pipeline here, which is going towards the various oil sources up in the north. There's already a pretty tight squeeze. These expansions already existed. I probably should have neutralized these guys. Oh, I might have lost this oil as well. 4000% oil. 3000 effectively. We did a test as well. We could extract that oil 3000% of oil we could extract without polluting these biters. But it was not counting this nest, and it looks like this biter base is inside this chunk over here. Oh, that is really bad. So these guys are in these 4 chunks. And that is probably too close. There's also hardly any forest in this direction. Yeah, we were kind of counting on this forest to absorb a lot. And this chunk over here. This has not a lot. So that's probably this oil source doesn't even count anymore. Whoops. Well, it's not like we're simply just gonna reload until before 90% evolution and then decide to take over this nest as well. With a little bit of luck, it's all spitters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A chance of 1 to 2 to the power of 5. That this is all spitter bases. Heck yeah, look at that. Produce 1 million electronic circuits. At a rate of like like an average production of like 1/5 of a 1/5 of a yellow belt, and we've gotten to 1 million. We're at 113 million somehow. Not really sure how that worked exactly. The achievements got reset a couple times, so it's either all splitter. No, there's like 33% chance then. It's like splitters, biters, or a mix. Could be a mix. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to walk on that side of the cliff there, as pushing it a little bit. Do want to place a radar here. So far so good. That is part of a regular nest. I see an expansion there. That's okay. Okay, let's see. There it pops into existence. Okay, that's good. A 1000 times pollution. It would kind of be the same as this run, except for the fact that you can do stuff much faster. So you either artificially slow yourself down to this rate. The advantage we've got over straight up 1000 times pollution cost is time, as the terrain and trees absorb pollution over time. We can stretch out the pollution cost over a much larger time frame than in a straight up 1 time science cost, but everything produces 1000 times the pollution run. But in the end, it's the same amount of pollution we are producing. Right now it gets tricky. Now it gets tricky. Just gonna try to. Okay, that actually connects, so I don't need to go that way. Now we're gonna learn if this area is free. So I'm gonna save here again. So far so good. These expansions already were here. Who's screaming at me? Oh, these guys. Okay. Okay, we're right there at the oil source. There's actually a gap in the cliff right here. Can go one chunk further. So this was our oil source. Let's find out. Is it spitters or is it biters in there? So these nests. First one is already a biter. That's a straight up fail. That's a big whoopsie. Yeah, there's plenty of biter bases in there. 3 biters, 2 spitters. Well, it's a mix. Was a 33% chance of it being a mix, and it turned out to be a mix. Don't tempt me into going into a handcraft only challenge. I will do it. In 2 years after this one finishes, this playthrough. That is a new expansion, I think. Let's see if we can get out here still. So there was like 3 good oil sources here. We already lost this one because of my early game stupidity of not blocking the entranceway, like having all these expansions in the way now, and probably tons more in here as well. Now we lost this oil because I forgot to neutralize this nest in the early game before 90% biters. That's two lost. Let's see if we still have this one at least. That's all we got here then. 1 oil source and half a belt of iron for 160 hours. That is too bad because I was kind of hoping I would get all this oil. We might still be able to take a little of this oil, but definitely not the full package. The 12x9 challenge was sort of a hand feeding challenge. That is kind of true, yeah, that is true. There was a lot of hand feeding going on in that one. If only those biter bases would not spawn new biters. If I try to neutralize them. Dutchland. Okay. Don't think I'm gonna try to squeeze through there. Isn't actually Odium, Obsolete Alien, that is kind of funny statistic. If I remember correctly, I finished the 12x9 challenge, where I played through the entire vanilla game of Factorio on a map of 12x9 tiles. Basically, 12x9 tiles is about the size of... It's about this size, the size of the spaceship. That was the map size. 12x9 tiles. Basically, exactly enough space for... Where is it? I don't feel I'm standing in a safe spot. Is the rocket silo no longer a construction thing? Is the space thing? It's a space thing. This was the map size of the 12x9 map. Without the walls. The walls weren't there. I completed the game on a map this size, including like mining resources and everything, and oil and everything, in less time than it took me to get actually started with this game over here. took me about, I don't know, 70 or 80 hours or so to finish that. And it took me like 90 hours or so to properly get started on this one. Yeah, I have a mod that it's called Music Playlist Extender, and it does, well, it extends the music playlist. What else would you expect from it? Oh, that's kind of close. But we'll finally learn what's in this black area over here. Look at that. More expansions over there. But not over here. We almost made it to the oil. Hopefully that one we can still take. 11 by 9 is indeed the theoretical minimum. You can exactly launch a rocket off of like 4 fully powered accumulators with the right combination of modules. But 11 by 9 is also a whole lot more annoying to play. So I went with 12 by 9. Okay, there's another expansion up there. So I'll pop in. Just looking around here because we are planning to take some of this iron. Not much of it, but some. – 12 by 9 saw the first and probably only offshore pump launched into space. Yeah, that is also a fact. Well, the offshore pump served as well, but in the end we didn't have space for it. And we had to chose to send it into space as sort of a honorary tribute. Looks like they let me walk through here a bit further, so I'm gonna. Only some nearby raiding, I said. It will be quickly and simple, I said. Alright. So far it looks like this oil is still okay. There are ways to blow up cliffs without cliff explosives. They would involve researching nuclear power though, which is an 800,000 blue science pack cost deviation. So I'm not really looking forward to research that. Just to get access to one more oil source. It kind of defeats the purpose if I have to invest 800,000 science packs for that. But I'm probably gonna use up all of that good oil. But it looks like this oil is still good. We do see some expansions, but they are not in the way. Okay, we'll place it here. Pro placement. Look at this micro skills. Unfortunately, we cannot call over a Vulcanus Demolisher to our planet. That would also do the trick. But then we have a new problem, and that is how to get rid of the Demolisher. So, yeah. I don't really have much of a reason then to go this way all the way. I guess we can still, just to see if... just to see if it worked at least. Yeah, it was a mistake. Mistakes from 8. I could try. Maybe there's a way through here to this forest. With a little bit of luck, there are no further expansions there. Okay, let's go take a look. There's a small chance we might be able to walk through here. But I wouldn't count on it. Demolishers are just big worms. They don't count. That is... might be an early game expansion. It was already there. For free, if it would cover the expenses, it still doesn't cover the time investment. 800,000 science packs is like, I don't know, almost like 16 hours or so of research time in the labs at 900 SPM currently. And I don't really think we're gonna have 1800 SPM of all the science packs, including... we're gonna learn a lot of new things here about the land. I don't think we'll be doing 1800 SPM for all 3 science packs anytime soon. Suppose we'll place one on top of the cliff here as well. And that's gonna be good. That's gonna learn us all this area right now. Oh, there's nothing there. Alright. But eventually that will scan out pretty far. We might be generating new terrain here, which is good. More places for the biters to expand into. Right, here's my problem. The Grand Canyon. Already nicely prepared with underground pipes and everything. Except I forgot my that long stick which allows you to jump over... you've got this sport in the Netherlands called Vierjappen. In which you just carry a long stick. You run to the river, you put it in the water. You climb up the stick as the stick goes over and you just hope to land on the other side. That would be a cool mod. But so far so good. Okay, let's get a 2-chunk preview, or a 1-chunk preview. No, there is nothing there yet. It's like pole vaulting, but over a river. Instead of over a high bar. It's like horizontal pole vaulting. So far so good. We might get lucky here. I want to place that on the water. More like over a ditch than over a river. Yeah, I think... I don't know the origins, but I imagine it was used by farmers in the old day to just jump across the ditches on their fields. And it has like stuck around like some sort of a sport. Not actually... Okay, there's the first expansion over here. That would have definitely blocked us as well. I think if this area is free, we are gonna be lucky. We're gonna regain access to that oil. Just by sheer dumb luck. Yeah, Vierjappen, like Friepont so writes it. That's the correct spelling. Right, so I'm definitely gonna protect that way then. Looks like we still have access to the oil. The top side is protected, so that should not be an issue. There's no way these chunks are all green. Okay, there are actually some green chunks here. This hasn't gotten settled. This could have very easily have gotten settled at any point during the game. In fact, it might be selected in the next 2 minutes, so let's actually just, you know, have that not happen. That would be kind of great if that would just not happen. First place is random wall where you can just walk around, but walls only keep honest people in instead of dishonest people out anyway. Alright, then just this chunk is a little bit scary as well, so we'll also go do something about that. Red Bull fuel, yeah. Red Bull's got their hands on all the good spots, man. Okay, it's probably not super low. I think I'm gonna call that good though. We are not really into the business of getting everything down to minimum value. Right, oil reclaimed. That's a small miracle right there. I should not be chopping trees here. I'm probably just stuck behind my own pipes. Well, that's a positive surprise. In that case, we can get back this 3100% oil, which I already deleted from the standings earlier on. Heck no, it's ours. Alright, editing Mike will be glad, because now I can skip this entire part of being stupid. Because I don't want to put absolutely everything in the edit, because it will take forever. So, that's nice. Unfortunately though, we probably have to, like... I don't know if we can still take this at 3000% because of this base. We'll have to experiment with that, I suppose. We can still take some of that oil, so I'm not going to change the values again. How is the grid looking? Alright, we do have expansions everywhere else though. I will try to get a raider in there. But I think there's a 30% chance we're gonna get attacked. Okay, no, the biter is gone, so we can do it. Let's head over here. That's the correct chunk. It doesn't need to be in the center. Let's also plop one down there then. Now we are working on it anyway. As far as we can go. Looks like not very far. Okay, we're already discovering new area. Okay, yeah, there's an expansion already as well. Okay, we would have gotten blocked pretty hard everywhere. The other access road is also blocked. That's kind of a small miracle that we still managed to sneak through there. Suppose there's like a combination of the natural anti-expansion surroundings of the existing nests plus the sheer stupidity of placing the pipes in the lucky place here. So hopefully that will stay free. We can delete this. It's ours again. That's definitely going to be the case. Yeah, now let's just pop up north of there as well and place some stuff there. 880 SPM, still pretty good. There's a couple belts not being absolutely full anymore, but we can live with that. I don't think we're gonna get that raider that far in. I think I'm just gonna place it here. So you can see even at 1/5 the power, the raiders are still scanning new terrain. It just takes 5 times as long. But it gets done. Okay, and now we see everything, at least during the day, in this area. Alright, so we know all of this area now. We don't know any of this area, but we don't care. All resources here are inaccessible anyway, so we just know it's littered with biters. We don't need to go there. We cannot even go there. There is literally no way anymore to sneak through, even if we wanted to. Everything is going to be blocked. Let's try to get back. We have to walk the same way out again, so it's going to take a bit of time. I think we're ready to go to the next area then. What is the next area? Next area is probably going to be just a little bit up here. Just raidering up the border. And raidering up... We can place raiders on all the nests here inside here as well. We still have the Biter Island case. We've got landfill now. We might be able to wall these guys off. Because those guys have been causing some real weird problems. Yeah, let's just move down swiftly. We'll go back to the base. That is Northwest Raidering. Complete. Still got the oil. Nice. Alright, let me grab a little bit of coffee. Just ASMR zoom in on this a bit. Right. That's nice. 12 points of a second. Yeah, there's going to be plenty of flow rate for most of our run. Let me actually check the anti-expansion rates around the oil. Alright, these are pretty low. Alright, I try to make these like 0.1 or less, I suppose. We still could get expanded upon in an unlucky chunk like this one. There's a small chance that that could happen, but I suppose it's okay. If we lose some resources, it's okay, as long as we don't lose all resources. We can afford to lose some resources. Alright, I just did the hydrate, now I have to get up as well. I'm asking for it myself. Factorio guy himself is stretching his legs enough though. This stream already. He has long walks to complete. Really like how this terrain looks in general. Factorio 2.0 map generator is much nicer compared to 1.1. I even like the cliffs now. The cliffs are not terrible anymore. They're still pretty in the way at times, but they look a lot better. Like the small canyons, the valleys, everything. Okay, which way do we have to go now? Just follow the pipe, I suppose. Oh, I even have pumps. I could already pre-complete the pipeline, but no, we're not gonna do that. We're only gonna do that once we connect the resources, because you never know, we might not connect the resources for some varying reasons. Okay, this is also not very smart here. So what did I do here? I guided the pipeline through a cliff, which is nice. But then again, I need to walk around this way or this way. This side is already blocked. And the north has only not gotten blocked by Damlak again. Expansion settled like here and here. They might as well have settled here, and then I would have been blocked here as well. So we're going to like hide behind this wall for now. And that hopefully will stop future expansions from happening here. Alright, I think I will want to... These expansions probably settled so close by because I have a big gap over here. I just want to at least place something. Can still go down this way. Alright. For the rest, I think we're okay. I think we can get 2 oil sources, 2.5 oil source, and half a belt of iron out of there. And we're gonna learn the lay of the land beyond here a bit. Not that we really need that information, but if we later see that there's gonna be like some nice batches of green expansion chunks beyond here, we will know that those areas will not have been, are not generated just yet. Okay, let's check that out. Probably I just walked around there a bit again. So if they were not generated before, they have been generated just by me walking around here now. So I'm not gonna explore the map by command. But yeah, we'll see how that looks eventually. Mike walked a lot this playthrough. What else is new? I really, yeah, it was kind of a joke in the video, but I really wish I downloaded a mod which measured the distance the engineer walked. It's probably very easy to measure. Just the amount of time you press arrow key or a combination of arrow key and then just multiply that by Factorio guy's speed. So I imagine that exists already. Oh, here I did the same thing, didn't I? Again, guided through a cliff and not protect the side over here where I need to walk personally. So, yeah, we're gonna again do a diagonal wall this time. probably good enough. There you go. Now let's protect it. "100 times Science Pianodon," so God. Have a nice life. That is gonna take a while. Okay, we're back at the base. I will do the get up and stretch now, I promised. Myself. Here we are gonna follow the radar grid again a bit. So we're gonna try to build radars on the correct squares as much as we can. Especially like inside the middle layer of our walls, and as much as we can outside as well. We don't really need to know a lot here. It would be nice to know a little bit of more land up here for future expansion chunk planning. Speaking about that, how much landfill did we produce already? 4,000. That's not bad. That is not bad. Half an inventory though. We need at least 8,000 to fill an inventory of landfill before we can go do some shenanigans on the lake. I'm gonna save here. Let's just watch the radar map a bit while I do the stretching stuff. The biters expand on landfill. It's complicated, but yes. It's a bit more complicated than that though. I can talk about that a bit, I suppose, while I do the stretching. So in order for a chunk to be eligible for biter expansion, it needs to have at least 10% land tiles. So full water chunks don't count. Like islands which have like 10% land inside of a chunk, those count. That means we can place 103 tiles of landfill in a single chunk, which is 32 by 32 or 1024 tiles big, and it will suddenly become eligible for biter expansion. The gimmick here is going to be that the biters are not going to be able to get to those chunks on the water, because we're gonna place the landfill in such a way that there is no access point for them, and that way those will also function like decoy expansion chunks like the ones in my base, except those are gonna be in range of normal biter expansion, that giant 8x8 that 8 chunk square radius they will walk to get to an expansion chunk. So while they physically cannot get to the expansion chunks in my base, they will be able to get to the expansion chunks on the landfill, except there is no path. There is just simply no path to get there. So in the end it should have the same effect. I did not really test those two things together, so we might see some unexpected results still. But isolated, both of those strategies work, so let's hope we don't magically or don't accidentally discover some new mechanics working in the background, which basically invalidates both strategies at the same time when used together. And the other thing about landfill chunks is there is like a hidden modifier to expansion chance determined by either the chunk itself or a neighboring chunk. If none of those chunks are like full land, there's like a modifier to the expansion chance. Basically, the less land there is, the less likely it is for that chunk to get selected for expansion. So we cannot simply put like minimum squares on the middle of the lake, because they have like 10% the expansion chance compared to regular green chunks. We have to make some full land chunks on the lake as well, which is why that's gonna be super expensive, really. It's gonna be hideously expensive. Let me loot, so I don't waste the time. I can't believe I'm desperately trying not to waste time in a 1000 times science cost run, but here I am, fighting. I mean, I also gotta set up red chip still. That's gonna be a lot of belts of stuff. I think it's gonna be... Red chip is what again? 2 iron and 5 copper, I think. Which means 900 red chips a minute. There's gonna be, yeah, 2 belts of iron, 5 belts of copper, but we don't need that. We need 1.5 times that. We need 3 red chips to make 2 blue science packs. Which is bad. That means we need 1350 red chips a minute, or 1.5 belt. So that means we need 3 belts of iron plus 7.5 belts of copper just to make the red chips for blue signs, and then we haven't even gotten the engines or sulfur yet. That's basically more resources for red chips, slightly more resources for red chips for blue signs than we need for like red and green signs combined, and it's only one of the 3 components. That's that bad. Here I can walk faster. I know this area is safe. Yep, that stump is gonna get chopped. Alright, I messed it up. Cannot deconstruct the power line anymore, so I might as well just put it here then. The Science Galore playthrough, yeah, that is an unfortunate story. But a promising start with somebody who offered to edit videos for like a share of the revenue. But halfway through that series, that person got a real job and abandoned the editing. So that one is now unfinished as well. I mean, I understand it, because of course the videos, they don't really make that much money. So even if somebody else is editing them and it is shared like 50%, it's not worth your time to edit those videos for a revenue share. Like if it has to compete with a normal job, that is just not possible. So I edited everything myself. I edit everything myself for the rest. It was like an experiment, and unfortunately that turned out the way it did. Ah wait, we got a raider here already. A powered one. Right? So that bend is complete. Let's see how far we can push out. There's an expansion up there as well. See if we can give this medium Johnny like a nice radar to play with. That kind of confirms radars are no longer military targets. We place it right under his nose. Is this the hardest challenge run you have done? I would say so, yes. I mean, just doing one time science cost on default settings is already crazy. Kind of goes up a notch after also implementing the. I'm not sure I can place that there. After also implementing the other thing, they don't match up nicely. They have no great synergy going. 1,000 times science cost on default settings and trying to keeping your hands clean at the same time is not really a synergistic set of traits, I would say. It looks like I got it up there. It's a big expansion, this one. Biters for resources more tedious? No. No. Have you seen the time? Have you seen what we got? I think I spent like 70 hours of the first 90 hours just walking around mostly. And laying pipes and doing battles with biters and all that kind of stuff. It was quite the grind. I think Biters for Resources taught me a new kind of patience though, and that patience is coming in very, very handy in this run. That is for sure. Biter expansion there as well. We can just place this in this chunk over here. Okay, that's about as much as I can raider up north as well. So I suppose maybe we just quickly put some raiders up on the biter bases here to light up this area. Because the biter base areas are already red anyway. They're gonna be red anyway. So I place a raider here, nothing will happen to these green chunks. But I cannot place a raider here or all this green will be less green and less functional. A lot less functional actually. We need it to be like fully undisturbed. I can switch off the expansion chunks. Would 1,000 times be possible with 100% starting pollution? What is starting pollution? I do not understand what starting pollution means. I'm purposefully ignoring all the Pianodons chat. I don't even want to talk about it. 100% starting evolution? No. No way. There is no way. We have behemoths from the start and no way to deal with them. That's correct. You also have the problem of absolutely not important that this is here, but oh well. You also have the problem of what's it called? You won't have the ability to start doing anything about it. And the biters will make 15 expansions per hour every 4 minutes sharp from the get-go. Which means before you cannot even get like gun turrets researched. You already will get overrun before that. And it's not that gun turrets are actually gonna do anything, but you know, just like for the idea. Right, I'm also allowed to place one here. I can place a raider in this chunk actually to get vision on Biter Island. This chunk already has walls, so that doesn't count. What if expansions was turned off? I'd still say, I mean, yeah. What if then the resources were richer? What if the starting area was larger? Of course, you can start tweaking settings to make it possible like that. Oh wait, forgot about these Johnnies. I think just switching off expansion is not gonna do it either, as you're gonna need the earliest point where you can hurt behemoth biters is either like damage upgrade 3, which is 300,000 military signs, or like flamethrowers. We're gonna place one in this chunk. With landmines later you can start battling the behemoth biters as well. But flamethrowers are good enough to clear the biters from your starting area, as they're all small. They will all be small nests then. So it's gonna be fairly easy. Alright, now we're watching you. Still only small biters here. That's the early game spawns from the spitter base. We are over 3000 hit points on these things now. 3005. The cheapest way is... I don't know what the cheapest way is. It's either gonna be damage upgrade 3, but to do it effectively you kinda need damage upgrade 4 already. It's probably easier to go flamethrowers. This is all assuming... this is all obviously assuming that expansion is off. Without expansion off, that doesn't apply anymore. Alright, so I should have placed another raider. I can place another one here. There's one here. 1, 2, 3 chunks to the right. 1, 2, 3 chunks. This can be... okay, we can place it somewhere over here then. It should be fine. We are watching you. The raiders on the lake are gonna disappear eventually. Okay, this area is gonna remain dark then. That's good. That means that area is going to be... area is gonna be very good for green chunks later on. Also place one below here. Oh no, we can place it on the next nest. Here's my old radar line. Yeah, I think that's good enough then. Did we build anything today? Yes. Mostly the oil tanks. Landfill mines as well. We're probably gonna... I'm not sure what the order is gonna be. Okay, there's nothing here at all except on that base, so we'll go there. See how much we can get down. Let's go down first. There's not too much extra stuff we can get from this area. Is the right most we can get is here as well. Suppose this... no, that cannot be in the chunk. It's gotta be here. Okay, we'll radar up like these nests as well. And that should be good enough then, for now. Then we can drop down to the other side. The solar field. I have no radars on that yet, but I suppose we'll be radaring that up as well. I think we're allowed to place the radar in the left chunk here. There's already walls in there as well. We can do that on all 3 sides here. This is like the only nest in this entire area, so I think we can do triple radar. Yeah, the next nest should connect again, I think. Right, cool. That actually connects this area. We can see the Johnnies then. They have full interrupted view if they weren't hiding behind the forest. On the Johnnies. Why are we placing radars? So I can see the biters better. So it's gonna be this chunk. Something on the water. Alright, that's not bad. It's not full vision, but it's okay enough. Okay enough vision. We actually could view these Johnnies as well if we put a radar in this chunk. And we only miss a single chunk there. We need to put a radar down up here as well still. I'm now here, so I'm going to reconnect this radar and put some on the lake there as well. Then we'll circle back up. Oh, it's the wrong key. Flying biters, this is the anti-flying biter wall. We are walking right next to it right now. That prevents the biters from flying over the lake and landing on this side, making new expansions here. Sounds weird, but it's literally... it's figuratively true. Literally figuratively true. Right, we don't need to do that. We have an actual radar post here. Even fits. We just connect this to the base network again. Right, then where is the other supposed to be? Over there. We can do that, but one chunk lower. No, here we shouldn't care anymore. We just go on the biter basis. Sound not working. I was gonna say try refreshing the stream, but if the sound is not working for you, then you don't hear that. How's the sound for other people? Is the sound working? It's only one person. If it's only one person, it's usually on their end. Yeah, if it's a lot of people, it's usually on my end. Alright, that should get the hint over to the soundless person to refresh the stream, I suppose. Okay, thanks. How many biter bases are being connected? All of them. It's getting night though, so none of them at the moment. But we can also get some vision on these guys. I think we'll do that. Walk this, then walk back up to there. Yeah. Plastics is 72% in. Holy moly. We're not gonna have advanced chips by the time advanced chips complete. Is that really a problem though? Is it really a problem? I kind of feel like I should be ready to make efficiency modules the moment I unlock them, but do I really? Because it's no longer important for progressing evolution. We're fine with that. Probably, let's see if we're already in the single digits. No, 11% time and 89% pollution now. That used to be very different in the olden days. When we were still walking around on our toes, producing the bare minimum possible. Also gonna place one here because that connects the radar grids in the bottom. Okay, we cannot connect that anyway, so yeah, let's not worry about that then. I'm currently damaging trees, that's true, but that is not such a hard reason to have it ready, like on the spot immediately. I tend to want to do that. I tend to want to have that ready immediately, but on the other hand, it also kind of seems very important that biters don't accidentally expand into our base at any one time. That might even be more important than like inserting efficiency modules in my miners like an hour or two later. Okay, where do I gotta go? I gotta go straight up. Straight up here and then do that nest over there. And that's all. Honestly, I'm not even sure I'm going to go like full artillery on the biters. And there's gonna be an iron mine here eventually. For now we can just put the radar on here. There's already There's only 2 wall pieces in there. Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna do that anyway. Okay, that covers that area. Now we go here. And then the entire area here will have been covered. How much time left for plastics? Like, probably... I'm gonna say an hour. 58 minutes and a bit. Okay, here's the other Johnnies. Okay, we are allowed to see this. But not more. That's a pretty good vision now. Look at that. We start to learn a lot. Those resources were still valid. Alright. Like, there's 2 major parts to follow still. This one to this giant patch and some oil up here. And then there's the bottom route over here, which goes to another rich iron patch and some more oil, as well as some other small resource patches here and there. I don't think I'm gonna run into problems with pollution after efficiency modules. Mining pollution, which is the majority of all pollution, is gonna be diminished by 80%. So it means I can mine 5 times as much for the same amount of pollution generated. And I can also, that's the whole reason I can mine from these distant patches, is gonna be efficiency modules. I estimate I can get 2 belts off of this patch. I think we tried that actually in the early game. We did a test here. We could mine 2 belts off of the left side of the patch. 2 full belts of iron, that's 60 iron miners. With efficiency modules, without polluting this base, which is literally like 4 chunks away or so. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, pretty decent. And also, I'm not gonna productivity module the heck out of my base in general. So, the base itself is also, everything that is not going to have productivity modules is going to have efficiency modules. That's going to be how it's going to go. And I think we won't have any problems with pollution whatsoever, to be honest. The only thing I really have to make is 900 SPM blue signs. Blue signs mining is about 2 times the size of the current mining we have now, with 10 belts of resources for 10 belts of resources for red and green. We're gonna have 20 belts of resources for blue signs. And that's enough to get off of the planet, really. We want to keep this area like pristine green. So we're not gonna place the raider in the correct chunk. Instead, we're just gonna place it as close by as we can get, I suppose, which is this one. Here already is stuff in the chunk, so we are fine. And here we're entering our wall. We are allowed to place stuff in the chunk with the wall. This is the chunk with the wall. Alright, and then 2 chunks further, I suppose. From here we're gonna be following the raider grid again, because we're outside of our walls. So, let's see what's going on out there. Yeah, that patch was tested, right? It did seem kinda high, but I do remember, yeah, something about testing that. I wasn't sure it was exactly that patch, but turns out it was. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Am I going to try to plop raiders everywhere here as well? Maybe I'll just try to squeeze a little bit more up here. No, it's not really going to be doable. Let's put an end to it. I think this is one of the things I don't have to do all in one go, unlike the earlier combat. I don't have some sort of evolution threshold which I need to deal with. We just can place this one here. We're gonna need the forest to keep the pollution from the iron mine from reaching those biters later. Yeah, I can afford to take like a break to build some stuff, and then we can just build some stuff, and then we can build some raiders and explore, and then we can build some stuff again, etc. That way it will be a little bit less of a grind than it is now. It has already all hooked up, so don't really need to raider there. We just go down. Let's not run like face first into that nest again. Oh, this is the Valley of Death, which I blocked off earlier. Well, looks like we're just gonna place a raider in this chunk instead. And suppose we'll make our way around that cliff again. Productivity in Assembler does save on raw resources, yes, but everything has a cost, of course. It might be worth it, but the most important thing is that we can keep the pollution cloud from reaching any active biter bases indefinitely. And the harder we pollute, the more difficult that's going to be. As the harder we pollute, the faster the forest takes damage. And the faster the forest takes damage, the faster the natural pollution absorption capacity of the forest will decline, which means the same amount of pollution output will result in a bigger pollution cloud over time. Looks like we're gonna get inside of our base again. Alright. Alright, here's biters again. Suppose I can just throw this raider up this cliff over here. Whoop! And that should give us vision on this chunk over here, that's nice. Okay, we got a small point of the wall not visible. I'm just quickly gonna toss a raider like up here somewhere, perhaps. Maybe in this chunk. Not a great time in the game to trigger biters, even though they're only small ones in the beginning. Right, we are inside our walls. I can run recklessly around here. There's not gonna be biters in my walls. These do not count, no. They are no longer by the nest, now they are my pets. Hey, we are coming up on the solar field, that's nice. Some people were asking about that earlier, so we can take a quick look there. Wait, where is this? It should be here somewhere. Alright, yeah, it is this chunk. Here we are. I suppose we can... there's solar panels here, but we're still gonna use the one solar panel things. Because everything connected to this will also be connected to steam power in the night. And we do not want this excessive amount of power from the radars on the steam power boilers, the dirty ones. We can place a radar in this chunk eventually, right? Yeah, this is all going to be that chunk. So 1, 2, 3 vision. 1, 2, 3 vision. We can place a radar there, and that should be good. This is 8 chunks, so. Yeah, no, we're gonna be good. That's gonna be fine. Because again, one chunk off. What else is new? I don't think I can sneak through that gap, so let's go around. What's the idea with the radars? Knowledge. Knowledge is key. I can get it in this chunk. We'll have full vision of the solar field in just a little bit of time. I'm gonna place it here though. Right, let's first go up. That's the last one on the solar field. Here's my solar field. Kind of a weird blueprint for a solar field, but I tried to make one which was the easiest possible to build. Hello, Behemoth Biter. I thought almost he was triggered on me there. Basically a double power line, so it stretches over the full solar chunk. We have to make it with wooden power poles. We don't have access to the steel ones. Those are way too expensive. So we have a double power pole stuff, and we could simply drag all the solar panels in place. Worked quite well. Okay, I suppose we might as well follow this resource path up here then. Forgot that one, that's another one. Okay, that panel was one tile off, so we can place another one here. Get full vision. Is the entire solar field. There it is. 3000 hand-placed solar panels. Hand-placed with love. Okay, now let's go find out if this oil is still accessible, this iron, this copper. Love and carpal tunnel. Ah, shaking my hand already. Right, that's good news for this oil. As long as there is nothing there. Can even connect these chunks as well. Okay, then we're scanning a new expansion. There was previously nothing there. The first scan has been made. Let's see if we can push a raider up in this territory a little bit. Yeah, I see stuff. I'm already seeing a lot of stuff. Okay, we might get one in this chunk over here. It's a bit tricky. But there we go. 1, 2, 3 expansions right there already. Yeah, we're not gonna go further there. Michael Hendricks. I don't think I ever saw somebody make that joke before, Michael Hendricks. It's kinda an easy one though. Kinda amazed that didn't pop up before. Right, looks like this oil is safe as well. I was kinda worried after the first exploration tour where things didn't all work out that well, but it's looking up now. Technically there's still a good oil up here. Or a reasonably good oil up there. That is like literally next to the biters. And a so-so oil up here. And another iron up here. Looks like we're going to go up there as well then. We don't need to go there though. What's up with all the MMM? Early game markings of that there were more medium worms than I cared to count. Because in the early game it kinda mattered how many medium worms there were, because we had to face them with yellow ammo. And every medium worm took 100 full magazines. There's an expansion right there. The correct chunk is there, so I'll just put it like in the corner. We'll go up a bit as well. Cannot reach there, so we'll just place it on top of the cliff for some extra vision. We're gonna be going up here anyway. Let's try this. Yeah, you would think the engineer could climb up like a 4-meter cliff or so. It doesn't even look that hard. can actually place those raiders in the correct chunks as well, so no need to place extra ones in here. As long as there are no biters here. Maybe I should not walk 2 times at 2 times speed in chunks where potentially there could be biters. It looks like Past Mike already had fun following the shoreline with the belt here. Okay, these resources all look still pretty accessible as well. Looks like it all has been working so far. Of course, it still needs to keep on working for quite a while, since it's gonna take some time before we actually start mining all these resources. Let's have a look here. Okay, not bad. So, a rough estimate says we can mine 3/4 of a belt of copper for 90 hours to mine up this 3 million ore. And we can use this copper instead of copper nearby our base. For as long as it lasts, basically. So that's kind of the end game plan to supplement my base's resources. That's probably all we need to know. I think I should place another radar just randomly down there a bit. Because now I really don't have much vision below the copper. But yeah, that's thanks to all this forest, man. I think we can just mine this and have a lot of pollution absorbed by these forests. I think the biter base to worry about is actually this one over here, as that spreads over the unforested land and over the water. Water is better these days in absorbing pollution than it was before. Caught myself in the pipes. These pipe gates tend to close a bit earlier than you expect sometimes. Okay, let's pop those into existence. There we go, and another one. Okay, I think we can just place this down a bit further. Maybe all the way in the chunk it's supposed to go in. Counts, as long as the center is in that chunk. Alright, that's good enough for this area. We have to go back. I think I can sneak past here actually. But we are gonna go up anyway, so I might as well just walk back this way. Why not mine this copper right now? Because that 3/4 of a belt is calculated, it's like estimated with the efficiency modules in mind, which basically let me place 5 times the miners on the same patch for the same pollution output. So for instance, I can mine 2 belts of iron from the left side of this patch without polluting these biters, but that's taken into account having efficiency modules. Without efficiency modules, I would be able to mine only 0.4 belts of iron for the same pollution generation. So I have to wait until I have efficiency modules to access these resources, or I will be polluting the biters before they are ready. I'm gonna make another save. It's been a while. Radaring NE, I suppose. Okay, this is a little bit of a tight squeeze. It's not completely coincidental that I saved right at that moment. I think we should be able to squeeze through here. Let's switch sides. Okay, we should have a raider in that chunk. Let's mirror it with a raider. I suppose in this chunk it'll have to do. Oh. Oh. Those guys settled quite close by my anti-expansion pipeline. It's actually, no, it's 2 chunks away. The pipe is in this chunk. So not too close by. They might have selected this chunk and just spread it over here anyway. Probably should have been a bit more careful with my early game stuff. There's plenty of behemoths walking around. It looks like it's potentially an expansion which formed in the behemoth biter era then. Kind of interesting to see all the expansions now and how the early game strategy actually worked, and that it worked so nicely so far, at least. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. Alright, we're almost at the next oil, which I thought I could take. I just wanted to get a view of... This is what happens when we don't protect land. That is how it looks. We haven't even scanned all the chunks yet. Yeah, it's really working way better than I thought it would. And this amount of expansions doesn't even take into account that tons and tons and tons of expansions have failed, thanks to most of the time now there's a chunk blinking in our base. Most of the time, but not this time. Oh no, this time as well. Most of the time the expansions are not happening. And still we have gotten so many expansions. Mining productivity surprisingly is worth it. Yes, it is 1000 times as expensive, but it also saves 1000 times as many resources, since all of the following research is also 1000 times as expensive. So the net benefit is about the same. Actually, I did the math on that. It costs 250,000 red and green science packs to research, which means it's 2.5 million resources. Let me find it. 2.5 million resources. It's 10 resources for a pair of red and green. And then it's basically generates 10% resources on top. So if it saves more than 2.5 million resources, it's worth it. And it will, because the total amount of resources we need is like in the 150 million area. Most of that is like in the blue science era. So 10% of that is 15 million, so that's 6 times as much. 6 times, it saves 6 times more than it costs, so even with some other discounts, which we can get later if you account for those, like 6 times the return on investment, you're not gonna undo that. Maybe it drops to 5 or 4 times, but it's definitely gonna be worth it. Yeah, weirdly enough, we can get the oil on the left side of this chunk. So the oil which is in this chunk, we can actually mine that. We're going to be generating 2 pollution a minute for every pump jack, and this forest tile, and this forest tile could absorb like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 pump jacks worth of pollution consistently without getting damaged, just basically reaching an equilibrium. Which means pollution would never spread to this chunk which has the actual biter bases. So we can mine this oil right next to the biters and we won't be polluting those. It's kind of cool. I'm just gonna plop a quick raider in this chunk, I suppose. I'm not standing in a good location here. Yeah, mining productivity creates pollution out of thin air. That is exactly the right way to think of it. At a rate on top of the normal extraction rate. Alright, so we need a raider in this chunk. That is not going to be placed in the center. This area is a bit iffy. You can already see I have a diagonal pipeline going on to stay out of reach of all the biters. Let's try to put one in this forested open area here. Alright, I'm out of here, worms. So if you have 10 levels of mining productivity, which gives 100% bonus, you basically produce resources twice as fast without draining the ore patch faster. So if the ore patch is worth 1 million, now it's worth 2 million, and you produce it twice as fast with the mining productivity for no extra pollution or electricity cost whatsoever. Mining productivity is really kind of strong in that regard. Looks like we're just gonna try to we're kind of far out here again. Right, so we won't be able to mine this iron. So might as well draw a pipeline over top of it. Looks like the best part is like to go diagonal roughly at the halfway mark. Okay, and then just go diagonal. I'm not gonna do that now, but how is the expansion chunk here? It looks a little bit light on the protection. That's actually quite okay. Yeah, we're pretty good here. The copper is a bit high on the right side, but for the rest it's not bad. Okay, we do have Biter X. No, it's not an expansion, that was already there. This is as far left as it can go. Hop. Yeah, you need to use the technology produces resources for free, that is correct. It's not the... I think we abandoned the grid here, we just have to put stuff wherever it goes. That's the mining productivity technology and the infinite technology is also the reason why productivity in miners is basically never a good idea unless in some like really weird edge case scenarios. Okay, I'm not gonna go down there. That looks very too behemoth-y for me. I place one in this forest maybe. Really nice that the raiders are no longer considered military. Makes it a lot easier to do these raider things without them getting destroyed. Even Biter expansions will ignore them unless they are really in their way and they have the feeling they cannot possibly walk past it, then they'll destroy it. For the rest, how's it looking here? Okay, Raider is actually pretty good here again, so I'm gonna adhere to the grid. Okay, so I think I'll place another like anti-expansion thing on the right side there. It was looking a little bit light. And we could actually just place a belt down here. The belt will have to go that way anyway. I don't have a belt, I just have pipes and walls. Alright, we'll place them. We'll place a pipe. Anytime now, there we go. It was mostly these two chunks, I think. So I've placed something on this border that should do the trick, really. Switch off the values again. You know, let's watch it. 233 and 225. 2 1/3 and 2 1/4. A little bit of pipe laying later and we're at half those values. That's good enough. Alright, so all of these resources are still good. I don't even know if I counted this oil towards my total, to be honest. It's not really marked as such. So then let's not touch it. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Number one advice. Okay, I see an expansion there, but we can still like sneak the raider in the bottom of the chunk. Actually only behemoth worms. I don't see any nests just yet. There's another one over there. There we have him. That one is definitely not only worms. That's a huge expansion. Alright, we almost made it to the all the way to this iron patch again. We did neutralize this one expansion in the early game. We have another medium Johnny right here. As long as there's nothing else in the way, we should be good. I don't think we can really get much further here. Or can we? Okay, there's an expansion there. That's actually quite good. Yeah, that expansion is in this chunk. Let's mark that. For later. That is right on the water. The center is in the bottom chunk, so that's right there. It's gonna matter later when we do the land filling on the lake expansion chunk shenanigans. I think I can sneak that radar all the way up here. Alright. Good. Okay, we cannot really go much higher. Alright, all the resources on this leg of the journey are still good. No problems whatsoever with nothing. Plastics, 94% done. Science per minute is dropping now though. We are down to like 840. Ah, I knew it. That's why I brought the repair packs, you bastard. Alright, so what else do we do? I guess we plop a radar down here somewhere. And in that corner, as far as it will go. Thanks to the one hotbar, I am not going to run myself straight into that nest down there. And there's another behemoth expansion right there, so I'm not really gonna get much closer on that side either. Just plop it like straight onto the water and get out of here. There we go. So yeah, not full uninterrupted vision, but it's kinda good. Scanning a lot of terrain on here as well again. So we'll see. Are you gonna do the trick where they spawn on the water? There's a disadvantage to the trick. We found out last stream we have a problem. So this biter base is not walled up. They're on an island, so they cannot expand to somewhere in my base. But what we noticed last time is this area was not walled off. These chunks were green. This got selected for expansion. This was within range of the biter island base. Of course, those biters couldn't get there. But then they sounded some alarm or something, because suddenly biters from this base all the way over here started chewing their way through these two walls to get over to this chunk, which is should not be possible. But that kinda says that if we would allow any of these biters to like spawn on the water to get the base to absorb pollution, those then also could call in the backups when there's a biter group on an island that cannot expand to here. Okay, then they just outsource it to the next biter base, and then they suddenly ignore that maximum expansion distance. So I kind of don't think we can do that anymore after that discovery of last stream. See if we can go up here a bit as well. That could also refer to Flying Biters, but no, the Flying Biters was really about just stopping them from coming from over the lake in general. Another behemoth worm. Okay, I think that's it for this area then. It's night now, so we cannot really enjoy the overview. I suppose we just start walking back. Raiders are no longer getting attacked now after they changed it from Factorio 1.1. Likely because of the multi-planet thing and you're only on one planet at a time. So raiders no longer actively attract biters like turrets do. They are basically civilian buildings now. This area still looks a little bit light. I don't know what's... It isn't though. It looks like it's good. Alright, suppose let's not worry then and just get out of here. Okay, the raiders are switching on again. Okay, not quite yet. Let's just walk back a bit until it's full day. There we go. That's a lot more. We originally had this bit of vision over here, so we're working on it. Two more legs really. We cannot really get over here until we landfill bridge our way across. But this should be a valid part as well. We've got this leg to do and that leg, but maybe we'll do something else before embarking on that journey. Like I said, we are not that hard pressed into finishing this task before some random threshold, like all the combat used to do to us. Tick, 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 tick. Okay, so this starts to go up diagonally. Somewhere around this point. Something like that. Okay, all of this area is protected. Now we just again follow our way out of here. And go on this leg. Okay, there's 3 legs then, apparently. This is a small one though. Back to the solar panels. This area is a bit scary to walk through at full speed. Let's go 1.5. Okay, here we're entering the tightest of tight squeezes. Just a random save, you know. Should be good. Should be good. The worm saw us though. But they cannot speak. Alright, further down to the left. Now we can basically run faster because we have lit up all of the land. We will know if there's biter expansions there because the raiders will pick up on it. And we can just zip along now. That's gonna be nice in the future as well. No more tiptoeing. Right, so now we're getting down to the other lake delivery route, which should go over here. We probably have the ability to build that back, like, through the solar area as well, but I think we're just gonna landfill bridge that across. Oh, research complete. Heck yeah, 41 seconds. And then it's just the same amount of science to get the advanced chips. Let's have a look at some power line. Yeah, we're definitely missing some science at the end of the labs now. 120 megawatts we're doing. Right, so plastics is done. Next is advanced chips. Let's take a look at this. 7.7k out of 25. So like a third of the way full. This thing is 8.9k out of 25k. So all of this oil, which we have been producing all this time, is just for advanced oil processing, eventually. There's plastics. And we are like a third of the way there as well. Let's look at how much oil has declined already. At the halfway point. We were doing 27k, now we're doing 22k already. That is a big decline. So yeah, we started at 27. This will just go down until we hit minimum. Minimum then should be about 5k, 5 or 6k oil a second. 5 to 6k oil a minute. That's going to be free oil for the rest of the game. It's going to be 10k oil if we put speed modules in there. 10k free oil per minute. And then whatever we need on top of that, we can then start sourcing from the next source until that runs out as well. We're just going to keep prioritizing all the free oil we build up and only take the surplus from other sources once we need it. I think that way we can get the most out of the oil resources over time. How is the pollution over the last... Okay, this is where we switch to solar panels. This is the mining drills. The zigzagging is because of the coal miners supplying coal for the boilers during the night and then switching off during the day. The boiler pollution is like really reduced to almost nothing. Like 555 a minute. It used to be over 2000. And once we get efficiency modules, the miners will drop from... Whew. That one got me. Once we get efficiency modules, the miners will drop from 4k to 800 per minute. So that's the next big cut. That means the furnaces are going to be polluting more than the miners are. Crazy enough. Yeah, it is that time again. It's a good time for that as well. When did I last save? Yeah, before the tight squeeze, I suppose. We can have that time Don't need to save every second. I think I'm starting to think it's less and less important to really start making efficiency modules and red circles right when we unlock the technology. I don't really think we need to do that. So let me do a quick get up and stretch session. Oh, a nice space track from space. A nice calming space track. This is a really nice one. Not ignored. No, no, no. I'm trying to better my life. I should stream when I do the editing as well. Then I can get up and stretch during the editing process as well. That often doesn't happen as much as it should. That's a horrible idea. I need like full focus for the editing. You really need to get into it and then just keep going. That's basically the only way to do it. The timer is up to 108 hours. Less than 1000 in-game Factorio days still. Alright, I should have grabbed the coffee cup before I went to sit. I know how that sounds. I promise you it's the sound of coffee from my thermos cup being poured into my cup. I'll prove it to you by drinking it right now. Right. Is it not actively bad to generate more chunks now, as that will decrease the percentage of chunks that are green? I was gonna say no, until I understand where you're coming from. You have a lot of good remarks, Björn. Björn was also the guy who came up with the let the biter spawn on the water thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear we can use it as it conflicts with the... it basically nullifies the maximum expansion distance gimmick, as we kinda... At least that's the current theory, what we discovered with the Biter Island thing. Yeah, actually it might be bad to generate more chunks, but I'm pretty sure most of these chunks were generated anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna chart all the chunks at half speed. So all of this land is already generated outside of what the raiders are trying to scan. So that is a lot of land which is already generated anyway, merely by me walking around. I think the raiders are not actually going to scan much further beyond that. Let's look, where is the raider here? Here's a raider. I think these are the furthest raiders. So the raiders will ultimately reveal all that land, but they won't actually scan and generate new chunks for the most part. I don't really care what's beyond here, so yeah, this is already like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chunks beyond the furthest raider. How about here in the north? We're not going to be generating new... I might have just generated a bunch of extra terrain by just walking here, but that's going to happen eventually anyway, because I'm going to need to build the mines eventually, so I will be walking around here plenty anyway. So the entire area that is... around these mines is going to get generated eventually. Looks like we are kind of just on the very edge already. Okay, almost all of the terrain where I have ever walked is already generated to its maximum distance, so probably we're not doing that bad. Let's see if we can now see this. Chunks, is there a lot of green anywhere around the edge? Then that will have definitely been newly generated chunks. Like clusters of green on the edge, like this might have not existed yet, but it should be more than that. Yeah, something like this. This probably did not exist yet, because this is a surprising amount of decently green chunks. Expansions were here already, but not here. So this, we probably generated a bunch of new land on this side here. But that's just about it, and a bit in the north apparently. This is also a pretty decent sign that this was not generated before just yet. So I think we have generated the full amount of land we will ever generate, unless we go on extremely long landfill tours over the lakes and whatnot. But yeah, that was a good thought. That could have very well been the case. What determines when a chunk gets generated? Yeah, radar, pollution, or player vicinity generates up to 20 chunks away. So that's like 6 chunks further than a radar scans terrain, default quality radar. It's an effect that does happen over time though. It used to happen at a rate of about 1 chunk every second or so, but I already discovered now that's not the case. If you're standing still, the background chunk generation thing does not work. In Factorio 2.0 you need to be walking to generate that. And doesn't matter if you're moving, you just have to be pressing the walking key to keep generating the chunks around you. In a test run I actually tried to just explore a whole lot of land, and then I was blocked by biters, and I tried standing around to let the terrain generate, but then it didn't generate. So then I walked, and then it did generate. So then I just walked for like 10 minutes on a pipe like this and severely sped up game. And then the terrain had generated around me. So that's quite a funny mechanic. Okay, looks like we're already blocked here in the south. We'll just pop like 1 or 2 raiders down there and call that a day. Ah, yeah, you can use conveyors to move yourself, actually. Like to prevent. Yes, you can do... That would imply you can now do these days with conveyor belts. What before you could only do with a Spidertron. And that is travel to the edge of the world in person. The edge of the generated world in person by not moving. And just placing belts under your feet and letting them transport you. We should actually test that. That's insane. I'm not gonna test that. I get sidetracked quite enough as it is. The area immediately gets generated around you as like 5x5 tiles, 5x5 chunks, the area that you actually see. Okay, I am curious though. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. That is awesome. We're gonna have to go to an area that is... We can just do a new map, actually. Restart! It has a function. There we go. Restart button. Alright, so let's first test... we'll chart all the chunks. And I keep charting and nothing happens. This is generated and nothing else gets generated. I speed up time. Speed up time by a factor of like 20. We're going at 1200 UPS right now. It is turning night as we just watch the spaceship. I said it is turning night as we just watch the spaceship. Thank you very much. That goes super. Lots and lots of time progression. We chart all the chunks. Okay, what the heck? Maybe it's different for the starting area. Okay, now nothing is happening anymore. Maybe there's a special circumstance for the actual starting area. Guess we'll find out. But nothing is being generated anymore. What kind of range is this? I did not move. We need the special measurement book. 14 chunks, 20 chunks. We can use the 20 chunks one. So the inner square with the small dots is the radar range. The outer square is the map generation that usually occurs around the chunk. We are in which chunk? I would say we are in the chunk with the spaceship here. Okay, now we should have a little bit of extra terrain. Yeah, now we have a little bit... Oh, that was fast actually. Okay, now let me just walk against the spaceship for a bit. And then do it again. Okay. Now let me do nothing for a little bit, but not being in map view. Try it again. What? Did it get... Maybe you just need to be not in map view or what? Alright, maybe you just need to be not in map view. Okay, that sucks. Okay, there goes the strategy. As long as you're in map view, it doesn't work. You have to be in not map view. I suppose if you're in remote view, it just... Then in terms of game, you are no longer like on the planet or something. That's kind of weird as well though. Because biters definitely can attack you still while you're in remote view. Okay, let's go away from map view, don't do nothing. Right, another myth busted. This time a misinformation myth I put in the world myself, because apparently it still works, yeah. It does look that it still works. Does it work faster maybe if we walk? No. It does appear to be the same speed. Okay, let's at least check if the maximum distance is still the same. We'll go crazy fast. 64 times game speed, or as close to it as we can get. Okay, that should probably put us into... Normally it takes like about a half hour or so to generate all the chunks. Still going. We are right about there. That should be the last little bit. Alright, but that means you cannot transport yourself to the edge of the world because it's hard. You can do that from map view with bots, I suppose. And then place everything from map view. Yeah, but to the final details of that, we're not gonna test right now. It does appear that the maximum limit is still the same. As long as I stay in this chunk, nothing should happen. Yeah, okay, the maximum limit is still the same. Ah, wait, we have cliffs here. Alright, let's try that. That's good enough. Okay, I'm gonna go on this belt, go in map view. Keep in map view. Let's see if new chunks are generated. No, not yet. New chunks are not being generated while we're in map view. So as long as you stay in map view, what if we go to here in map view? There we go. Zip, 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 zip. Okay, does that count as still being in map view? Yes, okay. So technically then you could still transport yourself to the edge of the world like this, as long as you do everything from map view. You cannot deconstruct stuff even though it's within range. So you have to have bots to do that. But it looks like you can. You can abuse the... You can go to the edge of the map like this. But as soon as you accidentally press M and go outside of the map, now we should see some new chunks again. Okay, now we see some new chunks again. Alright, so that is like roughly how it works then. So you don't need to be walking. That means that means I'm an idiot. And I have been in the test run just been walking against a cliff for 20 minutes for no reason at all. All I had to do was not be in map view. I just got confused by this not updating. I could before do this and new chunks would keep being generated. That's funny. Alright. I should have watched if there's... Can you save the game without... No, you cannot. So you probably would generate at least one chunk. Let's go this way. You probably would generate at least one chunk when saving and one chunk when loading the game before going into map view. Yeah, some changes are probably necessary from a Space Age gameplay point of view. And we might be able to place an next raider there as well, depending on if there are expansions there. Autosave. Autosave probably would not mess with that. That's correct. And then Alt F4. I guess autosave and then just escape without saving. Autosave does not save on exit, does it? It just saves every interval. So you can wait for the autosave and then just exit normally. But how would you enter the game again? That's the problem then. I'm just assuming there's no biters here, speeding up to 2 times game speed. Don't know why I need to chop all these trees, but apparently we do. It's not an important area though. There's not going to be pollution here later. I suppose we can place the other radar on the way out. Ah, yeah, you can remove them yourself, or rotate them yourself, that is true. Looks like we're chopping trees now to place the radars for some reason. Oh, that tree actually likely would have done something, so yeah, I should not have chopped those things. This also looks pretty lightly protected, to be honest. Maybe it's just in my mind. Got some higher values here, 0.2. Lakeside here is a bit iffy. Got 0.3 right here, that could be bad, because those might just go in this chunk or worse in this chunk because of the forest. And that would be way too close. I think we need to do something about this here. So this... Okay, let's not do that. We'll do it a little bit next to it, over here. That is iffy. That's all good. The lake here is a bit iffy. 0.3 here as well. That's not good, not great. A bit more here. This is all fine. The rest is all fine. Maybe here. Never mind all the numbers on the minimap. So I guess like a wall here would reduce this by enough. 0.193, 0.2. It would also diminish this surrounding here a bit. I think we'll drop from 0.2 to roughly 0.1. Okay, looks like it's going to be a quad wall. Then it's going to be extra well protected because I cannot drag the mouse straight to save my life. So let's just walk. They are super well protected, even better than I wanted it to. We have this 0.3 here. That is technically not a problem. If this gets selected, it is extremely likely the biters will go over here to avoid the forest. Alright, that's 2460. The next one is down here. What's about the radars though? Where it should go? Okay, the radar should go in the 0.3 chunk, which is that one. So looks like we are gonna protect that then. Or at least with the radar. There's already an expansion behind it. So let's not go there. We'll go like right here. I'm even too scared to walk in. That should do it. It's getting night. Hopefully we can still get one update. Yeah, there we go. That's right on the edge of the visible map as well. But the fact that these have numbers indicate it's not the edge of the map yet. Alright, we're gonna leave that as is. Okay, we're gonna go on the other side of the cliff here. Can biters expand onto ghosts? I think so. I would not know what would stop them. Oh hey, thanks Creek. I'm already too far here. Uh, 0.3, yeah, this was bad. We need to do something about that. The next chunk. I think we'll just wall up the cliff here. 0.1. Yeah, perfect. That gets rid of that one. The other ones are both at the lake. So for the rest we just have to radar for a bit. We can probably place one down there, so let's go. There's I don't think I can sneak past that. Just dropping this up. I'm gonna watch the cute VOD on YouTube. Love you and have fun. Thanks, man. Let's not run at 2 times speed straight into a behemoth biter nest here as well. Getting a bit careless. Cannot, it's too far. Okay, then we'll do this. Think I can do this. Come on. Alright, it is there. Yeah, naturally spawned behemoth worms, man. We are pretty far out here. Kinda miraculous that we found such large resource patches. All the way out here. Okay, there's a big base. And we're gonna lose the grid here. See how far down we can go, maybe here. There's no way we can make it to here. We're not gonna go there. There's nothing there anyway. See when we meet the first expansion, that is already right now. That's just gonna be this. Plop. Right. Let's finish this up. Straight on the uranium patch. For some extra scam power. And then we got the 2 lakeside areas over here, which we should protect. Hopefully, if it's still possible. Here so. Exactly know, but if the marker is here, I'm just gonna draw this wall. And call it good. Okay, let's get rid of that one. Then we just have one more next to the lake. And here we'll just extend the We'll just draw like another double loop or something around the pipe. Okay, 0.7, 0.1. Okay, that's good enough. One more radar to place somewhere over here. And also this area has all the resources we ever could hope to get. Nothing has been meddled with. Protected southeast. But then it's just a little bit in the south left. Let's check in at science. What is the issue at the moment? We both have not enough copper and not enough inserters at the same time. I suppose that's because the helper copper is just getting split over going here towards inserters. I know the iron is not full for inserters, I see. This belt of iron is having some problems. So here we have iron problems mostly. And here we have copper problems mostly. Okay, no. Mostly, yeah, no, it's copper problems only. Only copper problems for red signs and only iron problems for green signs. Which one is the bottleneck? Let's see what is backed up. Looks like red signs is the bottleneck because green signs ingredients are backed up. No, here red signs ingredients are backed up. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Both are the bottleneck. both sign specs are the bottleneck, alright. That is weird. Alright, then we just have one radar to fill in on the way back, which I skipped earlier. We now know that there's nothing here, so I can just run like a maniac without crashing into anything. Except for in this next radar. Slow down a bit. Okay, there is some stuff. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. I have to, like, if I time it right, I can put the radar in here and then just get out of there again. Okay, that's the last one. For the grid on this side. Pretty sweet. And then eventually that'll have to get over the water over here. But that's for later. Currently we don't. If I had like one piece of landfill, I could just bridge my way over here. Let's chop like 3 rocks or so. We can make 2 landfill and make a permanent bridge. That's a cool rock. I don't exactly know what CPU I have. That is correct. I got a laptop. It says i9, but it's also like limited to 55 watts or something. Right, that's actually first landfill. Is that noteworthy? Not really. No, let's not. a bridge. And now we can walk through here. Without having to walk all the way around that nest. That was worth it. Yeah, I know I can check system information, but I'm not gonna. I mean, it's not really worth interrupting the stream for everybody else to just check out what system I have, I feel. Although it looks like we're talking about it anyway, at the moment. Alright, I have only 118 radars remaining. 219 solar panels. I placed one radar without a solar panel. Oh yeah, I placed one on the existing power network, I remember now. I think we already built 200 radars or something in the last hours then. Yeah, we have built almost 200 radars. I might not have enough. No, I will have enough. The south is not so extensive, I think. Oh wait, we got some more medium Johnnies over here. I not only gotta avoid them, I also gotta make sure they don't shoot my radar while avoiding them. So I think I'm walking myself into a corner here. This radar cannot stay eventually, we gotta go down. To here at least. Just take the bottom of the laptop. These pipes are likely to stay in place forever. I'm not going to Russian roulette my way into deconstructing any of these. Alright, I feel we can complete this, the second batch of raidering at the start of the next stream. And we can go do something else for now. That's what I really want to do. Can I do? Let's just have a look at the values, if they are not too high. We did protect this already. We got a pipeline and a belt here. This is all pretty low. Pretty low. All of our resources have been good so far, so I don't really think I need to really hurry up with this. Here we got some questionable things, but not like 0.3 questionable. I think actually this is pretty good. This area is not very good though. 0.292 is not great. We got a bunch of 0.2 something chunks over here. Okay, that is not good. A single expansion ruins this entire, what? We could lose 14 million iron by a single expansion here. Now if we do this part, is it the last one? Then there's a tiny part over here. And a very tiny part over here. If we do that one, we might as well do them all. We got this one we cannot do unless we landfill bridge. I don't think we're gonna do this part at all. We'll just hope that it still exists when we come there to mine it. I'm not going to specifically landfill my way across right now. Alright, you know what we'll do? I'm just gonna check if there's something there already. Let's just reveal it. I did save, right? Yeah, I did save. Let's just reveal it. If it's already gone, then it doesn't matter. If it's not gone, but it will be gone by the time we do this next stream, I just will replay the last little bit. Okay, we can see tons of expansions here. That's good, but what is happening here? That's the area I'm most interested in. Alright, there's nothing yet here. Alright, so this is still safe. Theoretically, I should go finish the job completely with the raidering. This is still free as well. There is something here, but it's far. The copper is probably limited by these anyway. Maybe, I don't know. But this is still accessible for half a belt. This is still accessible for half a belt. This is all still accessible. No expansions have settled here at all. This all seems accessible as well. So everything still is accessible, right? Everything still is accessible. Alright, if everything is still accessible, I think there's a small chance that the biters will settle on one of those spots during the next couple hours. Let's have some opinions in chat. Should I finish the raiding? Should I just properly finish the job, or should we go like do something else? Just drop your opinions in chat and we'll see. If people don't mind me finishing the job, I'll just finish the job. But if you want to see like some other part of Factorio, maybe something related to, you know, like furnaces and assembly machines and stuff, you know. But then again, you can see that on everybody else's stream. Finish it now, I don't mind. Okay, that's 2 votes. 2-0 for now. Wrapping it up seems smart. That's 3-0. Finish it now. 4-0, 5-0. Okay, looks like whatever you want. Finish it. Finish it. Okay, we're gonna finish it. Looks like yeah, we're gonna finish it then. I'm just gonna do a quick visit to the base to pick up. I think I have some raiders sitting in chests here still. I think I did not take everything for some reason. Do I? Yeah, 16 raiders are still here. You just know, right? You just know it. If I do not take those 16 raiders, we will be missing like 2 at the very end. So let's go pick them up. I'll also pick up some belts, so I can have the option of anti-expansioning stuff with belts, which I need to place later on anyway, instead of with just pipes and walls. You could make a poll. I could do that if it's closed, but I cannot make a universal poll across YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So, if the general gist is clear from the chat, then that's good enough for me. Like 6-0 or something, 6-5 to 0.5. That's good enough. I do like that as well. It's easier for editing, Mike, if I do things in like distinct blocks instead of doing everything at the same time a little bit. Alright, let's do a little bit of other stuff in the meantime. We're gonna fix this pipe. We're gonna... where is the stuff? We're gonna fix these belts. I think there was still some other stuff which was damaged. Some walls. I don't think we can fix walls actually. Okay, I don't see him. Ah, they're in here. We can fix the walls, but not right now. So, that's too bad. I'm not gonna use repair packs though. We're gonna craft ourselves a grenade. Underground pipe. Some underground belts. And cancel everything. And everything is fixed. Oh, it looks like I crafted 2 underground belts. Alright. Repair pack free repairing. Only on 1000 times science cost where you have to come up with different methods to try and survive. Okay, that was my that was wrong. That's my actual inventory. I should get the raiders out of there though. That's what I came back for. I already got sidetracked. Some pipes. We are not using as many pipes as I thought. Let's take 1.6 and 1.6k walls. And then we'll take 1.6k belts. That's good enough, I think. I should pick up some landfill, really. Just so I can like bridge my way across some water point or something. We should have plenty. Okay, this mine. Let's check the status of the miners. This had about 170 or like 200k, something like that. Half of it's gone. 800 per chest. This is iron. This is our starter stone patch. It has 41k remaining. 1.1k per chest. And these were almost 500k. 390 and 343 now. Right, it's pretty good. $98. I placed 2 landfills, so 98 is good enough. I don't foresee really needing to landfill myself across much. I could like stepstone my way through here, for instance. That's like 32 pieces. I can just walk here. I'm not gonna go there, so I'm not gonna take the landfill to go there, because then I am gonna go there, and I do not want to go there. Right, finish the job. We first go into this corner then. Let's build a landfill bridge to later easily just traverse this area. Just zip back diagonally to the right mostly. As long as science per minute is like above 700 or so, I'm fine. I don't really think I should need to do anything about that. For now, it still seems that we are out-teching our base building pace. Believe it or not, at 1000 times science cost, it is so weird. I would have thought I would not know what to do. I already envisioned myself chopping every single rock and coal rock in my base, and yet here I am, horribly behind on building like oil, advanced circuits, mining resources for it, etc, etc. What signs a minute am I gonna aim for with blue signs? 900 at first, because that's my red and green. That's gonna require 20 barrels of resources though, so we'll see how that goes. Right, somewhere over here we should build a landfill bridge. I think we're just gonna build like one of those stepping stone things, the every other tile thing. Let's see where that properly lines up nicely. Over there perhaps. Over here as well. Yeah, let's do it over here then. So this is kind of a bridge which the player can cross, but the biters cannot. Not that it matters in this point of view. You also can just stop biters and players from crossing by just picking it up after you these days, which is nice. Right, first landfill bridge. Oh, I probably should have saved there. That one was notable. Well, Editing Mike is going to have to deconstruct and reconstruct that. Sorry, Editing Mike. Hey, thanks, Guy42 for subscribing to Amazon Prime. Always nice to see people redirecting Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his pocket. Biters cannot cross that bridge, no. Biters need an uninterrupted landfill bridge. Players somehow can leapfrog a single step. I was here also to build raiders. I kinda forgot about that. This is the current raider grid. That one is placed. So I think we just go up here. Place it on the biter base. We might be able to get a couple free expansion chunks out of here as well. Quickly. There does not seem to be too much in the way of anti-expansion measures. This one, this pipe here, and then this pipe here. If we take that away, I bet we generate a pretty good bunch of expansion chunks again. This should be too far away for the biters to cross. This should be too far away for the biters to cross. Barely. That's a bit scary though. If they settle here, they are right on the edge. They theoretically cannot settle in a chunk that can actually theoretically expand to my side. That's a bit scary though. Thanks Southern Pretzels as well for the Jeff Bezos money. Southern Pretzel. How do you all come up with those usernames? I mean, it's not that mine is great. Like, especially not for some sort of public. I shouldn't really complain about people's usernames, since I've done a pretty horrible job of it myself. Yeah, and I'm not so sure anymore I should clear up these chunks. I'm gonna do it anyway, because I want to learn about this as well. How the biters are gonna react to this. Theoretically, they should not be able to cross, but let's see if we find another edge case in which they can cross. That means I should not place a raider on there, because the expansion chance will be lower. That means I should place a raider in this chunk instead, because that's where the biter base is. And we'll just place some raiders on this one and on this one, and that's going to be our vision. Yeah, let's clear this up real quick. I think that's going to be a bunch of expansion chunks again. Yeah, I'm not gonna grenade this out of the way. Mike Handy is okay. That's more the YouTube alias that is the problem. In terms of privacy and stuff. But yeah, I did never really plan to go like full on into YouTube, so I never really thought about it. But like the very first video I made was a Minecraft video with Skyblock, speedrun, time-lapse, all the trigger words. There's the first green chunk right there. All the trigger words are in there. And that one did kinda well over the first 5 years a bit. Then I decided to make another one that went extremely well, and suddenly I got like 100k subscribers on that one video alone. So I did what any well-thinking person would do after making a successful Minecraft video, and that is never make a Minecraft video again, and instead just go all in on Factorio. And just hope some of the audience transfers over. Alright, 3 chunks. Suppose we gotta move that raider out of the way as well. Yeah, I grew up in the early days of the internet when it was still all... It was not still all good as well, but when it was still a bit more... less threatening, so to say. And this is a pretty easy deconstruct as well, to be honest. Let's just triple speed rip this open. Until the biter chunk. Alright, I think the medium Johnny chunk, we're gonna just keep that in there for now. Because it's medium Johnny. See if we can clear up some more on the minimap. Right, more chunks. Pretty easy. A lot cheaper than building them on the lake. Just deconstructing my early game frivolous pipe splashing. This stream feels like a talk show with background game footage, and it's pretty cool. I do not really go that much into my personal life in general. Like for a talk show kind of thing. I do tend to explain a lot more what I'm doing, I think, compared... Well, that's very flashy, let's try to avoid that. I explain a lot more of what's actually going on in the stream repeatedly compared to other streamers, I think. Which might make the weird strategies a bit easier to follow, I don't know. Okay, this area should turn green now as well. On the minimap. With a bit of luck. Alright, there we go. It's really the last ones that really do it. Alright, so now we got the scary situation of these biters being here. It should be far enough away, like 3 chunks safety distance. And these biters actually only have a 2 chunks safety distance. These biters potentially have a 1 chunk safety distance, so... We'll see how that goes. There might be an expansion over here later. If I remember, I might want to block that off later. I mean, there's many green chunks on the map. The chance that this specific one gets selected is not that high. Now we are like over here in the base again. We don't even know how you look like. Yeah. I am forbidden from doing the face cam because if I do face cam, we're gonna get the cringy thumbnails with the surprised Pikachu faces. That is just unavoidable once your face is out there on the internet. At least I didn't make that mistake just yet. It's not really a mistake, but you know how it goes. Alright, that's basically all the all that I wanted to do. Now we go just finish the radar mission. It's like one should be placed over there. Actually, I can place the radar in the correct chunk right now. It's not unheard of. Actually, no, I should not place radars there. The radar should be in the wall chunk. Alright, here we can place it basically everywhere where there's already walls or biter bases is good to go. Suppose one there and one like on the water as far as it goes. We can place it here because this chunk is red. There are no chunks we are disturbing over there. Let's just walk through this base with our gates technology. Alright. This forest is kinda horrible. A lot of fallen trees, I remember. We're gonna see. This is also very much a theory test. I don't really specifically need like these couple of green chunks here. I could place some stuff in this chunk, which would make this all red, and would keep these green chunks, which are definitely safe. I mean, this is not a test run, right? This is the real thing. Yeah, I should really make that safe. Let's go back. It's not a test run. Gotta go through this weird bridge over here. If you run fast with the sped up game, we're not losing so much time, right? That's how this game works. Alright, so if I put stuff over here, this will turn red, but this will stay green. You can do like a variant of the Grey Dutch Waterworks. This could be the Little Dutch Waterworks. But we should not go in one chunk to the left. We're just gonna like wall this entire chunk. Except the tree. Alright, that's decent. Yeah, that's okay. This is 0.172, which is not great, but okay enough, I suppose. We can place some more stuff in the 0.40 chunk up there. Where the radar is. It's like a nice pipe square, an OG pipe square. That's not a square, is it? That is not very square. Now I'm stuck in the pipes. If I delete these ghost pipes, I'm not stuck in the pipes. That is okay. That is definitely okay. It would be even okayer if there was one more layer around. Right. I'm not even gonna look, that is okay. No facecam restriction. That makes it easier. Right, so now these chunks are green, so I cannot place a raider here. Yeah, I gotta adhere to the rules. I was down there already, let's get back down there. Three hours still until red chips, 820 SPM. It's probably gonna drop a bit more still. Do I want to go down here still? Maybe not quite, but I could place a radar like sneakily in this chunk over here. Another extra cable. Yeah, or I would or I would have the laptop in a weird angle so the camera could catch my face. Another cable. Alright, we do not need to go further down here. There's probably expansions there, that's fine. We cannot walk through here. We probably cannot walk through here anymore either. Oh yeah, we still have that weird expansion that is not expanding over there. This expansion is not expanding because a single biter is stuck in the forest and that he is not far enough away and he's almost there. So they are waiting for him indefinitely. That sometimes happens. It happens all the time that expansion groups get like messed up or that biters leave it on the way. Normally they just wait a set amount of time and then they continue on their expanding way. But sometimes they wait indefinitely, which is the case over here. I've already had it happen in the 100% evolution start run that biter bases actually got tired, that the biters got tired of waiting for the first expansion group and they sent the second one. That sounds a bit too weird. What really happened is, of course, the chunk got selected again for expansion because the first biter base never settled a base over there, so the chunk kept being green and eventually got selected again. And that's why the biters settled there. It's not actually a mechanism that that the biters just send a second group if they're tired of waiting for the first one. I'm min-maxing cables. I'm not really doing a great job of min-maxing cables, I would say. I think I'll just prefer to have a raider in this chunk as well. It's a bit wasteful. But I do want to have the shoreline visible. Okay, we're back into my land, I suppose. Alright, looks like it's pipe or raider in this chunk. So I suppose we'll just break it up completely then. Or not. We're gonna do like 2 raiders here. One on this side, one on that side. To keep the shoreline visible. We want no green circles in these chunks over here. There's actually nowhere to place anything. We'll have to sacrifice that for the greater good. Well, you use sometimes walls, sometimes pipes. In the early game I used pipes because they were cheaper. But later on I had to switch to walls after big biters started messing about. We should be able to adhere to the wall grid again. Or the radar grid. Yeah, the flying biters won't get us. They might get you, but they won't get me. Yeah, so I do not really want to get sidetracked into radaring areas I do not need. I say when I walk into an area I do not need. Check real quick for expansions here. Alright. Just a quick 2 raiders in this area. See what's going on a bit. Gotta know what's going on. Gotta know what's going on further. The coal patch, no, that's fine, they can expand on there. I'm not really counting on mining this. Even with the efficiency modules, that would not prevent the biters from smelling the pollution, I think. They're really like too close by. Especially on this side, there's no forest, and then they're there. I don't know if you meant that one, but... At this area. You know what? I'm exactly in the right chunk. That all seems possible as well. There's actually no way through here. This is entirely blocked off. The only way to get to the oil is through this small gap, protected by 3 Johnnies, which is why all the stuff around here is a little bit in state of disrepair. It's mostly a challenge to not run into these biters while I'm watching that Johnny shoot at me. Alright, let's check this one. 3600% oil here. Let's hope that is still good. It looks still okay. Actually, we just looked on the map, so unless they just settled right now, we should be okay for a while. It also means we can speed up a little bit, perhaps, like the in-game timer. Am I relying on this forest? No. So here's again one of those mistakes where I piped through a cliff without leaving myself a way out. There is a way... There's actually... Is there a way? Appears there's a way out here, but that's pretty close to that biter base. That's not really a reliable path. Alright, let's keep going down. Here's some worms. Ah, it's these guys, alright. Yes, we can just peek our head to the left a little bit just to see what's going on. There might not be going on much here. What is this? No expansion in this area at all so far? I know I see one in the right corner. I'm here without any gun turrets actually. I should have taken some gun turrets. Should have taken some gun turrets in case I trigger some biters. I have a chance to save myself. Especially if it's one of the early game nests which already had pre-generated their squishy small biters without any behemoths inside. I can survive that. I cannot survive much, but I can survive that. Alright, we're getting just one in here. Not getting that over there for sure. So this entire area should be good. Alright, we can like perhaps squeeze another raider on this Biter Peninsula over here. Not quite Biter Island, but I don't think we're gonna go there, so we're gonna just go here. Scan out some more of this water. Actually, that will scan probably most of the water. Yeah, okay, it will reveal the entire future landfill bridge. The landfill bridge area. That's good. Let's pop down here. Okay, so the chunk where it actually should be is over there. I think we'll do another landfill bridge over here. Should still have like the bridgey thing. Alright. Landfill coming in handy. Okay, there's a big nest. I'm gonna just put it next to the coal patch here. This copper is supposed to go up here, so I suppose we look down a bit further. There's probably some expansions here. I see one. Yeah, there's one. Can I still get my raider in that chunk? Yeah, I think I can. Amazingly, that just fits in the forest right there. I'm not really interested in exploring this quickly, so there's a bit light protected here, I think, though. Yeah, 190. We'll just do another wall. A figurative wall. Okay, that's much better. Just throw down some more belt. We'll pick that up eventually, but that will do the rest of the job. That's good. Raidering goes quite quickly. Still though, we're not that far from advanced circuits and I'm nowhere near. Oh, cliff in the way. Can I post an image link? Probably it will get auto-blocked. Yeah, that one's just going to be in this chunk. Yeah, go ahead and try. Oh, it works. Nice. Maybe some sides are excluded by default. How was pollution last time he checked? I didn't check in forever. A great place to go check pollution, where I'm standing right now, but so be it. About the same. I think pollution is quite stable. Since we are losing a bit of SPM every time, while the trees get more and more destroyed. Let's have a look at the pollution. Yeah, tiles is basically the size of your pollution cloud. How more tiles you are polluting, how bigger your pollution cloud is. Forest is then something which usually goes down over time, but also not, because the tiles usually goes up. You can still see, so the passive absorption of the forest was above the tiles here. Now it's already below the tiles here. It is a small difference, but it went from 2.8k to 2.5k, while tiles is about stable at 2.7k. And that's because of this thing, damaging the trees. We were damaging a lot of trees, and now we're damaging less trees. The damaging of the trees stoppage also coincided a little bit with the switching to solar power. So you see it was quite high. 8.5 hours ago we switched to solar panel, and there was kind of a sudden drop after that, as the pollution was a lot less intense. We're probably going to see something similar to that after efficiency modules, if I ever manage to, you know, make a red chip, a single one. Okay, stop thinking about the radar grid. Should I stop thinking about the radar grid? Yeah, I should stop thinking about the radar grid, I think. I'm not gonna stop thinking about the radar grid. I'm gonna place radars with danger for my own life on the grid tiles. Let's first go down. Down is the important area. get out of this forest. Radar should be in here. Yeah, no. Yeah, let's pay attention because this might be a potentially dangerous area. But again, fairly tight squeeze to get out of here. We do gotta do some more like anti-biter expansion protecting in this area. We kind of failed to do enough of that earlier on. Okay, we are now in that area. Let's first put the final radar down on the right side. If we can, and do that in the correct chunk. It does seem unlikely. No, I think I might be able to. The biters are hiding behind my hotbar anyway. Alright. Unexpected, but there it fits. Alright, let's see if something changed here. So earlier on I actually fought a biter base over here against big worms which I could not kill with yellow ammo. We managed to neutralize this base without triggering too many of those guys. And now this base is isolated. This is the only base in this chunk, which is one chunk closer to the iron mine than all the other bases, which is why I wanted to do that. The question is though, did units reattach to that base at any point or not? Unit group info. No, all the biters which are roaming around are still just connected to these bases over here. No biter has reconnected itself to that one. So theoretically, I hope that means that if I pollute this biter base, these won't start collecting to form an attack group. I hope that's the case. I don't know that. Okay, we gotta do some value, expansion chunk value analysis here. So we do want more protection on those lake chunks there. Everything has to go below 0.1. This area is extremely important. So I think we'll just expand this over the entire length. And if necessary, we'll double that up still. Alright, that is okay. 0.9. We'll do another one on top here. For the northern chunks mostly. Alright, that's okay. That's even below 0.9. The next part is over here. There's another wall there. Okay, that seems very simply expandable as well. Water chunks are always more likely because you only can really protect them on one side. And stuff which usually is placed on the other side does now not count towards reduction. So kind of doing that a bit. Over here in the forest. That's about it, I think. Can make that pipe square a bit bigger here. Okay, make that other pipe square a bunch bigger as well. Maybe we can just like do another one here. Connect them. And more is better. Right, then we got stuff in these chunks. I think I'm just gonna expand this by a lot. That should do the trick as well over there. And then I don't need to place a billion things in the forest, because these are entirely forested chunks. Alright, then we just place some stuff on the copper side as well, and that should be good enough. We cannot mine this copper. Maybe this tiny corner here, but it's not really worth it. Okay, that is a trick. Well below 0.1. Everything is well below 0.1. Past Mike was thinking too small, but then again, Past Mike was mining all of his iron with burner miners. And we had big biters to worry about. So I cannot really be mad at Past Mike for not making these pipe squares bigger. Easily like 100 to 150 pipes go into a sizable square. Yeah, that does it. I'm happy. Now let's place a couple more raiders there. And that protects one of the most important resources. One of the most important distant resources. I think is the one we can mine the most of. Like the most resources simultaneously, at least. Adhere to the raider grid here as well. That should discover us what is beyond this water, perhaps. Eventually. Pipes again will take the lead. Pipes have never lost the lead. I don't think. At least not in the intervals we checked. We checked earlier the stream still. I did not place many walls. I did place some. We will never know if walls were in the #1 spot for some time. Alright, then we go look at this. Like half belt of iron, a tiny bit of copper, a tiny bit of coal is what we can get over there. I think we'll place belts there as expansion denier, or like if we need to place more. That's already there. How is this coal? This coal also looks very lightly protected. We have the bell there as well. Okay, it might be properly protected. It's okay, could be better as well. That's probably better. Come on, sticky mouse button. Oh, that's actually the correct chunk. Okay, I see another biter expansion which may not be happening. Or is happening right now. No, it's not happening either. I don't see him, but I hear him. There's a biter stuck in the forest here. There he is. I found him. The small spitter is desperately trying to get to these guys over here to form an expansion. Looks like already since the medium biter era, I don't see any big guys in there. And they just haven't managed to start settling that expansion just yet. Quite funny. Well, we'll just let them continue to suffer, I suppose. So let's not trigger that spitter. Yeah, I won't be in trigger range, that's fine. We can place the raider right here. Okay, let's see if we need to place something more to the left here. Yeah, but also no, maybe in this chunk is good enough. That speed up mod has saved a bunch of time. But definitely not more time than I spent on getting sidetracked. I think getting sidetracked still has the edge. Hey, good night, SS Oak. Another hydrate and get up and stretch. I'm already trained to go to look up and chat a little bit whenever you say something to see if those got triggered again. Yeah, see you around. Hopefully next weekend. Oh, I almost ran straight into that. That settled right next to my... Were those guys already there? Probably doesn't affect much. I would try to mine a bit of copper over here. There's a bunch of forest there. That's probably okay. That means we're just raiding this chunk, I suppose. Not covering the water anyway. Alright, that's about as far out as we can go. We're already in Behemoth Worm territory anyway. That is this string protected. That is basically almost everything which we need. We just got a tiny bit of over here left to do. Basically just go around. Look at this oil. This here. This here. And then this tiny leg over there. And this tiny leg over here. And then we're done with the radering. Hopefully. Then we have like 2 hours left to set up like 15 belts of copper and 5 belts of iron to get advanced circuits or whatever. Maybe I should just do like something small. I do not really need to produce like hundreds of modules per hour. I just gotta get like the first 5 or 10k modules produced and then we're gonna be good. And the thing is, we are gonna be stuck for a very long time researching quality module. That by itself is like 10 hours of research at 900 SPM. So we're gonna do that before blue sign. So if I just set up a quick and gimmicky red chip setup to get the red chips to make like 10,000 modules, it's like 50,000 red chips, but still that is that's way better than setting up the full like 1350 red chips a minute, and then they produce the red chips for the modules for an hour, and then they spend the setup sits idle for the next 20 hours until we actually have blue signs. I think we do something specifically small for the module setup while we research away at these like behemoths of technologies. I think the copper is sufficiently protected here. All the nests around it are already limiting the value by enough there. Where am I going? I'm going back. We're going back. That is the South Raider. Tiny bit left to go, but first I'll get up and stretch a bit. Let's just look at a new lens. So before it looked very much like I walked around and explored manually. Now everything starts to have a more square bordery shape, which is more used, more applicable to raiders and stuff. It's not that we're ever gonna do anything with all that land, but this is how it looks now. The tree standing firmly in the middle. What time is it? 11 o'clock. Okay, we can get this done at least. If you catch up on the stream tomorrow, the first part is probably the most interesting, where we actually build some part of the base. All of the part of the stream after the break is more of this, just me walking around and placing raiders all over the map and discovering that biters are behaving the way we intended to, except over here where we failed to. There's another new expansion over there. That one was not there before, I think. Wait. No. This one was not there before. There we got Behemoth Worm. Look at that. I just walked over here. I literally just walked over here to place that. And now this chunk got selected for expansion. Like this very chunk, I suppose. Well, so much for my theory for that being good. Were all of these guys here before, or only these guys? I'm paranoid now. These were around. No way, these were not around either. What the heck? These were around, but these were not around. How the heck did I place this raider in this chunk if a small splitter is over here? Wait, what? Oh no. Have I triggered some sort of threshold? My biggest fear is that the red chunks eventually start becoming more attractable for biter expansions. There's something weird going on, I still don't know exactly what, but I mean, Look at all the expansions everywhere now that we have radar vision, man. That's a lot. Can I still walk through here though? I think I still can. We can still walk here. We can still walk here. So this biter base is now actually helping us by making this land less likable. Let's look at the values. That must have been a very low value that gotten selected here. It cannot have been higher than 0.25 or something. Before all those biter bases were there. But on the other side is 0.21. And here we also have like diminishing returns from this biter base over there. That is very bad news, even if it just only happens very sometimes. Okay, still working though. Every time I look at the chunks, almost every time a chunk in my base is blinking. So the decoys are still working. I cannot imagine how many expansions I would have had without those decoy chunks, man. If I already have this many. Okay, I was getting up and stretching. I did a whole bunch of tests and I tested at 100% average. Because then you have reliable 15 expansions to count. It makes it easier to count expansions. I think I might want to place some landfill chunks on the lake in this stream still before we cut it off. So I think it's most important to... The biter expansion problem is such a big problem to get around. I think it's important to maybe keep working on that just a little bit longer still. Yeah, flamethrower. It's kind of a big detour though. I need to first produce 25,000 grenades still. We do have oil now. We can do flammables. 50k, military science 80k. And a flamethrower for 50k. It's 130k, it's not that much. Okay, maybe I should have done that immediately then, before even plastics and red chips. But yeah, I also need to like automate grenades then. I think we're on this pathway now. We'll keep going for it, I suppose. We could also just work on clearing up some more chunks in our base. There's plenty of chunks in our base which there's plenty of chunks in our base which we could green up still. We need to capture this biter island, biter base, and then we can make a lot of chunks green here before even landfill. I think we'll do that today as well. So not building on the stuff. We are just gonna go. Cannot get there, man. I have to walk all the way around. Let's run back. Let's run like the wind. I do not really want to go around to protect all my stuff with to a value of like 0.1 or something. Just too much. Too much. It starts to be too much. Slow down a bit. We should place another radar somewhere over here, maybe like here or something. Sneak one in this gap somewhere over there. Ideally in that chunk. Looks like I can get over there. I think you built the wall too late. Oh, it's possible. It is possible that the chunk was being selected for expansion right as we were there. Do I have a save around that point? I don't think I do. Raidering northeast. So it has to be one of these. This was when it was done already. Let's look when it was done already. Northeast, right. It was the northwest. Northwest. Northwest complete. Tofu save. Tofu save or the other one. Alright. Here's the wall. We can now actually see the value. It is not blinking. Oh, that is bad news. I think it was 0.185. Oh, that is an extremely low value to get selected. Then again, there are tons and tons of 0.185 like values around the map, so that kinda, we should multiply it by that amount of circles, and then divide it by the amount of green circles again, which increases the chance a lot again. But that is not great. But it was not already blinking. There's no biter expansion group on the way, we would have seen it coming. So that actually got selected after we did the wall. Let's look over here. Okay, those guys were already there apparently. Were they really already there? I don't believe it. Northwest Tofu save. This is before I went. They were really already there. I did place the raider in that chunk. Okay, so that's good then. I'm getting paranoid. Okay, I'm getting paranoid. Those were already there. Those were already there. Okay. Just those were not there yet. Okay, that's like once. Once is okay. Like, once in a while you roll a low one. That's okay. But if you start to roll like a very low chance twice or thrice in a row, that is when the problems are starting. That should not happen. So if it's one, I'm still fine. If it's one, I'm still fine. Okay, I've calmed down a bit. We cannot get through here anyway. We have to go all the way around through here, through the Johnnies again. So only way out is through the Johnnies, walk around this cliff, and then just come back up on the other side. So let's do that. It's tight squeeze, and then there's the Johnnies to deal with. Ah, trees. Trees are cooperating with the Johnnies. Okay, I'm outside of the wall, so I can place the raiders exactly well chunk aligned. Trees are the real enemy. They always have been. Like on the surface they appear to help you, you know, like cleansing the world from pollution and all that kind of stuff. It's just a decoy. Just a decoy. We all know what they're in for. See how far south we can place this one. Probably, maybe in this chunk, hopefully. Maybe in this one. No, it's too difficult. Let's go here. Not worth it. Will you be importing copper and iron from space? Perhaps iron. Copper I cannot. That requires the advanced variant of the asteroid processing, which is unlocked somewhere way later. Like this one needed to be chopped again for some reason. We got some more Johnnies there. What buildings do biters attack unprovoked? Anything military, like turrets and stuff. Raiders are no longer military though. Those have been excluded now, which is nice for us. See if we can pop down some over here maybe. Be nice. Be nicer. About as far south as we can go. If not too far already. I should make saves before I do those dangerous squeeze throughs. That is bound to go wrong one of these days. My mom tells me. Alright, let's go. Another raider has to be placed next to the giant big wormed base on the iron patch we claimed earlier. The miners patiently waiting already, preventing the behemoth biters from spawning. Big worms cleaned up. It was a heck of a fight. Look at all the gun turrets laying around everywhere. Destroyed ones. Alright, so now we're following this path, I suppose. Up to this over here. Then we sidetrack into here, and then it's done. I know this one. Nothing is ever done. Okay, none of those are placeable, so let's just manually squeeze them in as far as they will go. Okay. Yeah, we saw that already before on the cheat scan. This oil anyway was out of reach because of these biter bases down there and no forest between this and the chunk with the oil. Just a single chunk between the oil and the biter base, which is in this chunk. So it looks like it's far, but it's not. This is actually far. There's one, two, an extra chunk in between, and there is a bit of forest there, so we can probably mine some of that oil. But we do have an expansion down there. See if we can squeeze a raider into this side a bit further. There's expansion as well, so we cannot really get far enough. I do want to see if I can like reveal all that area, which is like missing on the minimap there. It should be in this chunk then. Can I? Let's make a save this time. Let's be smart. I do not want to replay all of that. Alright. That reveals everything. Except this, which I cannot. That's pretty sweet. Okay, that part went way faster, it's way smaller. Let's go back to the base. Back to... here is another cliff. This is probably pretty well protected already, but I might just, you know... I already put the wall on here to protect this area further, so yeah, no expansion should happen here. Dang, this cliff. Okay, I think we can place a raider in there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Here we are safe, so let's speed up. We actually don't need this forest. I'm not gonna place it in the center anyway. Let's just place it here. There's a nice open space. Let's use it. I think we have not placed the raider to the right as well. We'll do 1, 2, 3 and then go out to the left side. The raidering is a lot easier with the solar panels compared to how it was with actually having to place the power network earlier in the game. Holy moly. Of course, it's exactly one chunk, not possible to fit it. Actually, I'm in my wall now. I should not be placing raiders anywhere. For now we will though. This is right next to the biter base, so that's good. The small demolishers are easy to kill with just But only the poison capsules from military tree. After you have blue signs, it's basically 100 blue signs packs. Alright, I do not necessarily need to know all of that. Let's just try to squeeze one in this chunk. Just one a bit lower. We gotta follow this part. Oh, if I can place it one lower, it would be in the right row. So let's do that. I think I can. 58 raiders remaining. It's gonna come down to it. I think it's gonna turn out to be good that we picked up those extra like 16 raiders in the base or so. The stone forest. There's absolutely no way through. There's a bit of a tight fit as well. Let me out. Yeah. I'll be out soon, don't worry. Okay. I think we're just out of range of these guys. We're gonna not adhere to the grid much here, I think. We might just like... Don't get hit by that. Ooh, that is dangerous. Oh yeah, it's really like right out of range of these guys. Alright, let's speed up. And now we're just gonna fit one in between here, as far as we can go. Not very far, probably. Oh, maybe far. Maybe far. Okay, we'll place it on the cliff top then. Yeah, that's good enough. One somewhere on the lake here. I can get one in the chunk. Probably I do not really want to go further that way at all. Alright, that does it for here. One more mini leg to go and then we have truly covered absolutely everything there is to cover, I think. Let's place one on here. It's in the north chunk, but I suppose it's okay. We're doing everything about keeping on the swimming biters and the flying biters. All of those. Alright. We did like 11.5 hours of the clock. There's only this half hour left to do. Let's speed up back to the wall. Maybe not that much. It's still a bit dangerous here. All of the biter bases are truly massive, man, here. Tunneling biters. I think Rampant was still planning to insert or to implement tunneling biters at some point. That would be absolute horror. Depending on the type of damage they do. But then you don't have to defend your perimeter, you have to defend... You don't have to defend a 1D line of the perimeter, you have to defend the entire 2D surface. That is ouch. Okay, that should connect to there. Okay, nice. Oh, expansion over there. And they will trigger if I come into range. No matter on if there's like water between there. Alright, I'll place one in the proper line. Then the next one can also be in the proper line again. Or can it? 404. Right, so we have to go down the bottom here, I think, to squeeze by. Next radar should be placeable in the chunk we want to place it as well. Corrupted save, let's hope not. Man, that's extremely good news. It appears that literally every single resource we protected in the early game is still available to us 100 hours later. 100 hours! That is a lot of hours. And this oil is pretty close to these biters, but there's a good forested chunk in between, and the chunk itself is also forested. Which leads me to believe that we will be able to just mine this full 6-spot oil here, especially after quality efficiency modules. Which means 80% reduction also in pump jacks. The next one might fit on here as well, so let's go take a look there. With a bit of luck we don't find any expansion in this corner. These boats should fit around the existing nests. So now we are going to this oil, then we connect to the very first radar line out here. Look at all the expansions everywhere. Meanwhile scanned for. Everything is littered, man. Everything except for the places we didn't want to get littered. Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Ho. Let's keep the safe not found. This is scary. Not really that scary now, but we should not do this too often. That is for sure. The oil is there. The biters are there. Okay. And that's good news though. It's extremely good news. If we still have all resources available, yeah, that's extremely good news. Well, we're happy with this raider right here. That means it's pretty reliable if like from like the, I don't know, 20, 30 resource spots we wanted to claim in the early game and all of them are still available. Literally all of them. Except where I really messed up myself. Which was... I mean, everything we did do worked as it should. The only thing that did not work as it should is where I just messed up myself. I should be able to go through here despite the music telling me don't do it, don't do it. That's the last one. Okay, now we just light this area up. And then we know everything. Then we just know everything. Big Brother is watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Especially you. And of course Big Brother is watching you. Big Brother is not watching this area, but this area might as well not exist for our purposes. Okay, again I choose the best possible place to just stand still without looking at my character for a while, right next to the biter bases. But that means we're out of danger. Just a couple more raiders, like literally almost inside our area. And then we're done with the raidering. Did you protect enough resources? Yes. More than that even. We have enough resources literally inside of the base. Like we claimed enough resources theoretically. If we mined up every single ore patch to its full, to the fullest, we would have enough resources to get off the planet. Of course that would slow us down tremendously later on, when most of the resource patches start to dwindle. But we also have an additional like 120 million worth of resources over a 120 hour span. Which we can trickle in from outside of the base, so extremely, extremely good. It's the last of the lake. I have 36 raiders left. We did not need to go back to the base to pick up those 16. I had plenty of raiders all along. Just one more at one of the first oil spots we discovered all the time ago. One more. I suppose we'll do one more at the very edge of the tippity tip. Okay, it's already covered. How, but everything is covered. Then we'll just do one on this biter base for fun. For the big brother. Big brother is watching you too, biters. Even if you're indoors. Alright. What time is it? It is getting day. Raidering is fully done. All raidering done. Oh my OMG. That took a while. How much time did I spend raidering? 110.5 hours in. Raidering. Tofu save. Ready for the great anti-raidering thing. 110.5. 105.5. So that's like 5 hours. 5 in-game hours. We use speed up for a bit. But it was also 5 real-life hours ago. So probably I went on enough tangents to still keep the the game speed at an average of 1.0. I was confused by the stream of the title, now it makes sense. I tend to kind of go for that effect. Yesterday we did it with the flying biters. Stopped the biters from flying over the lake and having them settle in a base by the Great Dutch Waterworks Wall, which got coined at the end of the stream. Of course, there's the North Sea. Just England is a little bit weird shaped, and England is about as big as they think they are, compared to the small Netherlands over here. That was a weird insult. Sorry to all the British people out there, that was uncalled for. How many raiders did we place now? I'm gonna say 380, about 380. $304. Oh, that's and actually it's only 280. Okay. If I just had calculated that right. Yeah, I have made 400 raiders, but 100 were already crafted. I could have been exactly on the spot, man. I missed it by 100. Okay, let's check the all-time high. Pipes should be firmly in the lead again. Actually didn't change that much. 1000 more pipes, 1000 more walls. Barely a drop in the bucket compared to the early game. I don't know, it was not really that funny. It's not really a stereotype that the Great Britons, and now I'm probably offending you harder by calling you all Great Britons instead of Englanders and Scottish and Ireland and I mean, you're not really known for thinking too big of yourself, at least as far as I know. Yeah, this is including Space Age. Alright. No need to go soft on the British. Not many snowflakes in the British then, as you like to call them. The British did annoy a lot of people over the years. That is true. The Dutch did as well. We still have the as soon as we like populate or overpopulate something, like if we like have the majority in a game lobby, everybody's shouting gekoloniseerd, like that kind of things. We are still annoying. Dutch people are annoying as well. We call ourselves Brits. Just like, yeah, exactly. Just Neon. 3 Dutch people in this chat. Gekoloniseerd. We as Dutch, we call ourselves Nederlanders because we live in Nederland. We don't live in Dutchland. It's just some English stuff. Where we are Dutch, but we don't live in Dutchland, nor do we live in Deutschland. Germans live in Deutschland. Netherlanders live in... or Dutch people live in the Netherlands. Just to make it easy. Hey, look at this. We're back at the base. Only half of the labs are active because this is a fast technology. 15 seconds per science pack. How far are we? 62%. We've got an hour and a half left. There's no effing way we're gonna make that. What is the time? 11:45. I think we have time for a quick dash out to the lakes. We probably have an inventory full of landfill, I imagine. 12k landfill is an inventory and a half. So we can just go place some extra green chunks on the water. We also will clear up this biter island. We can do that. We can fight behemoth spitters with gun turrets. That should not be a problem. We can, however, not fight behemoth biters, but this is a spitter base, right? Right? Show it to me. Come on. I know you want to. There we are. Here's a spitter base. 20% chance to spawn a behemoth spitter, so we might be able to get this walled up before a single one spawns. We gotta be careful though, because those behemoth spitters don't joke around. They take a while to kill, so they'll definitely get a shot off on us. It's gonna be dangerous. But after we do that, we can again delete this wall. We can have the actual expansion chunks in our base. We can delete this, and have plenty of green chunks. And we can also start building chunks on the lake here. I think we'll do that today. It's kind of still in the theme of anti-expansion stuff. Right, so back at base. Landfill time. Okay, we gotta think a bit. What do we need? Do we need walls? Yes, we do need at least a bit of walls. We will deconstruct a bit of walls though. Pipes. Radars and solar panels can go in here. I suppose I'll keep those on me. I do not... Maybe I need those on me, I don't know. Let's match it up with 34 solar panels then. Okay, what do I need? I need some walls. Grenades would probably be good. We need the gun turrets. They need to come out of retirement. At least some of them. I'm actually going to get rid of my broken walls there. Let's take those. Let's take this. We should not need that many magazines. We should also just need a single stack of gun turrets. Let's min-max this a bit. I suppose we should also take some power lines then if we take raiders. What else do we need? We just need to neutralize this base. We need some landfill. We got like 69 pieces. We're gonna take more landfill. Take the repair packs. We take the chests. Okay, that's it. The rest can be landfill. It's like 6k landfill. I think we have enough then for 2 trips. We're just gonna pick up all the landfill we produced so far. So we can neutralize that nest in one go, place all the landfill, do some anti-expansion stuff. 68k stone remaining. Like 2/3 of the mine is gone. This was a bigger one. Let's go pick up the other small one. 9.2k remaining. That's almost gone completely. Okay, this one is going to be the slowest. Alright, do I leave space for anything else? I don't think so. I think we just fill up. We have chests to put away landfill. Alright, let's go. Hydrate. Yeah, let's hydrate. That's my water. Alright, give me a second. I need to get something to drink. Yeah, I haven't thought about the other planets just yet. I kinda am purposefully not thinking about the other planets too much just yet. Oh, Neon is not Dutch, you just fooled me as well. If you know the word gekoloniseerd, you can trick everybody. Okay, where do I need to go? I need to go... Alright, this track has been going on for long. It's such a long track. It's a nice track, but it's very repetitive. Very drony, zoomy. In your head all the time. That track is way too scary for this hour. Okay, where are we going? Can we have some nice track? We are going, yeah, to the Biter Island. That means we're just going straight up, basically. Straight up and just keep going straight up. I didn't really answer. Okay, sorry about that. Is base defense allowed after artillery? Yeah, good question. I haven't thought that far ahead just yet. I kinda want to see if I can get through the entire game with the rules intact, including the keeping our hands clean all the way to the end. Man, this forest is horrible. I'm not sure that's going to be viable, but we can try. The only enemies we will have to deal with are on Gleba, right? For the rest, it's just demolishers don't count, and the other planets don't have enemies. Alright, we're there. We might not be able to fit everything in at the end again. It is going to be... We might need a couple of attempts for this, believe it or not. Put the landfill away, accept a bit. They're so tiny before they grow up. Where's the hotbar even? I haven't used it for a while. What was this one? We need to place walls in all of these locations. Now we have landfill, so that automatically gets printed as well, but we do not need those. So we're gonna need some time, as I probably want to keep the forest around here. To absorb some pollution from the iron mine. Can I do this diagonally? I can. I have to be a bit careful here. Let's not connect it, in case an expansion chunk gets selected and they start grouping up and expanding. Okay, I'm not comfortable I can stay that close by. So I have like 2 stacks of gun turrets. I probably should get those in place. I need to do something which I I never thought I would have needed to do. We need to change this. We need to put behemoth spitters in the list. Believe it or not. They go in there. There's no worms. Let's just do this. I think we only need to do this once. But behemoth spitters, yes. Behemoth spitter fight for our right. Alright, so I probably do want to trigger these as late as possible, which means just running in. I did save. I hope this is gonna go well. Where is walls? I don't have walls. Why I have mining drills over there? It should be walls. I'm just gonna chop this and try to avoid... I'm gonna try to... Yeah, we're gonna try to get these spitters to spawn over here by blocking this off first. Then they spawn over here. They can play with these gun turrets. Hopefully we can safely chop this then. So we first chop this while they spawn here. This is the preferred spawn spot. Then we block this off. They spawn here. We go to this side. I'm taking this way too serious, but maybe not serious enough. Let's go try. So they can chomp on me. Let's let them chomp on a gun turret, maybe. Chomp. Go, 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 go. 20% chance for a behemoth spawn. And of course the first one immediately is a behemoth. Follow the plan. Follow the plan. Why is this... Okay, I thought there were more... Right, the behemoths do have a long cooldown apparently. Look at that. Nothing is spawning for a while. That's a very long cooldown. The big biters had like a 10 or 20 second cooldown. That was a medium one. That was a big one. So the cooldown is different depending on the last type of enemy spawned. It's like 9 or 10 seconds between the big ones. Okay, so we do have some time now to wall this up. We're purposefully gonna leave that one open. Okay, another big one. Okay, now we're gonna switch them over. To there. Okay, let's get out of the way, big one. I'm terrified of those behemoth spitters, man. Okay, another big one. Chop this, chop this. Be ready. Okay, big one, go. Okay, be ready. Okay, medium one, okay, wait for that. Medium one, wait. Big one, okay, let's go. That we can ignore. Then it's just the last one. I'm just gonna wait for the next spawn. Okay, big one. Okay, we are safe. That was not too bad. That could have been much worse. Kind of... Okay, I missed one spot. Oops. Or two maybe. No, that one is placed. Yeah, okay, I think that was it. Alright, then for the statistics of this playthrough, this is going to be funny. While we have spent almost the entire game later on in the Behemoth era, the statistics will look like this. 1 Behemoth enemy killed. A Behemoth spitter. No other Behemoth enemies were killed except 1 spitter. Okay, so now this is blocked, so now we can get rid of these walls. Before it was possible that these biters could expand over here, because this was an active biter base within range, but these biters could not travel over the island. It looked like they summoned biters from elsewhere, which could then travel way further than you would expect, and those would break into the base way deeper than you would expect them to be able to. But now we blocked this nest, it's no longer active, I suppose, so we should be able to delete these walls again, and hopefully then we don't get the breach again. If we get this breach again, there is probably some other weird edge case which we don't even know about. So yeah, we'll see. We'll revert this back to a Biter Island, since we can now clean up after ourselves. With the landfill. Just it's gonna be a neutralized Biter Island. I think I should have the same amount of stuff in my inventory, but I don't. Why not? I chopped some trees. Alright, then we just repair these 25 walls. That's just the way it is. Walls are okay. Not too hard to repair. Especially at double game speed, which the game refuses to trigger. Come on. Okay, there we go. Now everything should fit in our inventory. Yeah, there we go. Alright, that's the spitter base done. We're gonna go... Where are we gonna go on the water? I probably want to walk out somewhere between there. I'm gonna like set up... Maybe we can cross on to this island over here. We're gonna set up like a landfill base there. I'm gonna bring this landfill over. We're gonna deconstruct a bunch of stuff. I think that's a faster way to make some expansion chunks. And then we'll finish off this stream by making some expansion chunks on the lake. We probably won't see them in action. We'll keep an eye on it. Over the course of the next streams to see if those chunks actually will be blinking sometimes. So we should have like almost another full inventory full of stuff later on. Okay, the rest we can all take back. We can maybe leave this stuff here. No, we'll take that back to the base, I suppose, yeah. Alright, so what can we do then? To clean up this area. First of all, I think this radar line next to the lake will have to go as well. We can replace that with solar powered radars, because fortunately I was smart enough to take those. Didn't think I would need those, but here we are. So that one is in place. We'll just place one. Since we're gonna go on the lake, I'll place it in the same chunk as these biters, so these chunks can be green. Let's take it away. Alright, I have found an inner calmness I thought I would not be able to reach. No longer shall I be pressured by the sheer speed of my technology progress. I can be still... I'm probably the only player who can be limited by build speed and base development speed in a 1000 times science cost run. I don't know how I do it, but it's happening. We cannot get that one. We're gonna get that one. Let's not accidentally deconstruct a fish. So first gonna get rid of the boring power line. And the raiders. We'll replace the raiders as rightmost possible on the nearby lakes. I'm not gonna do that for 2 trees, the whole grenading sequence. 3 trees. I'm not gonna do it for 3 trees. I would do it for 3 of 3 trees. That a giant mathematical number which has not been confirmed yet. Can you say R without H? R without H. R without H. I don't know what exactly you mean, but I hope I didn't get like modern variant of Rick rolled into saying something. Why is this helpful? Aren't island has basically neutralized already? Yeah, you would think so, but during some simulations we actually had some breaches in areas which should not be possible. And the only explanation we could come up with was that that biter island with the active biter base had something to do with it, so now we don't trust that anymore. Right, this should be pretty good because also here this area should clear up pretty fast. We can also take down this double pipe here. So we're gonna go on double game speed, because then we can see the colors change on the minimap a bit faster. Hey, don't tell me I have like one broken pipe in my inventory now. Right? Okay, so there's plenty of stuff in this chunk which devalues this. These chunks are also not gonna turn green, so yeah, but these chunks are gonna turn. There's a lot of chunks in this area which are gonna turn green. These as well. A bunch up here as well, which are previously in range of this biter island. Yeah, it's gonna be good. We're gonna make a whole bunch of chunks. Then we're gonna pick up the rest of the landfill and put it in place as well. I don't know how to properly pronounce RHHR stuff then. Which is fine with me, I'm not a native speaker. Right, we should now see this area turn green once these last pipes get deconstructed. It will go very fast right at the end. But there we go. Nice. Why is this chunk? Ah, that's because of the raider and those walls over there. Alright, that's good. The rest of the area is green. Why is this not green though? Is that green? Change speed back to 1 time. Eh. That doesn't look like shiny green chunks. Why doesn't it work? 0.606 555. I think we have an update problem over here. Let's go take a look. I think that's actually 1.0, but maybe I deconstructed stuff in that chunk first and only then deconstructed stuff in some of the water-rich chunk which don't count like expansion chunks. Probably should have saved in case that's not the case here. Alright, so basically I place something and then I remove it again and it should be value 1. That's the idea. Yeah, there we go. Update problem. Like, not an update problem. It's the same. That was the same mechanism as we are relying on to keep all of these chunks at value 1 in our base, like near our base. The chunks not updating if something is placed or removed in a chunk which is not an expansion chunk. I'm from the south, from the very south of the Netherlands. We in general have a problem with saying R and G. Alright, let's switch off the values. It was worth it then to make the detour to the other side. Spot some more pipes here. We'll just keep deconstructing at 2 times game speed. More green chunks will pop up here, hopefully. Alright, a nice line of green chunks here. We've got a single biter base in the way, which basically invalidates this entire area. We probably want to place a raider on this guy. Big brother is watching you. And one on the bottom base there as well. Alright, and since we are not lighting up this area, even though we have raiders everywhere, this entire area should be green. As soon as we take care of this pipe, maybe this pipe a bit, and then this one. We are now here. So I suppose we'll just follow the cliff. This one is partially in the forest. I don't think I'm gonna do the grenade strategy here. There's not enough pipes to worry about. This area does not need to absorb enough pollution to worry about. First gonna grab this small bit over here. One green chunk obtained. Now comes the rest. While we are doing this pipe, this should have a grade effect, I feel. Basically all of this should turn like super green. The goal behind creating those is making chunks the biters choose to expand to. But actually cannot reach. Okay, like I said, we are not really relying on these trees to absorb a lot of pollution during the game. So I'm fine with deleting some of them. Now a lot of chunks will start to turn green on the minimap. This is the point to watch the minimap. Look at that shade of green coming over. Beautiful. So many chunks. Relatively many chunks turned green over there. Okay, we got another big line over here. That should give us a bunch more chunks on the second pass. There we go. Come on, green chunks, you can do it. Pop back into existence. Reveal your true colors. There we go. Okay, that's a bunch of free green chunks already. We can pick up this as well. And of course these. We had green chunks here, which previously we had to protect. Oh, this is a bad one though. Ah no, only a part of it is bad. Yeah, only this part is bad. There's also the Johnnies to worry about. I think we'll deconstruct this in real time in that case. Okay, they cannot shoot me. So I'm just gonna not move for a bit. I should have used the grenade strategy. This is a lot of trees, but don't really want to do it anymore at this hour. Okay, Johnny's did not shoot at us. Let's go fast again. I have at the moment no plans for releasing the biters later on, so they absorb pollution again, because that appears to mess with the expansion mechanics as well. Okay. Bunch of green chunks there. Where else are pipes? Up here. That's an easy deconstruct as well. And the biter expansions are way more threatening than my pollution cloud. I think we can keep the pollution cloud enough under control so that it will never reach active biter bases. Just by the sheer amount of land we have protected. Alright, then this little bit here, and that is a lot of extra expansion chunks. This is going to be slower, it's walls. At least I didn't do the early game with walls, because those are like twice as slow to deconstruct. And the biter islands also seem to mess with how the biter expansion chunks work and when the biters actually will embark on their journey towards the expansion chunk, so we even cannot use the biter islands, it appears. Alright, this is green again. We pick up this, then this will be green again as well. And hopefully the biters won't breach this anymore, because if they still breach this area, then something else entirely is going on, and I am out of ideas of what that could be. So if again we get a breach somewhere in the future here, or in a simulation or whatever, it's gonna be not good for us. Alright, that's a lot of green chunks. I think that's enough deconstructing for now. We're gonna go back to the base, pick up the rest of the landfill. And then we're gonna make even more green chunks, but this time we're gonna build them from scratch on the lake. Like true Dutch people, so we're gonna create artificial islands for the biters to think they can settle on. But then they'll just do their down payments, make the chunk blink, and then we'll just disappear like a ghost in the wind with their down payment, and they never actually get the legal rights to settle there. That's what we're doing. Ja, de landfill picking up island gekoloniseerd. I only saw that just now. Yeah, I think how is science per minute doing? Probably not great anymore. And we're still above 700. Ideally we do 900, but yeah, we are kind of out of copper here. Our backup copper is like overstretched between making solar panels, making green chips, helping out the green signs and helping out the red signs. It's not really as much helping out red signs anymore as basically completely standing in for red signs, as this is supposed to be a full belt. So yeah, not great. Right, we do not need pipes. We do not need walls anymore. Now we really just need the landfill, and that's it. Gun turrets. Ammunition. I suppose fine. I'm not even gonna take raiders and stuff, I think. Will I need them? I don't think so. I cannot build on my landfill chunks or I'll diminish the value again. And we could like tiptoe our way onto this island and place some raiders up here, but I don't think I'm going to. No, that's not necessary. This all will be scanned by nearby raiders anyway. Not scammed, scanned. Alright, we won't take anything then. No, nothing. No these. I have those in there still. No wood, no stone, obviously. Even not raiders and solar panels. No grenades, no repair packs. No chests even. No chests even. There are like 2 chests up there already. It's just gonna be landfill. Let's hope we have 8,000 landfill then. Yeah. All of plastics and all of advanced circuits was researched today. And I haven't made a single assembly machine or a single mining drill of progress towards actually making red chips. What else is new? Well, we've done more important things like, you know, making sure we can finish this playthrough. Hopefully. To be able to finish this playthrough, we first got to finish to be able this playthrough. That is not how that proverb works. The proverb works something like to finish first, you first gotta finish. Yeah, that's the proverb. To finish first, you first gotta finish. So we are kinda making sure we can finish. Alright. That is all from here. It was all from there. Yeah, I picked up this as well. Okay, there's only one more landfill mine to go to then. And that probably won't have much landfill in there either. There's all the landfill we've got, literally everything. I think I also put away the landfill I had here. No? Maybe not. Alright. Yeah, we don't take anything anyway. Let's go landfill. Let's go landfill the lake. But you know, on the other hand, if my progress slows down to towards 0, if my progress on the game slowly diminishes towards 0, we're also never gonna get anywhere. If we slow down to a quasi-static progress, and every step of progress is gonna become so small that it's basically infinitesimal. And no progress will be made whatsoever. All we are is ghosts in the wind. I think it's dust in the wind. I'm not sure now. I think we have plenty of time to catch up during the next technologies of mining productivity and the quality module. I think to do mining productivity we have to double the lab area. Because it's a 60-second per science spec technology, we're gonna need twice the labs to research 900 SPM. The current amount will just do like 450 or like 480. Eventually we'll have to double the lab setup anyway, because later in the game many technologies are 60-second technologies, like Rocket Silo. Rocket Silo is also not 15 or 30 seconds per technology per science pack, but 60. That means it basically takes twice as long to consume a science pack in the lab, thus we need twice the amount of labs to burn through the same amount of science. Yeah, rocket silo is... That's already enough reason to double the labs by itself. I think some of these are like 45-second technologies as well. Thrusters is 60 seconds. Planet discovery, all of these are 60-second technologies. So we definitely have to double the labs anyway for the same 900 SPM. That or research lab research speed upgrades. Okay, what do we got? We got almost 4 full chests of landfill to work with. So let's just grab some. And with some I mean a full inventory. But first, we need a plan. Time for a plan. This is going to be another. This is going to be another map tag galore. Oh, what's going on here? No way! What's the value on that guy? Okay, I am starting to worry now. That should basically happen like once every 5 to the power of 7, or like 4 to the power of 7 times. That chunk. Like this chunk should be 1 divided by 4 to the power of 7 times less likely to be selected than a 1.0 chunk. We have to compensate for the sheer amount of chunks here, but still is quite scary. I don't see nobody arrive yet though. They should come from like very close by, so I don't know what's going on here. Now it's 0.1. Something just settled somewhere. Probably in one of these chunks. What's going on? Ah, okay. Maybe it was not that low of a chance. Okay, we gotta know now. I gotta know what's going on there. I just saved. Alright, I did just save. Okay, let's load that save actually. We can see that happen then. Where is that? It was somewhere here. Alright, yeah, they're already in the process of expanding. Okay, so one base has already been settled. So it was not 0.229. If I delete this, it was 0.281. That's not much better really. 0.281 and it got selected. Holy moly. Yeah, I think we are doing the right thing by greening up some chunks and placing landfill chunks on the water now. I think that's the right decision. Rather than working towards advanced circuits all this time. I think we're definitely doing the right thing. Not only like making extra green chunks, but also getting the knowledge of what's going on the map and with the resources. I think that was the good move. I wasn't sure of it. I was thinking, oh god, I'm not gonna be ready, but you know what? I think it was the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for sure. Okay, let's make a plan. How do we make a plan? First we gotta mark out where all the biter bases are. Basically what we want to know now is we don't want to know the maximum walking distance. But we want to know this blueprint. So there are 2 different ones. So this is the expansion chunks that normally generate around the biter base. Let's switch that on. Maybe we can see that somewhere. Alright, so we got this chunk missing. This definitely has enough land. So there is no biter base close enough to generate a chunk there. We got this spitter base in this chunk. So that means these 2 chunks in the north and the very north, those are both selected. But that chunk is not selected. This chunk is again valid. Probably because of this biter base, and indeed. So now we have explained that this chunk is simply not close by enough any biter base, active or not. So the expansion circles just generate out circular as circular as a pixel circle can be. Like 7 chunks away from every single biter base on the map. Captured or not, it doesn't matter. So basically what we now gotta do is we gotta figure out which chunks on the lake will be green and which are not, because there's gonna be plenty of chunks here. We can place landfill there, but they won't be eligible for biter expansion. So we gotta figure out where those chunks are. And then we gotta figure out how to best divide our landfill, because in every 3 by 3 chunk area we need a center chunk which is fully landfilled for the circles to count fully. We'll get into that later, but for now we gotta basically make a plan. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna look. We can switch off the expansion chunks for now. So this biter base was in this chunk. That's important because that means the expansion chunks for this biter base will originate from this chunk. So all of those southern chunks on the water will be valid expansion chunks. The gap in the middle is missing because those are red chunks. The biter base itself is too close by for these chunks to be green. So we just gotta basically first start marking out all the closest by spots where biter bases are on the map. There's here one. These guys are in here as well as in here. Just gotta mark out the closest things. This expansion is actually in this chunk, believe it or not, and in this chunk. If we fully mark that, it's gonna look like this. This is where all the biter bases are, despite it looking very different. Okay, there's one big expansion over there. These guys are actually in this chunk. These guys are over here, and over here, and over here. I don't know if we have full knowledge of what's up north here just yet, but that looks like this shape. Something is happening here. That guy is in this chunk. So yeah, we gotta check if we have full knowledge of that area at some point. It actually also matters. Let's go the other way around now. This base just counts like any other. It's in this chunk. We might need knowledge of these bases as well. We've got radar vision on those guys. They're actually very neatly in a 2 by 3 area here. These guys are here and here, but not more close by. I suppose it's possible biters will still settle here. So for the time being, I'm just gonna pretend there are biters here, because I don't want to make landfill chunks on the lake which are now red, but then later are green. These biters are here, and here, and here, but not here. I guess technically these could count. This already covers everything though, so we don't need to mark that one. We do need to mark this one, I think. This one is gonna matter. It's here. It is here as well. Yeah, that is those 2 chunks on the north here, these 2. Right, so actually it does not really expand onto the water at all, this guy, so we don't need to mark out the rest there. This guy is in this chunk. This guy is in this chunk, and in this chunk, and in this chunk. Got a nice expansion here, which is actually, oh, that's perfect, it's in that chunk. That's good, it has to be as close to the water as possible. These chunks are over here. These biters have really cooperated, man. I don't have full knowledge of these guys, but it appears they are in these 4 chunks. There might be something on the coast here which I don't know about. For now we don't, so think we kind of have enough information to at least make a plan. Yeah, we have enough information to at least make a plan. So now comes the fun part. The biter base is marked out. I'm gonna make a bunch of saves here for editing mic. Biter bases marked out. Then we use our blueprint. We can see that all the chunks that are red, like all the chunks that are not marked, the 5x5 square directly around the biter base, we want to avoid making landfill chunks there. So we both gotta discover what the valid chunks are on the lake, as well as what the red chunks are on the lake. So I guess we are going to add more of those things on the lake. So basically all these chunks around the biter base are gonna be red, up to 2 chunks away. And this as well, but we just care about the border. And then this one, 1, 2. This one, 1, 2. Like so. 1, 2, so that meets up there. And now it becomes important that there is no biter base in this chunk, because this bends around this nest. And then we get another corner around this nest. Well, this chunk actually is valid. That's going to be a green chunk. Alright, so let's continue this. Red. That base is on there, so that continues like so. We're gonna get a bit too close to the shoreline here. Don't really like that. But we don't need to fill in all of this. I do not want to connect to the shoreline, I think. I don't really know how landfill expansion chunks, which are unreachable, if it's like really close to the shore. Will the biters then, if this chunk is selected, walk to this chunk and settle here instead? That could be the case. I have no idea. So I'm going to avoid chunks too close by the shoreline. We're gonna pretend biters are there already, because there eventually probably will be. Unless I like deny this expansion land, but I can no longer get there unless I landfill my way over. I suppose I could do that, I have landfill. For now though, it looks like this is the area. It feels wrong to mark this in red though. Maybe I'll mark it in orange. Pink. Pink is not different enough. Yellow. Yellow. Let's do yellow. Red then resumes from here. And biters should never settle here anymore. Alright, so that's the red border on that side. Now we'll do it on the other side as well. 1, 2. There's a nice straight line. One, 2. Out to here, then it goes in. 1, 2. Right, so we can move that there. Goes like so then. We don't really have knowledge if anything is on the coast there. For now it looks like it just goes straight. I'm not sure what the chunks are saying here. Not very green, but it looks like an expansion could still happen over here. 0.4 almost. So it's likely that another expansion could like later expand on here. So I think I'm just gonna stop drawing at this point. So Yeah, let's stop drawing over there. Not really sure what to do here. But that is... I suppose technically these are... We could like make these chunks green as well, very cheaply. Because those already have like almost a full land chunk next to them for free. We just need to landfill a little bit over here, like 10%, and then it will be green. And because there's a full land chunk, like an almost full land chunk nearby, it's not going to have a negative modifier by default. So maybe we should look into that as well then. That basically means I need to look here. It's this one. And then just these. Okay, we do need to mark these out then. This is there as well. This is just here. My belt is going up here as well. My wall is going here. So if my wall here is going to prevent this chunk from being green, I guess I can just turn the wall down here instead. Oh, come on. And delete this. That would make this green. Okay, so we can do that. We'll keep that. You didn't measure the indent biter base that's marked. Maybe it's this one. Right, we do have to take the walls into effect as this one here. So the chunks with the walls will also get a biter base marker. So that means that is going to be diminished already. So that's also here then. So these chunks will not have the full value of 1, 0.851, because of the walls here. Like 7 wall pieces and 0.851. So they look green, but they are actually not completely green. So anything outside of this should be green. We don't need to check for expansion chunks because there's just so many biter bases nearby. All of the rest of the water will be covered. That's going to be red, 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 red. And I guess my power line is here for now. So if we take that into account, this is going to be red as well. Red, 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 red. Well, it kind of lines up with... These are all 1.0, so that's correct. We're doing it right. And then here is my wall. So around my wall we're also going to have full red area. Here is my wall as well, so actually 1, 2, we're just gonna have to move this over here. That is gonna be the area. Everything else kinda goes. Alright, that was the red area. Red border marked. Now we gotta figure out what is green area. Basically, probably almost everything. So now we're just gonna hold the mouse over all the biter bases. Oh, now the walls don't count though. That means basically everything until here is gonna be green. Actually, no, this chunk. So that is straight down green. Everything more close by than that is also going to be green. 2 more chunks down. Alright, then it goes diagonally inwards. So. This then overlaps with there. So that means this chunk is green. Starts going diagonally outwards. Is this a biter base? Yeah, this is the biter base. This is the wall piece. Okay, let's delete the markers on the wall pieces because that's going to confuse me now. It was a mistake. This is correct. This is not correct. This is not correct. This does not matter at all. Alright, so if this is the biter base, actually we'll have expansion chunk here already. And here. Okay, so this will not be an expansion chunk if we landfill it. Okay, for this we probably won't make anything on the lake whatsoever, because this is just too close. That's too close, I think. Those could be valid. They are a little bit isolated from the rest though. So maybe we won't. That's probably not. Right, let's keep going. So I'm just gonna mark everything here. It's gonna be a bit annoying to clean it up later, but we're gonna have to fit the 3x3 squares in with the center full landfill chunk as optimal as possible. I think I am okay landfilling this because the bites anyway cannot get to there already. I have to be a bit careful. I think I only want to mark chunks which do not touch water. We have our wall right here. So actually this is not green, this is red already. Because of the wall. And that then curves inwards. So these chunks are already green. Everything so for now kinda works. That has to be green as well. This one then goes diagonally to this side. All of this is good. I suppose all of these chunks are good as well. These are like special cases though. Those don't count for the 3x3 because we've already got land chunks nearby. So yeah, this chunk has a full land chunk nearby. This chunk has an almost full land chunk nearby. I'm gonna get confused with my own system later on. I already feel it. I already feel myself regretting this, but this has a full land chunk. This has a full land chunk. These have like full land chunks. It's not quite full, but yeah, maybe it would make sense to like, I don't know. I think this is not the area where I'll start with. We'll start like doing this up here. Let's focus on getting some landfill in. Alright, that is these two. Then going this way, but then we have this base, this one. It says okay, that goes out to here. Here. This then says okay, we go all the way out here even. And out here. And out here. Now we get this guys. So we can already go out here actually, if you don't mind. Go out here. Out here, out here. I think, I'm not sure we should avoid this or no. All of that is valid land. Okay, all of these chunks are green. Alright, and then all of that. And that means all of these chunks are not eligible expansion chunks. Well, it's like the open space in this area. Those even if we landfill those, like this has enough land in there. Well, it's not green because there's no biter base close by enough. Okay, now we fill it in. Suppose these are yellow as well. I gotta fill it in so we can do the block puzzle. We're gonna search back in our inner 3-year-old and try to solve the puzzle of how to put 3x3 blocks into this grid in the best possible way. Old block puzzles. Alright, all of this is going to be filled, I'm pretty sure. Wall is here as well, actually. So this is going to go further out. Got to delete this pipe then. I think I put that pipe specifically there. But we can just fill up this chunk more. We can delete this. Four, 5. Something like that. So here we get to 6 wide. 6 wide is good. 6 wide is like 2 full squares. Okay, all of these chunks are like covered by something for sure. Okay, everything inside is covered as well. All of this is good as well. There's also some 3x3 chunks there. Seems to perhaps line up with these 3x3 chunks. Okay, let's fill this in. I think then we'll stop planning for a bit because it's getting out of hand a bit. Future Mike has to delete all of those map tags again. There's also way too many map tags. Way too much landfill. We need like about 2,000 landfill, I think, to do 9 chunks. We've got 12,000. So we can do like 54 chunks, and I'm like literally like marking hundreds of them. Okay, there still could be an expansion there actually, so let's delete this for now. Holy moly. Please start filling. I should be asleep for an hour already. Alright. Let's try to make some 3x3 squares here. We can just mark the center one like so. That's that one. That one. That one. That one. Doesn't line up perfectly. That one could be green as well. How about if this starts being green? Map making, yeah. It does kind of line up. This is good again then. So we have plenty of like good ones to do. This 5 can be done by a single one here anyway. This can be done like 6 chunks by that one. So 6 chunks by that one. Okay, that lines up nicely out here though. So I think we'll keep that. And we'll just work our way down there with this knowledge so far. Which means this one has to be this color. Suppose we'll just continue straight on. That actually does not line up nicely. Okay, we can move all of those like one down then. That will make this better as well. Yeah, same on this side actually. Come on. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, that's a nice grid actually. I like that. This is covered until here. I think here we're gonna have sort of a switch. These 5 chunks are annoying. It's gonna be a area to fill in later perhaps. Just like a random one. Over here just to signal the crossover status, and then we're just gonna go from here perhaps. 1, then 1 over here. 1 over here. 1 over here. I can still like make this disconnected. If I just don't place a square, I can still make these disconnected from the mainland if I just like landfill a bunch over here. Alright, then one could go over here or over here. I think we'll just like offset that. Over here. And there's a bunch of special chunks, I suppose. We don't really need to think about that for the moment. I think we'll just start with this. And this, and just go upward. Okay, then we're almost ready to start. That could be one. There's like 7 chunks out of 9. That's good enough to waste landfill on. Got another one here, which is good. This one's already more questionable. Only 3 valid chunks. Here we got another 7. And this is covered. Alright, we can figure out the rest then later, how that fills in here. We've got enough information to get started at least. I think I almost rather go upwards than to the right. This is pretty good as well. Let's just lay something down so Future Mike likes it if he doesn't have to sink a lot. Okay, I think this is good and this is good. 1 and 2. Then these 4 can be filled in later by a surplus. Once we have more than enough landfill, basically. Suppose same is true for these 3 chunks down here. This is gonna not line up nicely here anymore, I don't think, but we'll just have to deal with that. This can actually go here. Okay, then this lines up semi-nicely to over here. Okay, let's skip that one. That over here. And we got like another 7 if we do that one, something like that. That's the entire plan. Alright. Green border marked. There we go. That took a bit of time. In fact, it took about half an hour or so. But now we know what we need to do. Basically need to make a path to this lake over here and then just start filling in chunks with what we know now where the center chunk needs to go. It's important because one does not simply pick up a whole chunk of landfill. That is just not going to happen. One wall left over. Alright, suppose that's going to be good. Hopefully this chunk has enough. It's now 0.138 because we removed a bunch of stuff from those from the chunk, so it's not great. That is in range probably. Yeah, that is in range of these guys. So if a 0.138 chunk gets selected, it's actually pretty dangerous. Okay. I'll place this back for now. But eventually we'll have to move that out of the way. That's annoying. That means our first wall is not going to be full. Yeah, F that. I'll just make wooden chests or something and place them in here. We can risk that. Alright, where is one of our other stepstone-y things? We got another steppity stepstone over here. Let's find a nice path to cross somewhere. Looks like here. Kinda like it when the landfill does not touch the area. Alright, let's see how far this 12,000 landfill gets us. We might have made another 4,000 or so in the meantime. Alright, so we'll start off with these chunks over here, I think. We just need to stepstone our way on there for now. Right. So now we're just going to be making fish basins. Let's switch off the values so we can see the effect happening on the map. We want to see the chunks. I'm gonna... Okay, I know... Let's go around. So I mark off the appropriate area. 3 by 3 chunks. And then I'll switch off the map text. That will... Oh no. Okay, I have to be careful I do not misplace because that takes forever. Yeah, unlandfilling is a godsend. It's also a little bit powerful, maybe. It will already be a lot less powerful if you could not do this, where you can cross but the biters cannot follow you. We're gonna be murdering a bunch of fish like this. Because the fish is simply despawn when you just landfill over them. They tend not to deal well with landfill, but I'm not gonna pick them up. Alright, so let's switch off map text. And watch what happens with this area. Not yet, but soon. Suppose we can do the example with a minimal amount, just for the fun. I know I cannot do it, you need a 2x2 grid to do that. Alright, now comes the fun part. Here we go. Look at the minimap. What happens while we keep on landfilling to the left now? Plop. A shiny new green chunk. Plop. Another one. And plop. That's number 3. All of them valued. All of this real estate is valued at 1.00. Except this one because I have 3 chests sitting in this chunk. Because anyway. And now we're gonna have a double whammy. Flop. Flop. And upper the flop. As soon as 103 pieces of landfill are in a chunk, that is enough to trigger it. We've got 124. That makes it easier to place. We're rich anyway now. So okay, there's only one problem, like I mentioned earlier. There's like a hidden modifier or something is going on. There's a hidden modifier, let's say. All of these chunks, they don't count for the face value on here. And there's actually a hidden modifier that looks to surrounding all surrounding chunks, picks the one with the most land. In this case, it's all equal. The one with the most land is this one. It has like 12% or so of the amount of land of a full land chunk. So these values are multiplied by 12%, basically making this there's an extra multiplicative factor on the face value. So that makes these chunks 10 times or like 8 times less valuable than these chunks, even though they have the same 1.00 value. That's I don't know if that's actually how it works. That's what my experiments do. So what I have to do to make those chunks actually 0.1, and that is annoying, is we are going to have to spend 1000 landfill. Ouch. To make an artificial full land chunk, and that remedied the problem in my tests. So I'm just going to hope that is the case here as well. I ran tests with one of these next to one of those empty ones, and this got selected 10 times more over a sample size of hundreds of expansions, so I'm pretty confident that at least that is how I think it works is actually close to how it actually works. Why do I have one wall piece? Alright, so now just to make a couple more of these squares. Ah yeah, that's the one wall piece from that wall over there. No? Alright, so if we switch back on the map text, that was block 1. That was why it was so important to make this in like 3x3 blocks, because the chunk checks also diagonally adjacent, not only orthogonally. So this chunk, or all of these chunks will check around it and will find this chunk to be fully landed. Yeah, we're going full Dutch now. We're going full Dutch now. We're on the wrong side though. Our coastline, the North Sea coastline, is over here. With the great waterworks. The Deltawerken. I guess I should have called it the Deltawerken. Now we're on the inland seaside. We've got Flevoland over here, I guess. I don't know what this is. This is Deutschland. Sorry, Deutschland. you're gonna get colonized now. And this is like the East Sea or something. How's the sea above Germany called, between Germany and the Scandinavian countries? Anyway, next block is gonna be this one. We have another block straight above and then another block to the right. So I think we can just switch off the map markers again. So we can enjoy the stuff at double speed this time. We're gonna do the rest in double speed so I can make twice as many mistakes. 1, 2, 3. Future North Netherlands. Berensee. Might be. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's not an actual drop in science. It's a weird thing when we switch from between different timed technologies. We have researched plastics and advanced circuits. Both 200,000 science pack costing technologies. Literally without making any progress towards doing anything with it. Except for filling a huge tank with oil and filling a huge tank with petroleum gas. We should take a look on how that looks. What's going on with our petroleum gas tanks? Is it full? No, 11k out of 25k. I think we are no longer really gathering that much oil as a net result. We have 20 out of 25k into these tanks, so that's 80% full. This is the amount we need to research advanced oil processing later on. So we need to make this much petroleum gas with basic oil processing anyway, not really wasting any oil. Let's check the oil production against consumption at this point. Producing 15k oil, consuming still 12k. Consumption has been flat, while production started at 27k and has all the way dropped to 15k already. So almost like half, almost 50% down in the production rate. If we look at the... yeah, this is now 1638%. It started at 2800. So we dropped from 28 to 16. Here we dropped from almost 15 to 9. So yeah, we're quite a ways on the way towards minimum oil production. Okay, expansion chunk is going on. Yeah, we're making those. Let's hope we see those blinking and all of this will turn out to be not in vain. Add circuits and second landfill stuff. I mean, there's always different methods to postpone building a base, like generating expansion chunks. Switch off the text so we can see the green circles pop into existence. Satisfying. Plop. Plop. Alright. I mean, I've called this series How Long Can You Play Factorio Without Actually Playing Factorio? For a reason. I think it's the most fitting name, as it's 112 hours in and we're still doing all kinds of weird things. Right, unfortunately we also gotta fill in this thing with landfill. Entirely. Oh, it's so expensive. So expensive. It doesn't look expensive, but man, this is expensive. That is doesn't look like much, but that is 1024 chunks of pieces of landfill at 50 stone each. That's like 50,000 stone into a single chunk right there. Alright, then we had another one up there and another one further north of that. Oh no, another one to the right of that. Cheap as dirt. Alright, let's go double speed again. What can go wrong now? What will happen next? We will finish modules without even making a single step of progress towards red chips? I don't think so. I think we can do like a double chunk here. Oh, actually, I'm pretty close by some biters here. Am I? Let's take a quick peek up there. Ooh. Yeah, nothing really going on. This is, let me. Yeah, okay. I'm in the right chunks, just to be sure. Because this well, even I'm not crazy enough to pick up like 1024 landfill because I placed it in the wrong chunk. I mean, it's possible, but that's no. No, we're getting off the planet as soon as possible. No purple signs or yellow signs is going to be made here at all. Okay, that should make it even more satisfying. Because we can prepare it better. Make all the chunks like pop into existence faster. Yeah, bots, no. Bots are a pipe dream. We gotta dream up some more pipes before we can get bots. I think we gotta build like 200,000 pipes before we get bots. We're already halfway. Alright, nothing is happening with these chunks because we're missing a critical component. And that component is more landfill. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be satisfying. At least for me. I don't know if it's satisfying for you, but I like this stuff. Mass, green, circles, engage. Here we go. Plop, plop, plop. There we go. It would really be good if we would actually see one of these circles blinking. But yeah, compared to our land-based expansion chunks, these aquatic landfill chunks are a drop in the bucket. We gotta fill these in as well. Do we have enough? Now let's pick up the rest of the landfill first. We've less than an inventory left anyway. I can even now move my chests out of the chunk. And then even these will have a value of 1. Yeah, nice clean ones everywhere. That is what I want to see. So with a little bit of luck, we'll see one of those blinking still today. I'm gonna keep the expansion chunks on for the rest of the stream, and hopefully we'll see these in action. Yeah, we might just have a catharsis moment after we beat the game. We just come back and blow the effing F out of effing everything. That would be a nice feel-good moment. Alright, that is 36 sparkly, shiny, clean expansion chunks on the water. How much do I still have? I think I have enough for 2 more sets. This is another sparkly, shiny, clean one. This one is like sparkly, shiny, clean-ish. For now, I think we'll just do this one and then this one maybe. Oh, this one. This has a good 8 chunks. So we'll do this one for 9 and this one for 8. I think that's the plan. Chunks on the water. And land in the sky. Okay, so now we gotta do a neat 3x3 chunk thing again. The Shattered Planet is fake news, there's nothing there. I know, I went there. I went there and nothing happened. Well, the spaceship stopped and got obliterated, but there was nothing there. There was even less asteroids there than on the way, which was very disappointing. How do you decide once you got enough chunks done? Once I'm out of landfill, which is going to be pretty fast. How long have you been producing landfill? That was our landfill production graph actually. We have produced 15,000 landfill over the last 7 hours. We started off strong, but as more stone miners ran out, the values are dropping. I guess I could repurpose my wall smeltery to landfill chunks as well. Okay, we're gonna have more green chunks. Plop. Yeah, there should at least have been an Easter egg. I agree. It was kind of fitting that there was nothing there though. Absolutely nothing. It would have been fun if you could land on the Shattered Planet, like drop down to a planet and then just fall into a black hole or something. That would be cool. Okay, let's not misplace this. That's a lot of deconstructing. It's easy to mass place landfill, but not really easy to mass pick up landfill. That's the right chunk. At least not before bots. There's another set of crispy clean chunks. I can do 2 more it seems. Yeah, we can do 2 more if they are not too expensive. So let's do... let's do this one I suppose. One is already made. We'll do that one. Okay, we can still go like so. Okay, we go here. So now we are offset a bit, so I gotta pay attention a bit better. 1 chunk, then 3, 3, and then it's 2. 1 chunk up north. We can actually also like take a quick peek what's going on here. Nothing much. Three chunks to the right. Three chunks down. It's just the landing animation except it never stops playing. That would have been enough already. And then just soft lock yourself. Alright, so this one should be slightly cheaper. Yeah, you can just park in orbit. It says in orbit like over any other planet, except it's not really. Yeah, maybe there is an Easter egg. Although some of the other Easter eggs, like the very specific spoil time of fish, have been figured out quite quickly already. It didn't take long. It's pretty obscure though. Alright. Now we gotta fill in this chunk over here. The expensive part. Alright, so how much is this actually? In total, it takes about 2000 landfill to do a 3x3 chunk area. I guess we can make a blueprint off of that. We'll see exactly how much. Right? No? Ah no, we have to paste that on a requester chest to see that. Alright, never mind then. We don't have a requester chest. We could have a ghost requester chest. I just deleted that blueprint. And it could be useful to know how much that is, because I can only carry 8000. Alright. Satisfaction 0 of 2016. So it's 2016 landfill pieces. So with one full inventory of 8000, I will be exactly 64 pieces of landfill short to do a full 4 sets of chunks. But then again, we've got some of these chunks which are not complete. So I think, yeah, we can probably do like... I have 2006 pieces left over, which is not enough for a full set. But this is we are missing one chunk here, so that's perfect. I think we can do like four-ish squares every time we bring a full inventory of landfill over here. And we can make tons and tons of these, eventually. It's a little bit less efficient to make them in 3x3 chunks. I could like double... I could make all of these double in the first pass already, but then... I'm stuck with a lot of half-finished chunks, so let's just keep doing it like so. Right, here we actually go this way. To avoid the chunk, the bite out of the chunk over there. Somebody was hungry and bitten a piece of my chunk right there. I keep getting the plus sign for speeding up the game and the plus sign for increasing the size of the landfill, placing things wrong. Alright. Let's switch off the chunks for this one again. Another satisfying 3 chunks. Plop. Plop. And eventually, let's see, that's exactly 103. Alright, that should be 103. If we delete one chunk from everything, it should be 102. 102. So the threshold is 10%. If we place a single piece of landfill in this chunk, both of them switch on again. Maybe we should have done 103 exactly. It saves like 21 pieces of landfill per chunk. And it also makes it very easy to later, if we decide we want to switch off these chunks, we just would have needed to deconstruct one piece per chunk instead of having to deconstruct a lot. So I don't know, maybe it's too late now. I'm not gonna redo it all. We better have our minds made up here. And then we should hopefully have enough to fill this in. With a little bit of luck, we'll have 64 pieces of landfill left over for future Mike. I can leave that in a chest. But not here, because here it would diminish our shiny chunks. Yeah, we have 100 pieces left over. Okay, that is great. Hey, it's working. Look at this. It is working. Okay. And now I'm a little bit nervous. Let's look if something is actually happening. Because those two strategies might conflict with each other. This chunk is actually not within reach of any active biter base though. So theoretically it should not matter. I wonder though if one of these chunks gets selected, which is within range of an active biter base, both this one and this one, if something bad happens then. So that's basically, if nothing happens now, it doesn't prove that our situation is good. It still could be bad, because this chunk has the same properties as the land chunks. They're all out of range of any biter base whatsoever. But these are very much in range of a lot of biter bases, so I'm still worried about what potentially could happen. Also, this is not an island. It looks like it is connected over here. And biters now actually can walk around all of this as well, so they will do that. If these biters want to depart to here and they actually will embark on the journey, they will walk all the way around this land, chewing through whatever walls are in the way to like get to over here, and then decide they cannot. I don't know, maybe if this chunk gets selected, they'll go over here or something. I don't know. But it is blinking. That is good news. That is good news. Pretty rare though. I wouldn't have expected that because there's a ton of green chunks everywhere else. So pretty nice to see that it's actually working. So I haven't seen it work yet in an actual game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We did 7 spots. It's like 7 times 8. 50, I think 55. Like 53 chunks on the water, something like that. 53 chunks on the water. We're gonna save that. 53 chunks on the water. And one is blinking. Oh yeah. It is this very one. How would they even settle on this chunk? They could approach it. It is not even big enough for a worm to spawn. That would be quite interesting to see if they could actually get over here. I guess they would just settle on this chunk instead. But if this chunk was like hollow as well, it would be interesting to see if they would get over here and then just stay there forever without turning into like worms and nests and whatnot, because there's not enough space. Be kind of weird. Alright, that's going to be the end of stream save. I'm going to start the next stream over here. And then people are going to wonder why the heck am I making these fish basins? It's so the fish cannot escape. Yeah, this is not within reach of any nest. Okay, I made the end of stream save. Right? I made the end of stream save. So let's actually go in editor mode. We can switch on the map tags again. And I'll just like literally paste the landfill blueprint I made one earlier. Over here. It's chunk aligned, so I can now simply fill in all of the chunks. We can see if all of these are green. All of these are green so far. Alright, now let's check why this bite is gone. I'll fill it in. Yeah, but there's no chunk on there. So it is there, but there's no chunk on there. Same for here. All of this can be filled in. It does work. It does work as it should. So if I fill in everything, let's also fill in some red chunks. So the red chunks are indeed quite red. Not all of them are super red, but this is not a value 1.00 chunk for sure. And if it's not 1.00, it's worthless to me. 0.758. So yeah, that's not happening. Okay, the method works. The method works. Nice. I think we can just quickly sweep that blueprint over the entire area here. Just making sure what's going on. Actually, they will probably be walking. Now I'm connecting it to the land. That's a big mistake, of course, because now the biters will have the opportunity to walk onto the water. Man, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect so far. Not a single misjudgment. Right, let's see what would happen if we would make these chunks as well. I think all of these would turn green, yeah. But these don't need a full landfill chunk because they have a natural full chunk adjacent to each other. It doesn't need to be this shape. It's probably better if we don't. It's probably better if we just take like some 11 by 11 square of landfill or something to that regard and do this. So the biters cannot actually get to these chunks instead of doing the grid which connects the land to the area here. That is not great. Okay, so what about these chunks over here? I guess it would be pretty simple to make some more good chunks in my base as well. Let's switch off pollution for a bit. I mean, and these chunks are just already out of reach of the biters anyway. And they have like semi-full land chunks adjacent to them already. Okay, that one's actually out of reach of any biter base. Okay, let's delete it then. Yeah, I guess we gotta figure out then that as well. There are some areas in the base which are far away. But eventually, like, we could start making more chunks in the base as well. And those could be cheap. Maybe I should have done those first. Come to think of it, because these are cheap. The ones adjacent to land. Now these not, but some of these are adjacent to like full land chunks. It would be very cheap to make these. And later, once we delete stuff like all these pipes and whatnot, we're gonna turn all of those green as well. Okay, so we still have a bunch of possibilities. I'm not sure I'm gonna do that here though. I don't want to mess up my whiteboard for one. My blue board, I should say. Yeah, there are definitely possibilities. There's actually potential for a lot of chunks on the lake. It's I mean, there's still more chunks in the base, but it's a significant amount, a significant improvement of chunks which are on the base. So not too bad, I think. And that kinda pushes the balance of total green chunks versus total red chunks on the map a little bit more in our favor. Let's actually see. How can I see this? Let's stop tracking this for a bit. Is it in detailed info? I think it is. Yeah, we've got about 28,000 chunks generated with entities on them. There's a couple more, like it's 31,000 total, but those don't count. Those are like basically just chunks like these, which do exist but don't have entities generated on them just yet. So the nearest chunks with entities generated on them are basically the ones with the trees. Where the forest suddenly stops, there is nothing anymore. Nice if you find a biter base cut in half. Oh yeah, like over here. I know those are not biter bases cut in half. Maybe here? No? Come on, give me an obvious biter base cut in half. Okay, I'm not gonna get an obvious biter base cut in half. But basically this terrain exists so biters can basically walk on that terrain. They can use that to traverse around the lake or something. But it does not exist yet. It's not count for expansion. If we look at expansion chunks right here, we can see it actually. Let's reveal all terrain. Okay, here we are. All terrain is now revealed on the map as well. You can see the border, the very edge of the map is not a valid expansion chunk. Even though it's a fully generated chunk, the very edge is not eligible because nests sometimes spawn a chunk away. I guess which would then generate new terrain and the map would potentially keep on growing. I don't know the reasoning behind it. I could imagine it's something like that. Could be something different entirely. But the edge of the map is not expansion chunks, and this is not counted as actual map. So it's part of the chunk count because the chunks are there, I suppose. But it's not like chunks with entities. An entity is basically everything. Could be a single tree. With tiles, 30,500. All the water chunks of entities as well, the fish. I guess there are some chunks without entities, like this one, which doesn't have a single tree in there. So maybe there's a bunch of those. So probably roughly between 28,000 and 30,000 chunks. 28 to 30,000 chunks generated in total. How many of those are green chunks? I would say about... probably already more than 1,000. I don't know if anybody is in the mood to count them. I'm not. But I already previously estimated like in the high hundreds, and we have expanded upon that. This is of course fake expansion, but we've expanded on that by at least some part. So let's say 1,000, then we have like 3%. Between 3 and 4% of all chunks are green. A little bit more still because there's also some green chunks outside of the base still, which have not been settled yet. But eventually all of those will get settled. Eventually all of the land will get settled. But of course the lower the ratio of green chunks outside the base compared to inside the base is, the slower all of the chunks will get selected, because more often a chunk inside my base will get selected instead of a chunk that actually will be settled once it gets selected. So even though 100 hours times up to 15 expansions per hour, this chunk has never been selected yet, because if it would have been selected, biters would have settled it from just right next door. Yeah, looks like stuff is working okay. What is the deal for next stream then? Let's load the actual save file before I accidentally save over this file. What is on the menu for next stream? That's a good question. I think next stream we're gonna maybe, you know, we've been putting 500,000 signs so far in getting towards modules, and we haven't done anything about it. So probably we're gonna mine some copper and iron. Surprisingly, we are still doing 800 signs a minute. We must have stopped like producing, stopped producing solar panels. I don't know why, but we're still having over 800 signs a minute. I'm not gonna complain about it. We have twice the amount of solar panels stashed up as the ones we are running the base on. So that's gonna be 540 megawatts potentially in total once we place it. Yeah, science is still going okay. This is like the 100 signs a minute that we're not having. This copper is still not run out. This copper is fully run out now. This stone is fully run out, except that I missed that there was a tiny bit over here. 431. This stone is still actually pretty far from running out. 25k under the central miners. This is why I took the effort of trying to place the central miners like on an equal amount of stone, so that runs out roughly at the same time. How's we doing here? Much of this is still running. Same for here. Much of that is still running. So yeah, I might convert this. I might just draw the stone belts out of the end here, and just turn that into landfill as well. Maybe I should have done that already. Why not? I mean, we've got the miners here already on this patch. Like a full 2 yellow belts could have been converted in landfill. On the other side, we probably can generate another couple inventories of landfill while we set up red chips. We're probably gonna mine this copper over here, I would imagine. The 13 million one, the big one. Yeah, I'm not sure we can actually mine that hard on here because we don't have efficiency modules yet. We will use this to get efficiency modules, but these biters are pretty close by for an unmoduled giant mining patch. Then again, all of these biter bases can absorb 1200 pollution before they saturate for the rest of the game. So that basically gives us a bit of a buffer, like a super forest, a temporary super forest, which will absorb 1200 pollution per biter base and 600 pollution per spitter base. That is not insignificant, and that's per nest, not per like group. So like 20 nests is like 20 times that amount of pollution absorbed, which should be good for a while. Our total pollution is 3.7 thousand per minute for all miners which we have around the entire base. So that is going to absorb pollution for quite a while until that's saturated. So yeah, that's the best copper patch I have, so I want to start mining it as soon as possible because this has the richest center, presumably. 300k per miner, 200k. This is probably less. This is actually 370k. Okay, maybe there's more factors which determine how rich. This is also 300k. Okay, it doesn't really matter that much then. What about this one? This is far. Also 300k something under the densest miners. Tiny 2.3 million patch. I can still see it even though it's fog of war. Okay, that's like 200k max. Yes, there is a small difference. It's not all that big of a difference. How about these? These go up to 400,000. Okay, so there is like a slight improvement, but so we might not need to mine this one fully. We can just maybe mine this and this. I don't know, we'll see. Probably we're gonna have to find some space outside of a base as well, because eventually I plan to double this. We want to double the sign setup, or at least the labs, but I think it's just the simplest to double the entire sign setup, really. It's gonna look something like that then. And that then kinda eats up most of the space in the base. The space in the base is almost exclusively, except for these chunks, it's exclusively the space inside here. And red chips and engine and all that kind of stuff is not gonna be as friendly on space consumption as these half-second inserters and half-second belts are. Those are like 10-second, 6 and 10-second recipes with... and then the blue signs itself is like twice as many assemblers as green signs. So that's going to be what? 240 blue signs assemblers with I don't know how many, like 100 red chips assemblers and 100 engine assemblers, something in that order of magnitude. We're going to need a lot of space. I think maybe we'll try to smelt the ore outside of the base as well. Find a good coal patch. We have a coal patch right here. We could use that. We just need to find a suitable area to smelt it, like so we don't lose too many green chunks, which can blink for us in the future. maybe right here. We'll lose like a couple chunks over here, like 1, 2, 3, but there's like a tiny biter base here. This entire column is red already. This entire column is red already. So maybe we can build a furnace stack in there. Does a furnace stack fit? Because these are like early game furnace stacks. We actually only need half for a yellow belt these days. Where it was. Okay, so the copper ore can flow in here. We can then just smelt it in like some columns up here. Yeah, it does fit in a single chunk. We can just fit it like so. Have the ore just come back this way instead of coming in from the other side. And then we can just smelt a giant column. I don't know how much will fit here. I think it was like 7.5 belts of copper and 3 belts of iron or something. Looks like we can fit a giant stack of smelters up here. There's not too much forest in the way even, which needs to be cut. Of course, the supplying and taking out the resources is going to be a thing. Especially if we take out the resources on this side as well. We gotta bring in like a ton of belts of resources. And then we gotta take out a ton of belts of resources somehow. And that has to cross each other. So it's gonna be a bit of an issue, but this looks kinda good. All of these chunks are wasted anyway. All that will happen is that we will waste these 6 chunks. That's a small price to pay. It's also a nice new area to pollute, to use the passive forest pollution absorption. It's also far enough away from the biter bases that it's not going to be a problem in the short term at least. We have to find out how much that actually pollutes. 4 pollution a minute times a couple hundred could be like, that's 2000 pollution a minute, that's pretty strong. That's a pretty strong pollution source, if this is all running. We're doing 1000 a minute now from the furnaces. Of course we are like slowing down a bit. Okay, we're down to, yeah, still 800 signs per minute. I'm happy. I think that's the plan for next time. Actually start working on, you know, a base again. What we did today though was hugely important for the life expectancy of this playthrough. We kinda confirmed that all the resources are good. Let me again load the... Oh. Okay, my keyboard is not working. I did not press the Windows key, go away. Okay, I'm back here now. No. Why is escape? Out and in. Alright, looks like I cannot access the menu anymore in Factorio for some reason. It's good it happens now at the end of the stream. I was gonna load the actual save, but I can't. Maybe it's again something with this weird mouse stuff. Ah yeah, there we go. Weird mouse stuff confirmed. I think yeah, we'll probably do like this order here. Efficiency to reduce pollution and make it possible to make mining outposts between the biters. Productivity, we stick it in the labs. We might actually be able to exceed 900 SPM. Because we're gonna have minus 5% speed, but plus 4% productivity. But I have overbuilt labs. I have 480 labs instead of 450. We might actually be able to just extend this a little bit to compensate for the speed loss for productivity modules in the labs. But we'll have to see, we'll have to calculate how much we'll need exactly. But I think we can get like technically, if we make enough assemblers and labs, we can get 8% extra science out of our full consumed belt of resources. So we would be able to go, I think we would be able to exceed 1,000 science per minute. Yeah, 900, we could get like rare productivity modules after quality. There's a lot of rare productivity modules though, it's maybe not worth it, but I think we could get 900 plus 12%, that is, yeah, that's 1008 science per minute. We could go over 1k science a minute with rare quality productivity module Mark 1. But in the beginning we're not going to get that, we're just going to get 8%. That means we're going to get 972 science a minute out of the same belt of resources instead of 900, which is nice. For free, basically, just some higher power cost, but higher power cost doesn't even cost us that much extra steam anymore, as for the majority of the day this power is coming from the solar field. Yeah, we cannot recycle for quality. We just have to do it the hard way. Just make some quality miners and set aside anything that has more than normal quality. If anything that has normal quality just goes to the base to make, I don't know, science bags or something. And we can set away the uncommon and rare iron and copper to just make dedicated things, like rare quality miners for instance. We'll have to see about that. For now though, it's looking excellent. I have to say, it's looking excellent. I'm glad we were in time to catch the pitfall. Let me load the actual save again. Oh wait, it was just night, that was why I cannot see anything. Oh, we gotta do something about this though, that looks kinda horrible. Yeah, I'm glad we took the time to radar everything up, we can see what's going on. Looks like we did not get unlucky with biter expansions at all. Except a little bit with this one, but it's not in the way, so is it really unlucky if it's not in the way? It was an unlucky chunk selection, but like in terms of raw chance, but in general it was not in the way. As long as this does not close up further, we're gonna be good. This is basically the entryway to all of the good stuff on this side. But that was the only area where we got into trouble. All of the other areas are as untouched as we left them 100 hours ago. In 100 hours nothing happened here, despite increasing biter expansions up to like 15 per hour. It's probably over 1,000 biter expansions without any of them settling on or near any of the resources or these beltways we set up. That's an excellent result. Okay, again, every stream after every stream I'm a little bit more hopeful about bringing this challenge to a good end. So yeah, things are looking up still. I think that's gonna be it though. That's gonna be it for today. Next time we're gonna build red chips and we're gonna make modules. We're not gonna be ready in time with this, but that's okay, because right after we research the modules we have like, I don't know, like at 15 to 20 hours of time while we research mining productivity and quality module, depending on if we get the double lab set up in time. So yeah, 15 to 20 hours of basically not doing much. I guess quality is going to be a bit difficult to set up as well, but we'll probably make something dedicated to grind for quality elements as well, which probably doesn't take too long. Modules should be easy to make once we have red chips going. We already have green chips stored up in massive amounts. So I'm not even gonna make automated module production, I think. We're just gonna make red chips, then just store red chips in chests, and then we go back with those red and green chips to the good old OG handcrafting area with 80 assemblers. 80 stacks of red chips and 80 stacks of green chips go a long way towards creating a couple thousand of modules. I think that's like 16,000. Yeah, an inventory of reds is 16,000 chips each. That's over 3,000 modules, 3,200 modules, which I can craft in a single go. So if I do that like twice, I think I have enough to fill up everything, really, realistically. Alright, that's been it for me. I hope you had a good time tonight. I did. It was great making some actual progress in the base, like, you know, placing landfill squares on the lake and raiding up the entire world, and I mean the entire world. Let's see if we discovered anything interesting on the edges. I don't really think so, we cannot get anywhere anyway. But let's see if, just in case, like, maybe a good oil source popped up right on the shore of an accessible lake or something. That already, we had all of that. I don't think we find anything noteworthy. What about this? Again, weird stuff is happening with my mouse. We do find some oil hidden behind biters, but yeah, it's hidden behind biters. So it doesn't appear we can access that. We might find some more stuff on this lake side. This lake shore. We could always like make a landfill part and try to explore the coastline over a landfill part. Who knows how big this lake might be. And here we've got another one which looks to be not ending very soon. Of course this land border could just go something like this, but you never know. Until you look, you never know. Yeah, good night everybody. That was a fun stream. Next stream probably is going to be on Friday again, though it is a bit unclear. I suggest going on the Discord and subscribing to the @streams thing, so you get pinged. I try to put it up like at least half an hour to a couple hours before the stream starts. I plan the stream. If you watch on YouTube, it's possible YouTube recommends it to you, but you know, if you want to catch the star, just get pinged. It's as easy as that. I stream about twice per week, so you don't get like notifications every day about me streaming. I usually try to stream Fridays and Sundays around starting somewhere in the early afternoon until the evening, but the upcoming weeks are going to be a bit wobbly in terms of planning and availability, so we'll have to work around that. Perhaps I'll stream on different days, or not so long, or in shorter sessions. I'll probably have to stream in shorter sessions since everything's going to be done from the van battery again, so I cannot really do like 11-hour streams and still expect to have power the next day in winter time. So we'll see how that goes. Discord is broken. The ping came in 15 minutes ago. Okay, good to know. I'll have a look at that the next time. See you later, SDB, as well. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Only 11 hours late. Well, yeah. It kind of sucks. Maybe I'll just manually post it in the Discord then, next time as well, instead of relying on it. I'll just make the stream. Normally it should appear immediately. If it doesn't, I'll just manually plop it in the Discord as well. Because it's the second time it didn't pop up there in time. Alright, that's gonna be all. Yeah, only one thing left to say, and that's of course, I hope I will see you all next time.